cast
ritual.
that specific spell.
Ritual spells?
Ritual casting?
Okay.
Is that a...
So ritual
still,
casting
I
is
can
when you
still
take
cast.
10 minutes or
I
in
know
addition
what
to...
it is.
I can still cast a
clerics.
ritual spell. I just have to. I will always know that spell. So the perk of a ritual spell for a wizard is that you don't have to have that spell prepared that day. But if a sorcerer, if let's say I took Identify as a sorcerer spell, I could still ritually cast it, but it would just be count as one of my spells now.
Ah.
Now, you can, if you don't innately get ritual spellcasting, you can pick up ritual spellcasting as a feat.
And you get like a mini.
And that's what I'm
pocket.
asking. So are you taking
Finder
ritual
spell.
I
spellcasting as
do
a feat to be
believe
able to cast
druids
this?
can cast rituals.
It
Standard
seems
and
to me that
wizard
it just
can.
becomes, if what Tyler is saying, it just becomes ingrained as an additional spell that I know.
Yeah, that's
No,
the way I'm interpreting.
I agree. I'm asking if we're trying to stick strictly to the tech. Because in my mind, the way is a wizard is taught in all means of magic, right? That means ritual and non-ritual. So a ritual is still another school of things you have to learn. Do you know any ritual spells?
I'd have to look at my spell list, but
Because if you don't, then logically, being taught a ritual spell means you have to also learn how to perform said ritual spell, not just what the spell is.
Also, I will say, just out of character, the only person in the party that was formally academically trained on magic has now vacated the party.
True.
So he gave her the spell. She's not going to know what to do with it. She's probably going to have to find someone.
That's what I was getting at.
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
there's steps to it.
There are steps to it. It's not just a.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
cool.
read this and figure it out.
A,
I'm
B,
not-
C, F, G.
I
Okay,
can't
bye.
right click on
I'm-
the spell scroll.
I'm not a
spell
teenager
has
reading
been
the
added to it.
Necronomicon and
Control
actually
copy,
summoning
Control V.
Zool.
Right.
No, yeah, there's definitely a process to it.
So basically, my question was could I have spent some time like examining the scroll, kind of looking at some, getting the ball rolling,
I think this one's
if
yours.
you will.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Like at the very least, so that
Stop
I kind
that.
of know. Jeez, another natural 20.
Yes.
Hold on to those. So at least I can have a direction of like if I want to seek a third party source to complete said step.
That's incorrect. You need to...
Expertise.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, as a rogue.
Roll 4 times.
Yeah.
So.
Well, sorry. I was confused because you said...
Since I made it.
You were like, I'm only proficient in 2 things. I was like, okay, something is wrong with your character because you should be far more than 2 proficiencies, and then expertise of 5. I was like, okay, that makes sense.
I
Yeah.
thought he was going to lead out with kicking ass and chewing bubble gum, and he's
All out
his
of bubble
inventory doesn't have any bubble gum.
Another underrated cult film.
I came
Sorry,
here.
I'm
What was
just
it?
trying to find.
I came
trying to
here
find
to,
good maps.
To murder people and raise my children. And I'm all out of children.
Oh God, yeah.
Cersei from
Yeah.
Game of Thrones.
Oh yeah.
That was the best meme
That's
going
so
around.
fucked up.
So good, though. I am all out of children.
Jesus.
That was the best thing I ever saw from that show.
Actually, the best thing I ever saw was Zach Galifianakis in a dragon suit on the SNL Game of Thrones game show.
I have not seen that at
I'll
all.
send you the link.
You need to. God, I gotta
In fact,
get
actually,
this character. I
I'll
haven't
probably
played
just
this character
broadcast it on during break for you because it's that funny.
This is the one I wanted. What the fuck?
yet. Who is Captain?
Who is what?
I said, who is Captain? I said I need to get into character.
I don't know. Is he a bitch?
Does he look?
Does he look like a bitch?
Tell me more, tell me more. Does he look like a bitch?
Yep, that's what I was referencing.
That's the best thing ever. You seen that, Wayne?
I feel
It's
like
like
I have.
Someone mixed Grease and Pulp Fiction, so they're singing the "Tell Me More,
I
Tell
think-
Me More."
I think you sent that on the.
So great. I love that video.
Who sent the one where the girl like throws dice out of her mouth and it's like
I think that was
locked.
Nick.
Something. I'm now.
That was
You're now.
me.
Oh, was
into
it
this.
Corey?
Yeah.
That was great.
I sent that to all of the D&D groups that I played with.
I thought it was fucking hilarious.
But no,
For sure.
I love
So
that you and
great.
I were on the same on that.
Oh yeah.
So is that a ball set?
Just looks like a bitch.
Is that a whole
Perfect.
set?
Oh my
Okay, can everyone see that?
Yeah.
Fairly well?
Yeah. It looks like a pretty big city.
So, these are your districts. Okay, so you have cliffside along the edge. You have Dura right here, Memphis Plateau, Central Plateau, North Edge, Tavik's Landing. These are your respective districts. Each of those districts is broken down into levels. So you're going to have upper, middle, and lower. And then inside those districts, you have wards. Imagine wards as like the separate neighborhoods. So Indianapolis is a district, but then you have Broad Ripple, you have Irvington, you have Avon, you have downtown,
Grove,
you have
yeah.
Beach Grove. Those are your wards.
That is really
right?
weird to me.
Okay, so you have your sub neighborhoods.
We were downtown, drove for like 40 minutes. We're still in Indianapolis. I was like, holy shit.
So, where you guys arrive on the airship, you are arriving in the upper city of Central Plateau. Central Plateau it's considered basically like the center of life in Sharn. It is the
I like the square.
it is the central pillar. It is the heart of Sharn. Its top levels include like the city's government and its finance districts. Its middle levels host the enclaves for most of the Dragonmark houses. And you know, some people, especially if you've been here for a while, some people would probably refer to that area as the actual government of the city. The middle district also contains most embassies for the other nations in Corvair. And because of its centralized location, it does make like its residential neighborhoods are highly, highly desired, and it has some of the busiest marketplaces in the city. So that is where you all find yourselves, stepping off of the airship. You find yourselves in the city of Sharn. For a few of you, this is your not your first time being here. Some it has been just a few short weeks. Others it has been you two just going back and forth, man. always adding on. For some of you, it's been just a few short weeks. Others, it's been months. Some, it's been years. And for a few of you, this is your first time.
Same seas. High five.
You already have a little bit of
Yeah.
information on the city. Just like it's one of those, you know,
Old information.
you start like as you're arriving to the city, and before you, like the airship's taxiing on the runway, right? You're about to pull into the gate. All the people are standing up, grabbing their carry-on, even though they're going to be standing for another 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You're getting like little blurbs of information. You know, all the different, like the different population breakdowns, the different general information on like the different districts, things like that. You, on the other hand, are just awestruck because at first you're like, "Oh, it's a big city," and then it's like another 2 hours of flying at it, and it just keeps getting
My first time flying into London.
and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger,
Oh, it's massive.
and a population of just shy of 1 million.
Jesus.
Like these towers from the base at the lower city, the highest towers are in the neighborhood of like 1.5 miles.
My bad. I knew Sharn was that big. I didn't know London was that big.
Oh, London's massive.
I knew Sharn was huge.
Fly over for about 5 minutes just looking for it.
Yeah.
I thought you said 2 hours.
No.
But it's just you could like be in the middle of London in an airplane, look around, and all you see is just cityscape.
It's still city. As you all step out into the square outside of the airship tower, you are predominantly sitting at the top of the city. There is open sky above you. You can see a few other towers jutting off into the distance. You do see occasionally drifting behind cloud cover the Skyway, which is the incredibly ultra wealthy like top of the top elite of the elite residential areas. It itself is a separate neighborhood that is completely suspended on a bed of clouds that just sort of floats above the city.
It's the ultimate gated community.
It is the ultimate gated community. Most, on that note, actually, most like Sky Coach pilots will not take you to the Skyway unless you have like express written permission with a seal granting you access. That's just it's that kind of elite.
We got that right.
Snooty.
Do we want that? I guess I should say.
The seal?
Let's see if I can
The
do
one in
this.
Vegas?
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
has it.
No, I'm saying like, do we want to go the Skyway?
Oh.
Does someone here
I
have
don't
a
think
written?
Jets-
I have forgery
forge.
kit
Yeah.
I don't
and
think Jets thought about it
proficiency
yet.
and okay, well, that's fine. I'm just saying if people would
Yeah.
like,
You
there
have to know
are
what it looks
options.
like, though, right?
Huh?
You have to know what it looks like, though, right? And with the
Yeah,
seal,
that's true.
with
I
the-
guess technically, I probably wouldn't have seen one before, but I mean,
Again-
like because I've been to Shard multiple times, but
Right.
like not.
That's sort of
That's
like
it,
that's
yeah.
sort of the vista you're granted with. Is you're from your height because you're at the airship docking tower, right? It has to be at a point where the airships can fly in and land. If there's a bunch of stuff above it, you're not. It sort of doesn't make sense. So you're sort of looking down over the city at this point as you stand in this large square, and for those of you that have been here, it's still impressive. It is still daunting. And there is just the city itself has a presence. There is something about being here that just it's different. It's different than anywhere else. As you look around, you see a plethora of different races. You see gnomes, halflings, humans, elves. You see a few warforged. You see some. You even see some tieflings. You see. I don't know my dice. Let's see what other things you see.
Yeah, you do.
God, I love that I can do this.
His mom?
No.
Wait, my mom or Jet's mom?
As you're all standing there, sort of gathering your bearings, you see coming out from the airship tower that you just emerged from. You actually see a group of about 6 bugbears, actually stepping out. All of them dressed in what to you look very very rough traveling leathers. All of them are in the same armor, basically. None of them bearing any weapons. All of them moving together, and they all, between the 6 of them, are carrying like a large box. And you can see that they appear to have done this before because they walk out, they set their box down, they check with the city watch in the area, the box gets stamped, and they pick it back up and they start trundling on into the city, and you watch as they just slowly disappear around the corner. But you all are here. You're in the city of Sharn. The city lies below you. What would you like to do?
Definitely holding on to Jet's hands. Take kind of one look back at the cloud breaker. I don't think I like airships anymore.
That's fair. But to be honest, that's never happened to me before. But neither has running into a floating rock either, so we don't have to necessarily use that anymore.
Yeah, maybe an alternate form of transportation.
That's fair.
I don't have good luck with those.
No, not at all. Again, weird that we had 2 things back to back in such a short time span. Because again, I've been on those before. Nothing like that's happened.
Same here, multiple times. Never seen anything like that. Maybe we were just lucky.
If I could say one thing,
Lucky.
Jet would have
I mean,
before we landed
Keeps it
to
interesting. I'm
cleaned
sure.
up the mutton chops and everything.
Okay.
He did what?
Cleaned up the mutton
Oh,
chops.
Tidied up a
Fixed his
little.
hair, tidied up because
Tidy go.
he's a bard in the city.
Well, it's gotta look sharp.
Oh yeah. But we don't have to go on one. You don't want.
I would say we could stick to the lightning rails, but we also don't have good luck with those either.
We're just not very lucky people apparently right now.
Winter think you need lucky feet.
I kind of look at my feet, my boots. Well, they're no rabbit's foot, but done okay for me so far. Anyway.
So, from where we are, do we know the direction of the pit?
That's
Okay, better question.
We all found the pit.
How soon do we have to be at the pit? Because I don't remember what day it is.
we're still
Like, do we have a couple days to
3 days.
mingle?
Mingle, maybe.
Maybe charter a little extra adventure, for funds? Or, money? Because God, we need money.
Am I fighting anything?
Waiting for the bit.
we're
Or waiting for
Actually,
the
wait.
bit.
Speaking of money, does he get paid a lot of money for this? Do we know yet?
That's Tyler's goal.
Today is the 3rd. Fight is on the 5th.
2 days.
2
then.
days.
2 days.
But
It
So
is.
We made it in record time.
I would say it's about.
What month is it?
It's just about noon. A little bit before, maybe like 11.
We do have plenty of time.
What month is it again?
Ire. April.
Can you spell it for me? Sorry.
EYRE. It is the 3rd. What would be a Tuesday? Your fight is on a Thursday.
Thursday.
I would say it's kind of, I would say not protocol, but usually when we enter a city or town, we try to find an inn that would host us for entertainment, performing purposes. So Rynny would probably say,
Yeah, but you guys haven't performed in a long time.
we've been traveling.
That's true.
No, don't worry. I
Um,
have a couple of minutes.
So, given to this is more of your neighborhood than I think anyone else. So, if you know of a good place that we could set up shop and perhaps get a show or two under our belts.
I actually do. If you don't.
Would I know any specific good places to go?
There's. You can name off 40 of them and still have more to go.
Okay.
This is.
Are all of them
It's
still there?
It's the largest city on the continent. There is a million different
Do I have
places
a-
to go.
It's been a few years since he's been here.
There's probably several different main streets.
Well,
You're not
Is
wrong.
there one that I know specifically?
Fair
that's-
Holiday Inn Express.
Would you like to know
As in,
of one
as in,
specifically?
Holodome.
as in, like, would you have a favorite
So it's
watering
a
hole?
holodome.
Yeah, well, I have like an
I
idea of
feel
favorite
like
one.
Is that what you're asking?
I feel like
Big
you probably
pool,
would, but
hot
probably
tubs,
close to the
little
pitch,
arcades, a
right?
ping
Or
pong.
no, it'd probably
all
be
indoors, so we don't have to
semi-close
worry
to
about
your.
weather.
Well, we haven't really talked much in character. If your benefactor is in the sky, if he's the rich guy, he's all upstairs in the mansion going.
No one's asked those questions.
Yeah.
V wouldn't know what to ask, so V's gonna stay quiet. 'Cause unfortunately,
But I would kind of, we're here for you, so Ryn would probably look at you and Gunther, where do you want to go?
Gunther have a couple good ideas, but anything sound good to you, little one?
Honestly, my mind is very blown right now, so I'm open to suggestions.
well, if I can actually interject, I have a friend I'd like to go see.
Gunther is fine with us.
Excellent. Jet will start to lead the way then.
Okay, just a
When
second.
can I get some money?
When?
When?
Well, hopefully we can earn some at this tavern. But, we can always do side jobs as well.
so V's gonna look at his very plain clothes, like robes that he had picked out.
There's holes in them now, isn't there?
Huh?
There's holes in them now, isn't there?
Well, there is because V doesn't have midnight.
Right.
But he's gonna tap his chest where the dusting goes and says, "Outdoor fashion. I need to update my fashion."
You're having this conversation, and like you guys are interacting, and you just get bumped from behind. You sort of stumble forward and stop and turn around, and you see this short, stout little dwarf, fire red hair, big bushy, like his beard and his hair is so voluminous that like you can just barely make the eyes out. You can't see a nose, you can't see a mouth. He is just like it is just like red hair. And he just sort of bumps into you, and you turn around and you see that he's pulling a cart by himself that's just filled with barrels of ore, and he's just hauling it by himself. And as he like pushes past you, he bumps into you and doesn't even stop, and he's like, "Don't be standing in the middle of the road," and just keeps on pushing.
So, just as he stumbles forward, sees the dwarf walking past him, and looks back at Jet. He needs updated fashion too.
Updated manners, I think. For sure.
I do
Hardworking man, though. Try
I
not
do
to.
not grow the hair.
Oh, you mean no? He's definitely got quite a bit. Although
He's like
Jared kind of pauses, gets shifter fur. He's like, not the furriest person I've seen. Is kind of his thought.
So where are you going?
Heading to the Wand of Spirits.
How are you getting there? You can travel by foot. You can hire hippogriffs. You can hire griffins. You can hire a sky coach. You
Can Jet estimate how long it would be to walk there?
the sky coach is in like a coach wagon.
like mini airships.
Oh, okay, never mind.
So the airship you rode on was a man of war. These are like sloops.
Gotcha. I imagine for some reason, like Harry Potter, like a coach, like a buggy, like flying hippogriffs in front pulling us.
Well, they sky coaches look like this.
I don't know. It's
Suck
not
my
really
finger.
or we could use Thestrals.
Exactly.
Would any of you guys be able to see them? I think all of you would be able to. We've all seen
So
some
we've
of
all
that.
seen death.
All seen what?
Death.
Death. He said they could be pulled by flying hippogriffs, and I said, or it could be Thestrals, and I said, can any of you see Thestrals? And I said, most of you.
Think
probably."
like Asgardian.
Walking
yeah,
there
long
from
boats, yeah.
here across the numerous bridges and elevators and lifts that you would have to take,
Skiffs.
you're looking at about 2.5 hours.
Fuck that. Sky
To
taxi.
walk?
How quick would that be?
To walk, you're looking at about 2.5 hours.
Yeah, how quick and how
Sky coach, you're looking at
I can use Misty Step, I think, twice, so that gets me 60 feet.
Yes.
Sky coach. You're looking at
It's
about
2 hours 29 minutes.
half hour, give or take. Depends on traffic.
Actually,
How much would it be for all of us?
So it's
That's a great question.
Because I was gonna say Jet's been here
Is it
before.
like
I
you
imagine
can
he's
do
traveled
60
with groups
feet in
before
one
and would
minute,
have
so yeah.
a general idea.
Ballers on a budget.
Jet's got some coin between you and him.
I have no coin, so you've got all my coin.
Yeah, we've got some coin.
How much coin do we have? That's what I was trying to figure out.
As a
Good.
party or as a?
Yeah, as a party.
I don't think. Did we ever do a party
I
fund?
don't think we've done a party
I
fund.
thought we did.
I don't think we have.
You're holding V's money at the very least,
Okay, yeah, I'm holding B's money.
which is
Let's look.
I want to say it's in the 100, like 150 range. Maybe it's less.
How much do you have on you?
I'm checking.
Because you had some on you. Because you only gave Jet some of it.
No, I gave Jet all of it. And I held it to go buy the robe. And I have the
Your
robes.
new yellow robe, you're saying is out of fashion?
No, it's full of holes, and B, yes, it's out of fashion.
He doesn't want to look like Georgie from It anymore.
V, I mean, that's kind of how V looks. Is
Oh god, if you change your outfit there, you're going to buy a new game.
thought about that.
Did you really? That's a joke.
I would want to update the robes, but at the same time,
Just
It's
paint.
a lot of money to update the road.
the robes match other things that you guys haven't found out yet.
I've got my notes. I only had 42 from V.
Currency, I have no money. I think that's actually correct. I think I owe you.
I have
For helping me
I just
buy the
found
robes.
something, Tyler.
That could be.
2 silver pieces per mile.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I'm not finding any maps that have a fucking scale on them.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the
Actual
The-
distance.
I don't know what the actual distance
Gotcha.
is. So I can't really calculate that.
Holy cow.
Is it like 10 gold?
Hey, while we're waiting,
Yeah.
you want to give me
Huh?
To hire a sky, to hire a sky coach to go that distance, you're looking at about 10 gold. To do like hiring an animal, you're looking at about 8.
Oh, fuck it, I'm definitely doing a sky coach. That'd be much more, much easier to get people around.
Yeah.
More
I
economical.
figure, you know what? I'll just drink it all.
We're gonna fuck. We'll be back.
Have fun.
Hey, quick.
We'll wait for everyone to
It
get back.
will be. What?
We'll wait for everyone to get back.
That 5-hour energy hasn't kicked in yet. I need it to, guys.
Well, let's see if I have any extras. We'll give you 10 hours every.
Thanks, buddy.
No
Right. Tyler says this is good. I'm not gonna open that
Oh.
over my laptop.
I have 27 left, so you don't owe me money, but I don't have a lot of money.
So that's what I'm saying. I think we should do something while we're here to raise funds.
Of course, I planned it perform. I don't know if Rynny would like to join.
Very unique. I like because it actually tastes like it was brewed with like actual mangoes in it, like full slices. It's refreshing, actually.
Isn't it,
Really
though?
what it is, yes. That's pretty good.
I just remembered something. We never rolled gold, so I am broke.
Well, but so was V. Well, I guess that actually matches V's background.
Your story
Yeah.
dictated that you did not roll
Correct,
gold.
correct.
I don't know what's the
Rogue
calculation
is
for roll.
That's what I'm saying, I
44
don't know.
times 10.
44 times 10.
44 times.
Plus, I mean, I don't know, your level
Yeah,
Well,
times
it's
11,
7.
I think.
6 characters, so 7 characters,
yeah.
so whatever Tyler thinks would match that level.
So what was it again? 44?
44 and then
times-
multiply by 10.
So 3, 6.
10.
Thank you.
What was that,
14?
4?
Yeah.
So 140 is your base starting.
Okay.
Add an extra 100.
So 240?
That is might refreshing. Not
And
gonna lie.
imagine
No, it was
that.
fantastic.
Imagine that after being outside mowing the grass.
Yeah, no, I see.
That
I
sounds
would like
terrible
something like this
because
if
that
it
means
was-
I would have been outside for 2 hours, and that sounds terrible. There's no
So, like, what is the
45
orange beer?
45 minutes
It was
is
real
really
popular
nice,
for a hot minute. Now
Fuck
I don't
that,
see it
that's-
ever.
43 minutes too long.
That's like a push mower.
Sun.
That is a riding mower.
Yeah, Dad also knows like everyone's grass.
Sunlight?
No, what's the orange beer? It was real popular for a while. It's brewed out of St. Louis.
Orange beer, shock top?
Shock Top. Thank you. That's exactly. I wish Shock Top had more of an orangey flavor. Like if it was this, because this mango flavor is really well balanced and very delicious with the beer. I feel like if Shock Top had a more orange flavor, I would be all over it.
Yeah.
I'm not a mango fiend like you are.
That's me.
However, this is still
Me too.
quite good.
Quite long.
Or you know what would be really good? A pineapple beer.
I brought that last. No, that wasn't. That was grapefruit.
Anyway, do we
Anyway,
calculate
sorry to
mileage?
distract with.
Yeah,
tasty beer.
I sort of rounded it. I said for all of you to be on the ship, you're looking at about 10.
So one last thing, sorry that's sort of off topic, but you said pineapple beer.
Yeah.
I have a pineapple wine that my friend brought from Hawaii. If people would like me to bring that so
That
we
sounds
can
so
all
good.
try it
Be
together,
delightful.
let me know.
Please.
Be down to clown.
Yep.
So it takes about 30 minutes of you guys
Oh.
flying through the city. And I have some more pictures because
Where are you guys headed? Into your butthole.
We're trying to
I need
take
more
the
than 10
sky.
gold. Let me tell you.
We're looking to take the sky
Sky coach, but the
coach.
Where are you?
I thought we were going to a watering hole. No, we're going to see Jet's friend.
I
Hold on,
imagine.
spirits, by the way.
That's
Huh?
in Tabrick's Landing. Correct?
This one is in Harrod's Folly.
I was fucking wrong.
yeah, Harrod's Folly.
I imagine that either V or Jet has to keep a hand on Rin's shoulder or scruff of her coat
We should have a leash on.
to keep her because she has
Oh,
like
definitely the scruff.
she's doing the dog in the car
That's fine.
Definitely the
over
scruff.
over the edge, like
So,
looking at everything.
These are some of the vistas that you're seeing as you're flying through the city. You are literally like you can peek over the edge of the sky coach, and even looking down It just sort of descends into darkness. There is no
Bottom.
ground, right? And you can see even
My
down
phone shows up.
into that darkness that fills the bottom of this city. You can still see little points of light and torches and light sources deep down into that darkness.
But it's noon, so it's still daytime out too.
And then another, just again to sort of give a perspective. This is what you're riding. You're riding on one of these little guys, and that's just one of the
It's a
towers.
schooner.
One of the towers just in the back.
Yeah.
So yeah, this city is absolutely monstrous.
And you said we're going to where?
You are flying from Upper Tavix Landing, so like up here,
Yeah.
and you are flying to where Jet is wanting to go. You're flying to Middle Dura,
Okay.
and to be Pacific,
Harry's Folly.
I am
Harris
so
Fall.
apologetic.
which I have a map for this one as well.
Who's Tavik and why did he land there?
I don't know, man. I got no clue. That's not the right one. That's not the right breakdown.
So, Jet, where are we going?
Yeah, it's to see an old friend. You'll enjoy it. It's a neat place.
So
Do I
you
know
guys
this, right?
left over here in the upper
Yeah.
district. You are flying through the city
New friends.
and going here in the middle district.
Can you spell that for me by chance?
So you're going from Upper Tavix Landing.
Yeah, I
TA
got that. I did get that one.
And
Just so I
then-
could see it on the map.
You're going to Hareth's Folly. HARETH apostrophe S Folly. FOLLY.
Thank you.
And for those of you that have been to Sharn before, so Jet and Gunther predominantly, Hareth's Folly is known as it's a tavern district.
Vale would know that
I've
area
got
too, right?
Yeah.
A mixture of like average and slightly below average lodging and lodging establishments, similar food quality, some shops and like service establishments, but predominantly they're like, you know, they're going to be your run-of-the-mill blacksmith, your run-of-the-mill tanner, your run-of-the-mill tailor. There's not like, you're not going to find a magic shop. You're not going to find someone specializing in exotic wines. It's nothing special. It's just a standard. It's a middle district.
Sorry, and Harrods Folly, it's a district or a name of the town?
That's
It
the
is
district.
It's the district inside of Middle Dura.
Gotcha.
I should probably say ward. So and like as the sky coach sort of soars through the city, and you see it start like as it's weaving in and out of these towers, it eventually emerges out into this central area where the city sort of opens up a little bit, but because of how high the towers rise around it, you still don't see ground. It just sort of falls into darkness. But you can see like in these areas right here, it's just sort of a little bit more open below you. It's not this clog of towers and bridges and skyways crossing. It's more open, and it ducks and weaves through the towers before emerging out into this area. And you can see it's sort of actually guiding out of Tavix Landing between the two plateaus, and then it cuts up. And as it's cutting up alongside this massive wall of towers, almost to the point where it throws you off, the pilot just like lifts the nose of the sky coach and yaws the sky coach to the left, and it just sort of like stalls out almost and like dives between two towers. And it, yeah,
I was gonna say, V doesn't have a stomach to throw up anything out of, but I'm assuming this would be like very strange sensation.
it is. It's one of those like you still have that forward momentum, but it arrests that momentum by pitching the nose up, and then it converts it to the side, and so you feel yourself like there's definitely that almost that sense of weightlessness for a moment as your momentum shifts and pivots in a different direction.
I should have looked at the rating of this driver before I got in.
5 stars!
And as you start diving through these towers, you find yourself in the district of Dura. And Dura is one of the largest and probably the oldest quarters of Sharn. It rises from the ruins of the old city, well before Sharn turned into what it is now. But as Sharn grew over the centuries, Dura itself as a whole has sort of been left behind. Many nowadays would probably consider it a blight on the city, riddled with poverty, crime, unwanteds. Dura is home to the majority of the lower classes of Sharn, and Lower Dura is generally considered to be barely better than the Cogs, which is the Undercity.
That's where Becky's parents died.
Nonetheless, Dura is the gateway to the Dagger River. So any kind of sea trade comes off of the river and goes through the ports in Cliffside. For that cargo and material to get from Cliffside to the rest of the city, it has to pass through Dura. So it's sort of the it's the redheaded stepchild. People don't like Dura. They wish it wasn't a part of the city, but unfortunately it's a necessary evil. Cargo passes from Cliffside up through Dura, and most of like the warehouse districts where this cargo is stored is in Lower Dura. The bazaar of Dura is in the middle district, and the bazaar is the largest marketplace in the entirety of the city. It is, while the other wards have their own little bazaars in their neighborhood, like a little farmer's market, right? Middle Dura has an entire district, an entire neighborhood that is the bazaar. It is one of those places that you can start walking in, and just across this entire district, this entire market, you're looking at 30 minutes. It is absolutely massive. But if you're looking to find something, chances are it's going to be in the bazaar, or there's going to be someone there that knows how to get it or where to get it. And that applies for legal and illegal. And Dura might be dangerous and dirty, but it is certainly a gateway to adventure. So, you finally find the pilot slowing the ship down, coming to a rest, and you find yourself in Harith's Stalling. And upon looking around, your first impression of this area is the buildings are a bizarre mishmash of architectural styles and materials. You see wood, you see stone, you see metal, you see roofs made of tile and roofs made of like woven thatch. You can see narrow spires, like wizards' towers, stand just apart from like little squat brick row homes that you would find in London. You also see buildings, large like gathering halls, packed and made out of like old wood, but massive tree trunks that have been moved into place to form the walls of this gathering hall. In addition to like the many like bridges and towers that are connecting, the bridges and skyways that are connecting the towers of this area, you can see a maze of suspended rope bridges, like wooden bridges from house to house, stone roads connecting the upper levels of this multitude of towers, and it almost creates the impression of like a mad spider web above you, and you actually sort of start to see how it's noon, but you find yourself in almost perpetual shade. You can still see sun above you. You can still see the sky, but you sort of have to, turn your head and look around like some of the obstacles that are in your way. And you sort of get the impression now of how there's even more city below you, and now you sort of get that idea of how you really couldn't see the ground. But despite the somewhat decrepit appearance of the area around you, the streets are bustling. They're full of people. You can hear music and song echoing from various open windows and establishments in the area. And you can see people laughing and talking in the streets, kids running around. Despite the appearance, it's lively, it's active. And the pilot pulls up alongside a bridge, and you can see there's a little line, sky coaches, like the line of taxis at the airport. You can see there's just a line of them, and he just pulls right in, and almost like you see the drifting videos on YouTube. The guy pitches the back end of the car and just parks it parallel perfectly, right there, and just sort of comes to a stop. I so thought you were like, and I was like, perfectly in character.
I think towards the end there, her stomach got tossed a little bit.
Yeah.
Prestidigitation.
She's holding on to breakfast.
And so you you now find yourselves in the ward of Harith Smalley.
Is it customary to tip?
I mean, it's a service.
That's Tyler's way of saying yes.
Yeah.
Why?
Jed will hand him $5. Thanks, man.
Capitalism.
$5?
Oh yeah.
What's $5? What the fuck is a
5
buck?
gold.
5 gold.
5 gold's a big fat tip.
It is.
He's got money.
Apparently Jed's
And
rich.
he just sort of takes it. Like, thank you. Parks it, and the moment you
That's a
step,
50% tip.
We also got here safe.
the moment you step
Unlike
off
on the airship.
Yeah.
off the sky coach,
That was free.
it's like your weight has barely left your back foot as you step off, and you just feel this. And you turn around, and he has the sky coach basically in free fall, and you can see it. He almost like just pitched it up and turned and just rolled the thing over, and it's almost in free fall, and it drops and drops and drops, and then you see those blue fins that were on the back just, and it immediately catches and just shoots off around the base of a tower out of sight.
Almost like he's done that before.
Apparently he's on his way to pick up somebody.
Makes sense.
I mean, it is his job.
It's not a bad one to have on. Yeah.
That's so cool.
Want to learn to fly like that someday? Nope. Okay, got it.
Go to. Where do you live in the city? You'll find it.
It was my
Oh god.
What was the question? I'm
I'm trying to
sorry.
remember, like,
I'm
where.
sure I should have asked that question earlier, but she would be curious. Where does Gunter's from?
I'm trying to
here.
remember, like, what I did
Where does
with
he?
that.
Where's he live in the city?
Notes app is the best.
In the city,
Yeah.
where you're from? Hold on, I think I put this in my notes.
Sorry, Ryn asking the hard-hitting questions here. Where are you from?
Where are you from? What do you do?
Uh,
Who are your friends?
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
I don't know why, but while he's looking that up, that just reminded me. I don't know if it has nothing to do with it, but in Crowdman Dune, when he goes to kill the one lord and he accidentally kills the other one, and then he's just like, "That was the wrong lord. This is him," and he's like, "Oh, I thought we were gonna get names on the back side of these
Yeah,
chairs.
the chairs.
Oh well, take him away, kill him."
are you talking about your house, like your apartment?
Yeah.
You would probably be in. You would probably be in the Rattlestone district, which would be right down here at the very southern end of Dura, and you're in the middle city. It's just a very residential area. It is
Middle class.
predominantly middle class. It is predominantly like apartment and rented homes, and that's where your employer provided housing would be.
So technically still in Dura though.
Yeah. But you guys right now are like way up here. If you were to walk by foot, you're looking at about an hour and a half.
Gunter lived about 2-hour walk south of Dura.
So really all close. Well, I'd like to see your home sometime.
Not too impressive. Mostly trading stuff.
Still, could be fun. I mean, how long's it been since you've been home?
Since Gunter went on lightning rail. Which
2, 3 months, give or take.
Yeah.
Give or take.
So Gunther was just on before train fiasco.
It's quite a while. Plus, you can
karate man step.
Plus, you can always learn a lot by where someone lives. And, well, I don't know that much about you.
Gunther like it that way.
Okay.
It leaves an air of mystery.
He's a man of mystery.
International?
Technically, yes.
Yeah.
I assume we're
Yeah,
walking
was
as
there-
we're talking.
Yeah, so as you where you landed off of the Sky Coach was a fairly large, wide road, and across from where you landed, you can see large homes and buildings built into the wall of a tower that just continues to rise up and out of sight. And this road is probably 60-ish feet across before these buildings start. And then you can see the tower behind that. But as you sort of look to the right and to the left, you can see that this road that you're on actually wraps around this tower. And so you feel like if you were to continue going this way, you would wrap all the way around this tower. And to keep going, you would end up right back where you were. But you can see off to the side, you can see bridges that go off. You can see lifts that would take you up, and you can see lifts that would take you down. You see actual spiral staircases that you can walk down if you wish. There's a million different directions you could go. The street is bustling, but not crowded. Again, you see a massive blend. You see a human family walking left to right in front of you, heading sort of around the tower. You see 2 halflings ride by on small sharp claw raptors, just sort of riding by.
I'm sorry, they're on what?
Raptors.
Yeah, raptors.
Talenta playing halfling.
Actually, the raptors themselves are have this white underbelly, big thick rear hind legs, tiny little front arms.
Big, thick rear.
The upper part of the scaled flesh is like a dark forest green, but you can see it's accented with these golden yellow stripes across its back, and you can see situated right above the 2 hind legs a small saddle, bridle in the mouth, reins in hand, 2 halflings mounted on the back, and they're just
I just seen that.
Oh. You've not seen, have you?
I was gonna say at
And
this
got a point to it.
I've been to Sharn multiple times. That's a normal sight for me. It's not out of the ordinary.
It's not out of the ordinary, but it's still. This is an environment suited to dinosaurs.
True.
And so it's rather challenging for Talenta Plains halflings to keep their pets with them.
Yeah.
And so a lot of them leave them back in the plains. They don't really bring them here. Plus, it's an urban environment. Raptors aren't really suited to an urban environment.
I guess it's more of a thing of these are things that I have
You've seen before.
before.
Yeah. It's not odd.
Yeah.
How far are they from us?
Are these World of Warcraft raptors? They have little feathers on their elbows and shit?
No.
Jurassic Park.
Not as savage.
I was gonna say they're pretty similar in World of Warcraft to Jurassic Park.
Distance. I don't know. They're sort of off and to the right, maybe 60, 70 feet.
Back into the left. Back into
Okay.
the left.
Let me see if I can catch them real quick.
No.
You don't want to pet them?
No. What's his on track record? No.
Jet will just kind of laugh.
Literally,
gonna
B
freak
just
a
goes, I don't think she should pet them either.
I'm going to
They're pets.
Exactly.
Put that on
Why
hold.
would she want to pet them?
It's because they're neat. They feel really weird too, to be honest. First time I got in and saw one, I wanted to just figure out what it felt like. It was like, what the fuck is this?
What's in the
Is
photo?
that normal for you, Jet, to go around and touch other people's animals?
So, I come from a forest. There's not many of those there. And if there are, they will eat your face. These are tame.
They still look like they could eat her face.
They could if they wanted to. But again, they're tame. They're trained. It's pretty impressive. It felt kind of like leather, though.
Really?
Not quite tanned, though. Not quite soft, you know.
If we see any more, maybe, but there's a lot.
I don't know. Just figured it out.
And we just saw ghosts last night. I'm just saying, in the scale of things.
They're harmless.
Those things are harmless.
Yes.
Well, those specific ones.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, like, those are tame. Those are like a horse, like, meant for riding.
Still, a horse could kick you.
That does hurt. But still. Generally, they don't, right? And you can walk up and pet a horse and it's fine.
Right, well, you don't want to sneak up behind them, otherwise, you know.
Right. Which is why I talk to the riders.
Maybe they. But
Okay.
Just
Just figured it offer, you know. New experiences and all that.
Oh yes, quite a few. I think I'm going to be seeing a lot of that here. Man, I'm far from home.
Yeah, we've come a long way in a short while. Speaking of which, Jesse's gonna gently take her hand and come.
This-
So
Continue walking.
you all start following Jet, and you navigate down the road a little bit, sort of following behind the halflings on the raptors. But they eventually, because of the pace that the raptors are traveling at, they eventually sort of round the corner out of sight ahead of you. And you make about a quarter of a rotation around the tower before you turn to the left. And in between some of those buildings that are mounted into the walls of the tower, you can see a large archway. And you progress into it, and as you progress in, the walls that make up this tower that you're now pushing into are probably in the neighborhood of 200 feet thick. Just solid stone. And well, none of you really are magically inclined. I guess you would be, Ren. Almost every single stone that you see laid into the wall has a rune carved into it.
This is the primary outer wall, right?
Of this tower.
Right.
This one tower. There's another 40 in this district. You progress inside, and as you emerge inside, you now see the tower above you continues to just jut up and pierce the sky. And you can see bridges above. You see like additional floors, but instead of it being a whole floor that covers the entire tower, it's more like it only covers half, like a semicircle, right? Only covers half the tower. And you can see a couple of those sort of like staggered going up to where you can just barely, from the side you enter on, as soon as you enter, if you look up, you can just barely make out a very tiny little bit of sunlight. But predominantly where you're at now, even though it's midday, you're stepping into an area and it is the general appearance of like mid-evening. Most buildings around have torches lit out front. There are street lamps, although every like third one is not operational. But in here, there is a massive assortment of architectural style. You're walking in and you see, like, Gunther, you see buildings that are designed in that same architectural style of Sire. Similar to the buildings you saw on that floating island. Bale, you see very classical half-elven architecture. Ryn, you even see some buildings that resemble the old hunting lodges from Karnath with their stone and wood construction. Hardy stone walls, but big wooden tree trunk pillars on the corners, tiled roofs, thatch roofs. there's just there's a mishmash of different architectural styles all throughout this area, and it's almost like offensive to the senses because it's not what you're used to. You're used to being in cities and areas that all sort of fit one theme, and now you find this one where it's wooden building, stone building, metal building, straw building, and it's just there's just this constant. There's this constant, just sensory overload, right? Everywhere you look, there's a new design, there's a new type of structure, and it is very overwhelming. But eventually, you. You continue on a little bit farther into the tower and just around a bend in the street. And as you round that bend, you actually come up to the edge of this floor that you're on. And you can see this one takes up about 2/3 of the tower's width. There is a large open gap. You can see some people have along the edge of this railing where it falls over have installed planters in like a little garden almost. I was about to sneeze. Okay. But considering there's limited amounts of sunlight that come through, the majority of these plants are nocturnal, ivies, vines, and a lot of them have actually grown up and are hanging over the edge. And if you were to go up to the edge and look down, some of these actually drop maybe 100, 150 feet, and they just hang. And if you look over the edge, it is a long fall. There's not another floor 40 or 50 feet down. It is, you're probably looking at a 250-foot fall before you hit the top of the next buildings.
Just kind of instinctively just grab the feather fall token on the neck, but I am gonna like peek over till I get that like feeling in my stomach. And I'm like,
holding the straw.
That's it.
And as you sort of pull her back from the edge, you turn around and gesture everyone into the building that is behind you. And you turn around and you can see a wooden and stone construction tavern. In a predominantly, at first it looks elvish, but there's just something to the design of the building. It's whimsical, it's mystical. There's parts of it don't even look real. And you swear you see some designs on the outside of it, and you're like, what is that? And as you look at it, you swear it almost shifts and changes. And you can see right across the central doorway leading in the two wooden double doors, written in flowing, very elegant handwriting, you can see Thalanis spirits.
Thalanis' spirits or Thalanis' spirits?
Thelanis, and then spirits.
There's no apostrophe S.
Nope.
No,
Thalanis.
spirits.
Where are you at, motherfucker?
When you read Thalanis, the Thalanis is one of the
Planes.
one of the planes. To give you a comparison, its closest resemblance to the Feywild. But yeah, the building seems not bustling, but not empty. You push your way in through the front door, and you can see probably an assortment of 10 to 12 long tables like what you're sitting at right now. Benches on the sides, patrons at a few of them. You can see a stairwell leading up and a stairwell leading down. but you can see stretched along the back end of the building. You can see a long bar that runs the length of the back, and there are a couple younger employees, bar hands and barmaids, sort of bustling about. But you can see behind the bar, you see a elder elven man, very almost golden skin, long, like golden red hair, very just the epitome of elvish beauty, right? The epitome of elvish regalness, that just dignified appearance always. But it's odd because you always associate elves with this aloof, holier than thou, I'm better than you kind of attitude. And you see this guy behind the bar, and he's got a big smile on his face. He is talking with a patron at the bar as he's sort of like hands behind him, filling a tankard, and he just seems very personable. And as soon as you all walk in, you just hear him. He just shouts across the bar, "Welcome, welcome! You're back!"
Jet will walk right up to the bar, lean up against it.
And he almost leans across the bar for a hug.
Jet will give him a hug.
And he's like, "You've been gone so long."
About a year now, I think, right? Brought some friends this time around.
I think you mean patrons.
Friends and patrons. I mean, maybe not the little one, but... And he kind of motions to Ryn.
Wait,
Aged Ryn would be trying to score some drinks right now.
What happens in the bar?
This is very true. So, how many rooms you got?
For you? Enough.
Excellent.
How many? 2, 3? One for each?
He kind of looks around. He knows V and Ryn will be it with him. Not sure if Gunther wants his own room or not. And then we'll say 3, and then if we only take 2, we only take 2. Sound good?
More than doable. Oriel! 3 rooms!
How's she doing?
Keeping me honest.
As always.
Can't get away from it.
It's true. I apologize, I'm being rude. I haven't introduced anyone. This is Ryn.
Hi.
This is Gunther. This is V.
Hello.
And this is... Wherever our rogue friend went.
He's stealth.
This is
Yeah,
Val.
he's rolling after 20.
This is Val. Everyone, this is Yovalor. He is the proprietor of this beautiful establishment.
I welcome you all to my humble business.
Speaking of which, is she on the stage right now?
Unfortunately, she is out running errands. She's gone to restock the coffers. Make sure that we're supplied and ready. But she should be back this evening.
Perfect.
I'm sure she'll be excited to see you.
Be excited to see her. Is she performing tonight?
Probably. Most every night. We don't really have need for other performers with her in the house.
Oh, of course. We'd love to be able to see it. Or join if she's willing to humor me.
With how long it has been, I'm sure she would be honored.
Could we? That would be amazing. It's been way too long since we've performed together.
For sure. Ryn here is also taken to performing.
I'm an aspiring
very well.
bard. Oh. Jet's been teaching me everything.
And you're letting him train you.
Yes, he's the best.
Ouch.
You know that my daughter will always be the best.
I have to try. Come on.
Fair enough. Where are my manners? Drinks?
Jet will look over. Gunther's getting a drink.
Ale,
Gets
wine.
drinking in.
What can I have? Juice?
You're old enough to see over the bar. What do you want?
I'm gonna point to a random bottle.
Oh no!
Roll of dice.
Roll the dice.
Oh no!
D20?
No, just roll a d6. D4.
4.
Okay.
God.
What did she pick?
I don't know. That's why I said random.
Because Jet's gonna be looking at what she picks.
Basically,
Does that-
I'm gonna
can
point.
we identify
I'm going
what-
to point to give you direction. I'm going to point to a very pretty, gaudy bottle.
Cool.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah,
Fuck.
the one that you rolled on, anyways.
Oh, okay.
You know it. Yeah, it's So you point to a bottle, and it is like a dark blue glass, but it's got a very bulbous bottom and to like a very thin, almost looks like a still, right? Very bulbous bottom into a tall, thin neck of the bottle. Wrapped around it is this ornate, like hammered silver that wraps up and around the bottle, and you can see the cork itself has like a fashioned silver flower on top.
Yeah, that's
Oh, yep. I was gonna say that makes perfect sense that she would pick that one.
Knowing my history with liquor, would I be able to know?
Not this one.
Okay. This is not something I've seen before.
Oh no! If you missed it,
and I kind of look
basically,
at.
Thelanis is the Feywild of Eberron.
Oh,
And
So
this
we're in a tavern.
model that like sort of theme.
yeah.
After it.
I kind of look over at Jet with like that mischievous smile.
And she points
Is it-
to it, and Yelblor looks at you and is like,
How strong is it? I
"You've
just
trained her well.
kind of Jet's knowledge of this.
Potent, potent."
It's gonna knock you on your ass. Just a warning.
That does
It's-
not change my mind.
It's damn good,
That's the one I want.
but it'll knock you on your ass.
The rest of you, though, ale, wine.
He puts up his hand and like shakes his head for obvious reasons.
It's not often we get Warforged that try to drink.
I could try. I don't know what will happen.
You wouldn't be the first, and I doubt you will be the last.
So he looks over at Jet again because Jet has all his money. Can I try?
Sure.
What would be the cost of like a high-end drink in like an establishment like this? Like what would that cost?
Are you looking for ale or wine?
Or some facsimile in between.
Ale there really isn't like higher quality.
Yeah.
There's just the like not watered down stuff.
Yeah.
Wine is when you can get into the like you have your commoners, your nobles, and then your exotics. So if you're looking at like a mug of good ale, you're looking at probably like in a place like this, 5 copper. For a glass of like commoner's wine, you're looking at about 5 copper. Noble wine, you're looking at maybe a silver and a half. And then the exotic shit, you're looking at like 5 silver.
Gunther is in good mood tonight. Finally home after a while. Give me best you have.
And so he was in the middle of pouring the wine into not into a tankard, but into a like tinier glass.
Mm-hmm.
Because he sort of sensed a little bit of trepidation from you, and he pours it, and he's like sliding it over to you, and he passes you the little glass, and then just holds the bottle towards you.
He just holds the bottle to me.
You want the nicest, yes?
Okay, I'll take it.
Can I get a slightly bigger glass than that?
Are you pointing at me or Gunther?
A slightly bigger glass than what you're holding.
Oh, okay.
And he just like reaches under and just slaps like 4 tankards on the bar.
Well, I don't want to take
Alright,
all of yours, but
So is he just hand me? This is a fairly large bottle, correct?
Enough. I mean, it's a bulbous bottle.
Like we're
Do I
talking
get
like
the
a magnet.
impression like he gave me this as my drink, or he like gave this to me to distribute
Insight
this?
check to understand what the bartender's
Insight.
doing.
I guess I
want insight
How much
check
did you
this
hold out?
person.
How much gold? How much money?
Well, I did. I asked him like what I wanted to know what he had to offer, and then that's what
I
he
misinterpreted. I thought you were holding money out. Like the nicest is this. So this is
Okay.
our house recipe. This is
It's good shit. It'll
What,
be, to be honest.
what would the bottle cost? Probably.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
if it was any person off the street asking, it wouldn't be for sale. But since you are in the company of a close friend, it is house recipe. Some of the ingredients are, let's say, challenging to come by.
That's a word for it.
20 gold.
All right, I give him 25.
Much appreciated. Your friend has paid for your drinks and your rooms.
Thank you.
And it's enough for, like, if every single person drink, well, sorry, not B, so if 1, 2, 3, if the 4 of you drink, you can probably get 2 glasses
Yeah.
each.
I'll grab one of the tankards.
Oh,
And that's
for
2
you,
tankards. That's
you,
2 tankards for you 3 and 2 glasses for her.
Yeah.
I got my crazy straw.
If Gunther like enough, Gunther will get more, and I just kind of
Fair enough, thank
distribute
you.
it. So
Again, watch it. It'll knock you on your ass.
It is like a bright purplish wine, and like as it sits there in your glass and it sort of like stagnates and stops moving, it almost seems like, you remember that old liquor that was sold in the clear bottle that was like purple and had the shimmer to it, like the
Yeah, hold on. It's not unique, but it's something. It ends in QUE. Hypnotic.
it was, but it was like a
Oh,
purple
yeah,
and
right.
silver and it swirled
Yeah.
in the bottle, very much that same, almost that same effect,
Mm.
and you can see things like swirling.
Shimmers.
And it's like a shimmer to it, and you smell it, and it is potent. But it, like, you get that hit of alcohol at first, and then it just mellows into this fruity, aged, sweet but slightly bitter, and it compared to some of the things you have smelled people drink, this actually seems fairly pleasant.
Especially what the Vale keeps in his flask.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. It is much better than any of the shit I've got.
Kind of
Damn near paint thinner.
double handing my glass.
To being back in Sean,
It's a good
For someone?
fight.
Gunther's fight.
I left my 2 drinks because I distributed
In
the
the
rest of it in the bottle, and just
Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers.
You want to try some?
Like, are you giving V a cup?
Jet's holding out.
What
yeah,
do I
his
think of
glass.
it?
Okay, so he takes some. He looks at it.
like physically, like it tastes really good.
What for
Yes.
smell?
It's wine, like it's got that alcohol
Yeah,
bite
You still have
at first.
sense.
Yeah,
you
you-
still have
but-
sensory.
Yeah, you still have
Do you?
sensory. You can still sense.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, technically, there's no nostrils on a Warforged face.
Yeah. You can still smell and taste. But no,
Smell with
it's
your tongue like a snake.
you've had good wine, especially like in the presence of your patron, and I mean, this is probably something he would drink on the regular. Like, this is good. It's good wine. You're surprised to find something like this in this establishment.
So V goes ahead and he dumps a little bit, and it goes over the metal jaw piece and into his mouth, and it's sensory, right? So he can taste. So he tastes the flavors, has no clue what to think because it's wine. I don't know if
Right.
you guys remember the first time you had wine? It was like,
I was in 2nd grade, so not really.
of course
It's
you
not
were.
Catholic.
Catholic school,
Yep.
bud.
Manischewitz.
Michael
synagogue.
I was,
Oh, well,
I was
yeah,
gonna be
yeah.
honest. You could have just stayed with Vale, and it still would have made sense.
This is true. This is true.
So literally, just kind of And he just holds it in his mouth. He didn't have a stomach. He just gives it back.
What do you think?
It is good.
Grant has a moment of, I forgot he couldn't swallow.
It is unique. This spills out.
Prestidigitation.
I kind of choke on my wine as I take a fairly long sip of mine.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
Would love to.
The 5 out of energy kicked in. Sorry.
Natural 18 plus
Vinique was the purple
Damn.
5. So
Vinique was the
23
purple
on the con save.
Nice.
23.
Yeah. You feel a little bit of that, like,
Rush to the head.
that little bit of flush,
Mm-hmm.
and you feel that warmth in your cheeks, and you're like, ooh. Ooh.
Smiling even more.
But it tastes like the ciders that your dad would make. That he would bottle them in the fall, and then he would take them out back and bury them in the ground and let them age. And then the next summer is when you would pull them out and drink them. And they were like these aged ciders.
A little bite to it.
A little bit of bite. They had a little bit of fermentation to them. So you drink a little bit of alcohol before, but this has a lot more alcohol in it. But it's very reminiscent of that aged fruit, almost spiced a little bit. But it is
It's kind of, it takes a lot of flush to get through kind of my dark cheeks, but it's definitely creeping up. Smiling even more than this is really good.
It's dangerous again. Knock you on your ass.
Just finish the glass.
make another Constitution save.
Yeah, I was gonna say Jet's gonna be like, shit.
Shit.
7. No, sorry. Which one? No, yeah, you're right. 17.
Still doing fine.
God, I kind of want a cutting words that just.
I made the DC pretty high on the first one, and then I increased it for the second one, and you hit the DC.
Ooh,
So you're good for now.
But next drink, it's gonna go up.
Your DC's going up every drink.
So
Just because I want to see
after,
red.
so I take my swig or whatever. There's like a serving, like a small amount of it. I just like set it down nonchalantly next to her, and I go like walk over here, just like look at the rest of the building or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just sitting there with a serving of it near her.
Oh God.
Like
You're the uncle at family Christmas that like pours himself a little bit of whiskey, barely sips it, and then sets it next to the teenager and walks out of the room with the rest
Yes.
of the adults.
yeah, I'm just like architecture.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm gonna go
My
over there.
love.
Look.
Here,
I'm
I'm
looking
gonna
around
go.
the
I'm gonna go
Rustic
distract your
architecture.
parents. Take a drink.
Okay, I won't drink it as fast. Let me sip on it. Let's get it back across the bar. Just sip. It's lovely.
You slide it back across the bar, and rather quickly, one of the bar hands just walks by and just picks it up and walks back and sets it behind the bar.
Don't worry. I want to perform tonight. I want to, I'm not gonna.
Wait, didn't he buy the whole bottle? Why did they take the bottle back?
Because we emptied it into the.
They give us large mugs, and there was like
Yep.
2 servings per person. We already distributed it. I had mine left. I drank like one of them and then left
Don't worry.
the other serving.
I don't want to turn into Vale. He's had too many.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm just gonna minor illusion like the last time I saw you passed out drunk, drool and all.
Okay, you could
wanna-
have just said I get
you-
drunk and
But
don't
in the
know
air.
how to handle
Yeah,
myself.
but like him leaning on the bar, but like head down.
You were definitely drooling on yourself last time, by the way.
Fine. I don't normally act like that. I just had a lot. Like a lot.
It's okay. We're not here to judge. I'm just saying that.
I
I'd
found it quite entertaining.
like to perform tonight, so I don't want to have that happen to me.
Oh, did you talk about performing in the inn?
Yep.
Oh, did you? I didn't hear that part.
So how do you? Is the bar? What's his face name?
Yavalor.
Is he still there?
Mhm.
How do you know Jet?
Oh, your friend's been frequenting this establishment for what? 3 years? 4 years?
4 to 5, somewhere in between it. Good while.
Oh, wow.
He's become quite close with the family. Him and my daughter are friends.
Pause.
Which Jet will kind of give him a look like,
I have like this accusing stare.
his daughter.
Jet just like not ignoring everyone else, but just kind of.
Yellow Lord's just locked eyes with you, and he's just got that. He's got that smile on his face. He's been a close friend of ours. He has made it a point to do his business, and when he's in the city conducting his business, he always stays here. He is a wonderful patron. He brings us much business. He's basically part of the family. The only thing he's missing is the blood.
Before you, Jet, I didn't know you had anyone close to you.
Y-E-L?
Yeah.
Other than us, of course.
It's been a while. Yes.
Y-E-L?
V-A-L-O-R.
Yeah. It's been a while
Okay.
to be back here, so.
And kind of feeling the wine, I kind of just like playfully like nudge you. I'm like, what are the secrets you've been keeping?
If you only knew. Another song, by the way.
At this point, you're all sitting there having this conversation, and you can see a older human woman emerge from behind, like a doorway behind the bar. Sort of brushes the curtain to the side, steps out, and she is older, yes, probably late 50s, early 60s, but she is the epitome of aged beauty. Strong jawline, prominent cheekbones, some makeup, but it's very light but well done. Some eyeshadow, a little bit of lipstick, a little bit of powder on the cheeks. Probably shoulder length white hair that's kept up in like a loose bun in the back with like two decorative like blue wooden sticks through to hold it up. She's wearing like black robes with a purple sash across, and on the purple sash you can see a like a silver flower in a very similar to design to the flower that was on the cork for that bottle. And she's got like earrings on, some rings on her fingers, and she walks out and you can see in her hand she has 3 keys. And she walks over and she goes, "It's fantastic to see you again."
You as well. And Jet will actually, reach out a hand to shake her hand, but then pull her into a hug.
And she immediately falls in and gives you a big hug, almost a little bit taller than you, so almost picks you up just a little bit.
She's actually taller than Jet.
Just a little bit. Something about being in the presence of Yelvalor.
That's fair.
I can roll a stealth if you want, but I'm just gonna lean down and be like, "You never told me he was into older women." Assuming that this is daughter. Assuming. Like that's what. No.
Carrying on. Carrying on.
As Jet's distracted, I just kind of look at you and I go, and then more.
Constitution saving throw.
I didn't have to roll. You did.
Natural 1.
Oh!
Ooh.
It'll knock you on your ass.
So-
It'll knock you on your ass. It'll
So-
knock you on your ass.
So it's like you
Nine
finished
drink
that
gaming.
first. You finished that first glass, and you were feeling like you didn't really feel anything, right? Like you felt that flush and that little bit of like, ooh, like just that little faintest buzz, right? And you're like, man, I don't know why everyone's freaking out so bad. You finish that glass, and like Jet is just being released from the hug. And it just sets in. And all of a sudden, you watch as, like, she releases Jet from the hug. Now there's 2 of them. You sort of, like, blink and shake your head a little bit.
Oh, I've seen that look before.
And now Gunther's got 4 eyes.
Oh no, is Jet noticing this?
She did turn into me.
Is Jet noticing this at this
And
point?
At this point,
Sorry, guys.
Oriel releases you from the hug, and she's like, "Know your rooms. They're upstairs.
Thank you.
So glad to see you."
Good to see you too.
Out of character, while I was out of the bathroom, were we all introduced to her?
Nope.
Okay, okay. Because I was gonna say, if that would have happened, then I would have not said what I said.
Nope.
But seeing as how we've never been introduced to her, yeah, no, 100%.
I must get back.
Of course.
Have a business to run.
Of course. You have to come back and meet everyone though when you are done.
Maybe later.
Of course.
She just turns around. Thank you all. And just sort of like catches herself looking at you and is like, and just turns around and walks. And disappears back behind the bar. And at this point, you turn around and you see that Ryn is sitting there like,
She's pretty.
She's gorgeous. And Jet immediately looks at the bottle, realizes it's gone now, right?
uh-huh.
I'll sip it. I'll sip it.
It was really good.
Do you have magic hand wavy stuff?
I actually don't know if I have lesser restoration. You do, I think.
I'm not gonna cast it.
And it's so in character for a drunk Ryn.
I was gonna say, if Jet has it and then goes to cast it, then Ryn's just like, counterspell.
Oh no, I have counterspell. She doesn't have counterspell.
Oh,
So
okay.
you know. But how you feeling?
Wavy.
You're gonna hate it in the morning.
Wait, he's such a good response.
You're gonna hate it in the morning,
Okay.
and then
But I love it now.
give it some time.
Can we still perform tonight?
You won't be able to.
Betcha I will.
Bet you won't. Bet you'll be out. Give it some time. You know how Vale just kind of. You're gonna do that.
That's because he keeps drinking. I'm gonna stop that. And I'm gonna perform later. You watch.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, give it some time.
4.
Mid sentence, you fall asleep.
Jet's just gonna hold her.
Betcha.
Do I need to get a barrel of hot water and a barrel of ice water?
We should probably have water for her when she.
No, I mean like.
What the fuck is no?
That's how I get sober really quick when I need to go somewhere.
She's a child.
She also got herself into this mess. I'm not saying waterboard her. I'm just dunk.
Water barrel her.
Yes, Gunther. Precisely. Thank you for being on my side.
Amazing.
I hate both of you right now.
I mean, you're the one dealing with her in the morning.
Yeah. In the morning, she'll be able to cast Lesser Restoration. She'll be right as rain.
Okay, well, I guess that still doesn't change tonight when she. Well.
We'll just kind of sigh. Well,
To be fair, out of game. It's what, 2 in the afternoon?
Yeah.
yeah, you'll be awake.
I feel like I've rebounded. 21-year-old me has rebounded from like 5 to 6 hours from drinking, and who knows what a 13-year-old, 12-year-old will do. But you know,
We shall see.
it's within,
Alcohol
the realm.
poisoning.
It's within the realm of possibility.
What I was gonna say, especially what was in that. But
Hey,
Yeah.
Carry on.
Yep.
I'm asleep.
yep.
I'm riding a unicorn being carried by one of them little sky lifts around the city of Shar in my dreams. So you gotta do what you want to do.
Well, I wasn't expecting her to sleep so fast though. Usually it takes a little bit longer. I guess she's younger. Super fun to watch people possibly pass out though from this. Anyway, sorry, I've seen it a lot.
I'm usually on that side, so I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's some good shit though.
Yeah, that's really good shit. That's really good shit.
Where did Gunther go? Jet's gonna look for where Gunther headed off to.
I'm gonna say
He's standing off in a corner, just like at one of these like large tree trunks that makes up the corner of the establishment, and he's just like very intently studying the architecture of the building.
well, fine. Get rustic architecture.
Pretty much.
Well, we have rooms for the evening. I feel like I probably should take her and lay her down for a little bit.
Yeah, that'd probably be the best bet.
You stand to drink?
Yeah, I'll hang out for a bit.
Well, here's my only other question.
What
Real
time?
quick. Just, like, you guys just got to this place, right?
Yeah.
So it's like noon 30.
Well, at
Like,
this
she's
point, it's
already
probably
past
about like
two.
yeah, it's about 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay,
She's
I'm just-
drunk off her ass at
Yep.
2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, he said to me
It's
it's
like
not like
Rynny's
he
on
gave
it's
it
fine,
like
it's
two
fine.
two bed.
He's
No,
putting
no,
her
to
in
go
bed so
lay
that
down for a
way
little
she
bit.
can sleep and
It's
then
gonna
come
be a
back.
hell of a long
I'm
rest.
following.
Yeah.
I was just like, did 10 hours pass and I missed it?
Nope. It's still 2. It's a weekend at my house.
Only was because of the one, man.
Yeah.
If you hadn't rolled the one, you'd be like lightly tipped. But man,
Natural
you rolled
ones.
that natural one, and I was like, oh, it's gonna hit your ass. And now I was like, that natural one just completely negated the 17.
Nice.
So you were drunk off that,
Uh,
and then the other roll for sleep was the third glass.
worth it.
Hashtag
I mean, there's a reason it's called what it's called.
Mm-hmm.
What is it called?
You're too drunk to know.
Yeah. Oscar.
Yep.
Ryn's father.
No.
No.
What an ironic name that would be.
Is there anything
I'm
else you guys want to
specific.
do, or do you want to do you want to explore the city? Do you want to go anywhere?
Well, after you get back down from taking Ryn upstairs, I'll be like, so, sorry I wasn't quite paying attention earlier, but, so, you said we were going to meet your friend. Was this the friend that you said we were going to meet?
One of them.
Okay. So,
Jet's just having a drink. Just
is the other one meeting us here?
she'll be back soon. Hopefully, I was hoping she'd be in already. I'm gonna have to complain at her for making me wait.
Are you sure doing 2 people?
Wait, what?
Never mind. So,
What?
So how long are we waiting here for?
I mean, we have rooms we can stay in.
That's fine. I was trying to figure out what the game plan was.
Well, I figured we'd meet up with Gunther when he was done staring at the tree over there. And figure out if he wants to meet his patron at some point. But we at least have rooms somewhere to stay.
It's true.
And somewhere to perform, because certainly I would like to do that tonight.
Sounds good. Hopefully you have a
So
Ryn to help you with
I was
that.
gonna
but
say V's gonna be like, who would perform with you?
Well, if Ryn's feeling up to it, then Ryn's surely welcome to join, but the other friend I'm waiting for.
Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna say if Ryn is not able to, I do have my tin whistle with me.
You play.
I play.
You play
Not
well.
amazingly well, but
But well.
well enough. I've earned a little bit of coin in taverns.
Just gets like a smirk, like, Why have you never played?
I just really, I don't know, haven't for a while.
I want to see it sometime.
Okay.
Cause. Cause. What if I told you I don't believe you?
Well, I can play it for you if you want.
Just trying to egg him on, see if he's.
I know what you're doing.
Oh yeah, because you've been drinking, so he's trying to goad you a little bit. He's messing with you.
I mean, are you wanting me to whip it out and play with it right here?
Wow, that sounds wrong. That's not what I dared you to do.
Whip
You
out
know what I mean.
What?
My
Oh shit!
tin whistle.
Is that what you call it?
I would like to see the tin.
You just hear a chuckle from behind the bar, and Yelvalor just like sort of says out to your table, This isn't that kind of establishment.
I'm sorry.
I'm talking about I'll pull it out from my
I'm talking about
coat.
your cat. Now come on.
Do you do
That
this?
cat was the best fuck I ever had. No,
What the fuck?
Steve Martin, sorry.
Are you playing it?
Sure.
Roll a performance check.
How crowded is this bar?
Besides yourselves, maybe 12, 14 other patrons.
So it's a little more crowded than I tend to go for, but just because I don't typically do this except for special occasions, but
If I make little music notes come out of the tin whistle, does that help?
Yeah.
I got a 5. I'm usually not this bad.
Oh my gosh, the second that it starts, just like,
Oh, it's bad.
nope, we're done with that.
It's bad.
We're done with that.
It's out of
Wow.
off key, out of tune.
Like you said, I haven't been playing much recently. I'm a little out of practice. I'm sorry.
So I don't play the tin whistle, but I can teach you how to play the flute. Or the lute, where you don't have to worry about, trying to make sure different notes actually are based off of how much air is going through the instrument. Makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Because the strings typically do whatever you tell them to do.
Valid.
You're pretty dexterous, I imagine.
No.
That would help you.
True.
But yeah, that needs to go away.
you barely got out like 2 notes before he was just like,
Nope. Sorry about it. And he's just nope.
Especially those shifter ears, man. They're sensitive.
Yeah. Nope. Makes us great bards though.
That like the first note that he thought he played was actually like the 3rd note. The first 2 were like dog whistle frequency, and so you're like, ha.
Yeah, just nah. All right. Do you even hear the first note that you played, by the way? It's horrendous.
Well, fine. I'll just put it away and never use it again.
It's fine. 1 in 5 performance issues is fine.
But really, you're not on the lute. I'll be on. Or the flute. If you're still set on wind instruments. No, I don't play the skin flute. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, I mean,
He's kidding. He does.
You've done it.
No.
Of course. It's not
Of course
pretty
you've done it. Oh, okay.
Of course.
No. I mean, the main reason I decided to pick up the tin whistle was more just because it's easy to carry in my jacket and doesn't weigh me down as much as the string instrument.
Fair point. Flute it is then.
Sure.
Practice with wind.
Okay.
And so a few hours pass of you all just hanging out in the tavern,
Jet will
Enjoy-
go up and check on Ryn every once in a while.
enjoying your time.
The drool pile just gets larger on the pillow.
Soaking.
Like
through
the second or third time you go up there, she's completely turned around. Like head is at the foot of the bed. Still got the pillow with her, but she's just like completely turned around.
He will fix the blanket
You
And
fix the blanket
and see if she kicks it off.
and you like leave the room, and as you're turning around and shutting the door quietly, the blanket hits the floor.
Yeah, you don't want the blanket, got it.
And there's just a loud
Good.
like she's out.
Both natural ones.
As you're descending the stairs from probably like your 3rd or 4th time checking on her, you can see the bar is starting to fill up a little bit more. There's some more people filtering in. And you can see Yelvalor busy behind the bar serving patrons, dispensing drinks, taking food orders, all of that. And then you just faintly make out with your sensitive shifter ears a familiar voice ringing out from behind, and it is a younger female voice. And you just hear, "Father, I'm back."
Oh, that's the daughter.
Look how that hits Vale.
And you see Yovel stop what he's doing, and he turns around and disappears behind the curtain.
Just imagine, just Vale, just like, oh, that's the daughter. Damn, I'm a good detective.
Put it together. Solve the case.
He pulls out a little notebook.
Solve the case.
Score 1 for Vale.
That's how we got so many more checks.
Solving cases that he doesn't even know. That's how my shoes ended up on the other side of the room. Score 1 for
As an
Vale.
alcoholic who blacks out, I'm just saying. That's a lot of mysteries. As someone who
It's a mystery,
As
guys.
someone who blacked out a lot in college, I had to do a lot of backtracking.
Why did I fall asleep in my desk chair? Must be something to do with this empty whiskey bottle. Score 1 for Vale.
I one time had to find my shoes and cell phone that were on another floor of my apartment complex. I didn't know that person at the door. I just left them outside a random door on a different floor in a different wing of my apartment complex. My cell phone was in the shoe. I woke up with no shoe and no cell phone, and I had to, Sherlock Holmes that shit. And the girl who finally picked up my phone, she was like, yeah, I found it inside a shoe outside my door. And I was just like, I drank tequila last night. Can I come get it?
I drink way too much.
Can I come get it?
Drunk you was like, I got game. Some girls got my cell phone.
I thought it was... That's a story for them.
But a moment or two passes, and then you see the curtain thrown to the side. And for those of you that are paying attention, you see a younger half-elven girl, probably mid-20s, fair complexion, long brown hair. Actually,
One time I did lose my cell phone, but it's only because I drunkenly gave it to a girl I met at the bar.
That's what Yelvalor sort of looks like, with more red hair.
Eloquence Bard.
Yeah, you sort of caught that one. But you see her peeking from behind the counter, and you watch as it's like radar, like, and then her eyes land on your table of rather eclectic people.
Mm-hmm.
The large warforged in yellow robes, the shining knight in armor, the tan duster. You're not there.
No.
And then her eyes land on you, and you just see the biggest smile. And instead of using the little doorway on the bar, just like mantles over the bar, rather deftly, mantles over the bar, and just
we
like
didn't hear it.
I got it.
Did you just not get it?
No, I was laughing at the fact that just Tyler's response to it.
rushes across the floor of the tavern and just beelines right towards you, and about 15 feet out,
Meter
just
in the
like
middle,
just
too.
like arms out,
Yeah,
and
meter in the middle.
just massive hug.
And we'll return the hug.
And
Yeah, you will.
You're good,
There's some poking on the
You
side,
can just
too.
twist that.
Lightning Quill is a twist?
yeah, Summer Shady's pissed off.
Cool. Well,
Um,
gesture.
I mean, no, it's really difficult to do that. You have to have 20 strength over that.
Makes sense. Alfred did it.
quietly enough that the rest of you at the table can't hear, and just like in your ear is just like, I'm so glad you're back.
It's been too long.
It has.
22
You missed the
perception,
joke
I
I
still
said.
get it?
And just like
She
arm's length and just like
she,
looks you up and
went
down.
over the bar deftly, deftly.
And traveling.
But I was like, oh, so we can hear it. And just like,
A lot.
That
Ah.
was stories.
I
Of
love a
course.
good Shannon pun.
It's been a long time. I've missed your stories.
I've just performing with you. You performing tonight? Oh, Jen will wink at her too.
Even Beeswood is slightly excited.
I've got a raging clue.
My clue's pointing this way.
Oh, let's follow your clue.
The Hartley boy.
Of course I'm performing tonight. It would be fantastic if we could draw.
I'd love to.
Too many weeks of just me performing here. People are probably getting tired of my performances.
I highly doubt it. But I'd love to accompany you. And
It appears as though you brought friends.
I did. And Jet will step back and motion to the group.
And as you turn your back, she
Backstab.
whispers in your ear. Do they know you're back?
Jet will kind of pause a minute and just kind of that chuckle, just probably.
Okay. Introduce me.
Of course. Everyone, this is Leah Lynn. This is my friend I was waiting for. And Leah Lynn, this is James. Gunther, are you at the table?
Or are you still?
No, I've come back to the table.
Hours
How
later.
do you spell Leolin?
Lialynn.
I thought you said Leland, and I was just like, Leland loves newspaper trails.
No! Leah, then. Gunther. Ren's not there. And V.
He does like he kind of waves at first and stops and then does like a little bow.
Quite the assortment.
Yeah, they're an interesting group. But I've found friends among them, and there's one more, but Jet's like, how do I explain that I definitely let my
Ward.
get super drunk in the bar. Hadn't hit him until just now, and he just kind of pauses.
There's
I mean, her
there's
dad was the
another
one who allowed
another
it.
what?
We'll talk about that later. Yeah?
That doesn't sound good.
It's fine.
Hmm.
It's fine. No
Of
worries.
course, of course.
You know me. I like my secrets. Come on, man.
Just
Don't
tell
we
him
all?
that I'm really tired after the trip.
So what brings you back?
Well,
Last time you left, you said you would be gone for quite a while.
I was gone for quite a while. A
You
year's a
were.
pretty good long time.
You were.
But
What brings you back?
actually, this one got a fight coming up.
Gunther need to beat someone to pulp.
She's sort of like, huh?
He's a big fighter.
Ah. yeah.
He's not just gonna go murder someone. That's
Good, but classy way. Gunther's classy. Like, corrects. Like, you realize it's a lady. He's like, oh, wait, I should have been upset. I should have been like, I'm going to, like, destroy somebody. No, wait, hold on.
And
this
it's just
is a
like,
woman.
I didn't know there was a classy way to beat someone to a pulp, but thank you for enlightening me. That's great. Who do you fight for?
Look, I just...
Kelbrist.
Bruin?
No, that's
No.
your friend.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm getting names mixed up in my head. So, okay.
Kelbrist is your patron.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, big name house to Kenneth.
Well, not the company I would have expected you to find yourself in. But, nonetheless, it's great to see you.
you as well.
I've been hoping you would come back soon. It's been uneventful, boring. Just
Run of the mill, day to day,
yeah.
nothing new.
Nobody here has And she sort of looks around. Interesting lives. Everyone here's boring. And nobody tells a story like you do.
I have to agree with you
His
there.
pipe does all the work, but
I
Fuck
miss. I miss.
You're not that
I miss
pipe's gonna do all the work.
late night chats.
Oh, yeah,
I'm sure
yeah.
Father doesn't, but.
Jet will look also for
And
Dumbledore when
you just
she
sort of
said
like peek
father.
over her shoulder,
Mhm.
and you can see he's standing behind the bar, polishing a glass, and just like,
Yep,
yeah,
shotgun right over there. You know. Yeah, no, I don't think he
the
does.
AR-15 hanging on the wall behind. He's sitting there packing a mag.
He certainly doesn't. He certainly doesn't miss it. But the stare he's giving me right now.
Don't let him get to you. He might hide it, but he's glad you're back.
As I'm staring at this AR-15.
I mean, he said some very nice things.
It's actually
about
one
me
of the
earlier.
fireballs.
I'm sure he did. It's he puts on a face. It's he.
This is the dude that was being so nice and giving everyone alcohol?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, motherfucker.
He's staring Jet down right now.
I know that. I was like,
He's
He might
staring-
not. He might not approve of our friendship, but he does. He does consider you a friend. You have done a lot for us, and he admires that.
You all have done the same for me, so
He just doesn't like you talking to his little girl.
of course. Understood.
Well, unfortunately, we're starting to get busy, so I must work.
Of course, I understand. I'll see you soon. Get
I'll
ready.
come get you before the performance.
Perfect. Would you be against us having a third?
threesome.
I was gonna say at that point in time, my ears perk up. Huh?
That
And
came out wrong.
she immediately is like,
Jet will
well,
actually
that's a
realize.
different question.
Jet will realize that came out wrong. That is not at all how I meant it.
Don't lie.
Sure it is.
Internal monologue. Maybe there is a chance.
It's not at all how I meant it. A third.
No, internal thought is, I need
Never
to see how
mind.
she reacts so I can tell if I'm
Jet's
kidding or not.
realizing words are failing him at the moment, and he's just like, "Oh fuck."
Just like old times. You're always at a loss for words when I'm around. In that case, I will make my presence scarce. It's been a pleasure meeting you all. She bows, and as she steps away, she just looks at you and winks and walks away.
Yeah, she does.
I have never seen anybody make you that nervous.
Yeah. Jet will sit back down. Yeah. Need another drink.
With the round? And I'll walk up to the bar and grab another round.
You don't even have to. There's barmaids and bar hands
Oh,
running
yeah,
around,
yeah.
so
Yeah,
you
I'll
can just flag one down, and they'll very quickly run, and they'll just bring a tankard of ale, set it down on the table, like a tray of tankards,
Yeah.
and set it down. Or actually, no,
Actually,
Oktoberfest style. Like 4 tankards in each hand, just walks over and there you go.
Thank you.
Hmm?
Jet will have another drink.
I mean, it's not as good as the other stuff we were drinking earlier, but they seem to be out, so.
Oh, we can always get more.
Oh.
If you want more. It's some pretty solid shit.
It is some pretty solid shit. But they already brought us this, let's not let this go to waste.
Fair point. Jet will continue to go every about 30 minutes or so, go check on Ren, see how she's doing.
It's weird, though, bro. Every single time you go out there, she's in a different position. Like, she's in a different... At one point, you walk in, and she's, like, head off the bed, just like...
He will adjust it.
You adjust her, get her back into position.
Second I'm closing
You
the door.
you leave the room, and you realize that, like, you set your coin purse down on the table, and so you walk back in, and she's already back in the same position you just corrected her from.
What the fuck? Fix it.
You fix it again, grab your coin purse. step out of the door, and you close the door, and like you almost latch it, and then you open it real quick, and she's still in the position you fixed her. You close the door, and you walk downstairs.
As you get downstairs, I'm like, should you leave a water skin by the bed?
I did.
Oh, okay.
Mine and his, so.
The new position is going to be torso on the bed, legs up on the head of the bed.
Just like,
Yeah, L-shaped.
yeah, dope.
What the fuck? How do you do these things?
Going to form the YMCA next.
You're fucking drunk. This doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Oh, great. Is there anything else you guys want to do, or do you want to?
I think. And try to get
I can't
red.
hold my tongue like that, but yeah, sure.
Try to
After
get.
your girlfriends.
Fuck, man.
That's under the preposition that I do that in the first place. Davis, don't do that, bro. Nope. Not our thing.
But yeah, get to. Hopefully, we're ready. Not so drunk.
I'll roll for some shit.
Yeah, you go ahead and roll a. Let's just do a Constitution check.
Okay. Check. Not a saving throw.
You go ahead and do that. Just over the course of the next couple hours, the bar begins to fill, to the point where it is.
Oh, that's right. Not great. That's a 5.
Still out cold, bro.
But if I can, since it's a check, I could spend a sorcery point to re-roll.
I'm not gonna say no.
All right.
That's
Stacked.
That's a 19, though.
15,
Ooh.
17.
You about
20 minutes till showtime.
yeah, pretty much about 20 minutes till performance time. You start to rouse from your slumber, and you have a splitting headache.
Oh, Jet wasn't lying.
I feel like Jet's probably in there when she's
I thought the
waking up.
younger you were, you didn't really have hangovers.
But your first time getting blackout
I was gonna say,
drunk.
when I got blackout the very first time. I didn't have a hangover the next day. I just had cotton mouth.
Lucky you. Lucky you.
I think Jet's in there just like, oh, you're finally awake, you see.
Too loud.
Cast darkness.
That would be really bad. Ultimate shades.
That would be okay, I see where you were going with that.
So do you want to perform tonight?
Give me 5 minutes. I'm just gonna touch like both hands to my head, cast Lesser Restoration. Like magically Tylenol this shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
You she puts her like in that very like hungover like
Counterspell. No, I'm just kidding. Remember this. I'm just kidding.
you will
Listen to me,
suffer.
lesson 2.
You will suffer.
I'm just kidding. Jet would not do that.
Sitting on the edge of the bed, legs hanging off, elbows on knees, head in hands, and she's like massaging her temples. And then she's just like, and you watch as the fingertips glow a little bit, and the eyes sort of like roll into the back of the head. And then the incantation finishes, and she sort of blinks a couple times and looks up at you, and she is her normal self.
Oh, that is much better. Oh dear. Prestidigitation, my dress to get rid of the drool stains.
Oh yeah, your hair is like.
Couple prestidigitations later, everything's back in its perfect place. Okay, ready to go.
Good.
What'd I miss?
I have someone I want you to meet, and also, we are 20 minutes till showtime or so.
Slight panic. Oh my god, we're gonna perform?
Yes, you said you wanted to perform.
Bag, loot case is out. I'm like, it's been probably been a while since, not like we practiced, but I'm retuning the lute. Or wait, what do I play? Flutes. So I don't need to retune it. I'm looking it over.
Too many
oots.
You're trying.
Too many oots. I'm looking
You're
it
trying
over.
to tune the flute.
Yeah. Ready to go.
Perfect. Jet will head downstairs then.
You, as soon as you exit the room, it is deafening how loud it is downstairs. And you begin stepping
Is this part
down.
of my hangover still?
You begin
Nope,
stepping
that's
down
not.
the stairs, and it is packed.
Most
Like-
they've ever played for.
Oh yeah, beyond. Like it is. This place is probably 2.5 to 3 times the size of the Dragon's Milk Inn in Fairhaven, and when you played there, it was like people were all sitting at the tables and shit. This is people are sitting at the tables and filling in around the edges. Like this is one of those establishments that has all the tables, but then all along all of the walls are like the little shelves that you can like a standing bar that you can set your drinks on and stand by. So I mean, there's easily 120, 150 people.
Chad, I don't think I've ever performed in front of. I don't think I've been in front of this many people before. Not even in my school play.
Yeah, no, this is, well, yeah, it probably is your biggest round. You doing alright?
Yep. Let's do this.
Is she?
I think I need a drink.
No, you don't need a drink.
One.
Nope,
Just
you
one
don't.
drink.
You don't need a drink.
Stills the
What?
nerves.
Hey,
That's what Dale says.
You alright?
She got drunk once and she's an alcoholic.
Fuck! It's not what I meant to do.
It's a rocky road.
You're alright.
This is like being in Fallout and you take a drink of like an old beer to like repair your health a little bit, and it's immediately like you're now an alcoholic. The first time you ever did it.
I will go ahead and use Bardic Inspiration on.
Okay, and that.
You've got it. You've got it.
I'm looking, eyes locked, kind of couple deep breaths. I got this. Okay. What?
So you're all standing. You've sort of gone back and gathered around the table where your friends are at. You and Ren are sort of getting yourselves ready, and I mean it's tight. There's people everywhere, and you know it's a bar atmosphere. You guys are sort of you get jostled every now and then from people pushing by and pushing around, but after about 10 minutes before showtime, one of the barmaids just happens to walk by and is like, just so you know, about 10 minutes or so, and Leah's gonna go on and she'll perform a song or two, and then she'll call you guys. She'll call you up to the stage. Is there anything I can get for you?
I'm doing alright, thank you. And
Juice.
I'll be right back.
Thank you.
I'm gonna hold out my hand over top yours, and alright, this next show, we give him a good show, and I'm gonna twin cast Enhanced Ability.
Nice.
On the Charisma one.
Nice.
Bless
Bless you.
Get which one that's called. Okay, no, bullshit, yeah. Eagle Splendor.
Sweet.
So we have advantage on all charisma checks. For the
Sweet.
next hour.
Nice.
And second Jet sees Leah on the stage too. I'll throw her a wink Bardic Inspiration, of course.
Well, the barmaid eventually returns with a tankard of juice for you. Another round of tankards for the table, and keeps her tray, like hands them out and passes them all, and then grabs one and hands it to you. And she's like, "These are all from Father, just not from Father, from Yelvalor, just for good luck."
Thank you.
Of course. She runs away. As you grab yours and you take a drink from it, something's weird with the handle.
Yep. Jet will do as he usually does, I imagine, and mess with that handle
There's a bit of like a false compartment on it, and you can feel a small note inside.
Pull it out, slide it into his sleeve. I don't know if you need to slide a hand on that.
Yeah, roll.
I was gonna say, is anyone even paying attention to you drinking your drink?
That's actually pretty terrible. I slide a hand. It's only a 5 on the die, so probably everyone that's paying attention anyway would notice.
What's your bonus?
I think it's like a +4 or something like that. It's not a very subtle move. He hasn't done it in a while.
If V's close, he would notice.
Yeah, then everyone at the table would notice. All of
That's
you.
fine.
You all see Jet sort of like fidget with his mug and then slip something inside the sleeve of his tunic.
And we're all together, right? No, I thought they were in a back. Not a back.
No, they're out. They're out on the floor with you guys.
Right. Oh, okay. So V just very blatantly like, what is that?
A mug.
I'm like just satisfied with the answer.
Does anyone else ask questions?
I'm actually gonna rule that I am not paying attention to that because I'm focusing on the crowd and setting breaths.
Okay.
Mug of juice.
Mug of juice.
Wish it was wine.
Okay. A couple more minutes pass, and you see Leah emerge from the back, makes her way to the stage. As she takes the stage, the crowd cheers, claps, hoots and hollers. You gather that quite a few people here come here consistently for her performances. And she just immediately begins her performance. And she is incredible. You can tell that she has a lot of practice. She's done this many, many times, almost to the point of it being routine for her. But she starts with reciting a traditional like legend, like a story about an old like from before the war, before established civilization, like an old adventurer that trekked across the lands exploring beautiful sights and a hero's tale.
I'm sorry, for some reason in my head I thought of it's a scene in Other Guys when Wolfram is like, and 5 British soldiers had their way with her.
Oh my
god. But then after that, she
Like
begins singing, and there is one bar hand that steps up, and he just has like a small little drum, and it just has a small little beat for her to sing along to. But she finishes that song. Everyone in the room is enthralled, as always. But once she finishes the song, she's like, before we begin our next bit of the performance, I have a special guests for this evening. Some old friends. An old friend that hasn't been around for a while but has returned and wishes to perform. So, if you would all give a warm welcome to my friend Jet and his associate.
Look over to her. That's your friend?
And she just sort of, she can't see you
Right.
because you're so short. Just sort of points over and gestures towards you and just gives you the, come on.
Yep, and Jet will motion for Ren to go ahead of him.
Wide-eyed. Deep breath.
You've gone.
Hop off the stool, the bench, or whatever.
I grab her thing of juice. Because she's still holding on.
Yeah, exactly.
I just like, you don't need that.
Kind
We'll
of
lift her up on this stage.
white knuckling my flute, and I make my way to the stage.
Okay. You guys get on the stage, and she looks at you and she's like, you take the lead.
Is there a piano actually? I'd rather accompany you.
Yeah.
And he'll do Bardic Inspiration on her again.
Okay.
And then you, I think you still got it active, right?
It's been an hour.
No, it's been 10 minutes, so I will need it.
Has it been 10 minutes?
You still have it.
Okay.
You still
Okay. I imagine she throws Jet Bardic Inspiration as well.
You sit down at the piano and
You
you
have
begin
two
you begin
bars.
flipping through the little like sheet music that they have. You're flipping through it, and she comes up and she's like sort of standing over your shoulder and is like, "So what are you gonna play?" And like in that like sense, and as you're flipping through it, she just like whispers to you, and she's like, "You didn't tell me your other friend was a child."
I told you we'd talk about it later. It's complicated.
Guess who has a kid?
And
By the way,
like, as you're flipping through the pages, you settle on the song you decided to play, and she just sort of like chuckles a little bit. Must be a lucky woman, and turns around and walks back to the front of stage.
Oh, motherfucker.
So, your first performance check is going to be with disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
Oh, because you were shocked. Not prepared for that bad.
Well,
Hell, have no
advantage
fury
is
like
straight
a
roll.
woman
Yeah,
scorned.
that's what I'm saying. It cancels out.
Right.
So you have that disadvantage. You had advantage. So now it's that first roll is just going to be straight.
alright.
So I'm gonna let you describe your performance.
Ooh, I think on that one, because Jet had decided to play more of a, like, romantic song. Now having got that, he's like, ooh, okay. Maybe not the best. He flips to actually a more upscale kind of bar, more of like a drunken sailor type feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Something to get the bar a little bit more rowdy.
Yeah.
Because he's like, okay, not doing that. we're gonna change up a bit. So he will start playing on that then,
Yeah.
and have her follow his lead on that.
And she does. She immediately.
Oh, you missed it earlier.
She sort of gets the
Didn't have it.
like lets you
Yeah,
play a few
sure.
bars,
No,
gets into the rhythm of it,
Mm-hmm.
and then breaks into almost like a shanty drinking song.
Yep.
And
Yeah, more like a bar.
yeah,
I don't know.
Something
Def-
everyone
I don't
can
know
kind
what
of
he
sing
does
along
well.
to. and
gets
really
that
get
bar
into.
atmosphere.
Yep.
If you go ahead and make a straight roll performance check, do you join in, Rin, or are you still just sort of like white knuckling it?
I probably wouldn't join in at first, but once the tune and the familiarity of the performance kind of washes over me, I will then join in.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Oh.
Jet's still just like,
Oh.
fuck you.
Nothing,
guys.
nothing phases
Yeah,
him.
it does.
Yep.
All right. Damn. Okay. You're all natural 19.
Ooh.
Look.
Oh, roll.
What was your roll?
Sorry, I did not roll. Oh, okay. 15. Dirty 20.
Nice. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. Okay.
Ready in the Jets. Yeah.
You guys. It takes a minute, Rin, for you to sort of settle into the rhythm and figure the song out. But as you do, you start. You start riffing on it as much as you can on a flute.
Jazz
And
flute.
Leland at first is singing based off of your playing off the piano, but then she starts to hear Rin kick in and it starts altering, and she has like these hard, like fast verses that are all like hard drinking and very much getting the crowd rowdy, but then will offset those with choruses of sort of like the old like sadder sailing songs.
Oh, okay. I
And
can
so she like offsets the versing a little bit. And so sometimes she'll be singing based off of your playing, and then other times she blends it very well with Rin's flute playing. And this carries on for a couple minutes, and then you bring the song to a close, and the bar just fucking erupts in cheers and applause. They are fucking loving it.
I think we're doing good.
Hell yeah, keep playing. That's what.
Okay.
I imagine that would happen in the middle
Strong
there.
opener.
Yeah. So now let's go for the body of your performance.
Uh-oh. Am I back at advantage?
Yeah.
I mean,
Natty
after the opening,
20.
come
Yeah, after the opening, because it was a 20, you shook off the oh god, that hurt.
Yep.
You shook that off, and you're
Cool.
So what would you like to do for the body of your performance? Are you still following Leolin's lead, or are you...
Jet will let her pick this time around. Kind of like a response now. Okay. I got the bar rowdy. Are we toning it down, or are we hopping into... That's basically what he's...
She flips the sheet music to more of like a ballad. Still energetic, but not a drinking song.
Dragon Force now.
Very much. Very much.
Cool.
So if you both roll performance checks. She's going to burn her inspiration. Much better.
14. Not great. 14.
26.
Please.
Okay. She used her inspiration and rolled a natural 18 on the second one.
And
I'm in trouble keeping pace with this.
Jet will throw another bardic inspiration as well.
Okay.
And he should actually have... He's thrown her 2, and then that's your second, so that'll be 4 total.
Yep. So this performance, again, the bar is enthralled. They are loving every second of your performance. The songs come to an end, and she steps back towards you and is like, well, I need a drink. If you all would like to play one. You said you've been performing.
Yeah.
Why don't you take the stage?
Okay. I'll do vocals. Willow Maid.
Sounds good to me.
And she sort of
On the
steps.
lute?
She sort of steps up.
Or piano.
Lute, I think works better.
She sort of steps up and is like to the edge of the stage. And is like, I'm going to take a break for a moment. I'm going to go get a drink, but my friends here are going to entertain you for a few moments. And you hear a few scattered like, "Aw, man," but there's no disapproval. So she steps away. If you two would make your performance checks.
I give a turn to Jet, and I just kind of do a quick motion of guidance on myself to enhance and already further enhance ability, because I really don't want to fuck this one up. And I get into start vocalizing Willow Maid with Jet leading on lute.
Yep.
Natural 20.
Ooh, good thing, because I did not do it well.
28. And let's just throw the guidance in for good measure. 29, 34.
I was going to say...
Damn.
Yeah.
Something to prove.
I did not do it as well. 14. I'm starting to think about... Okay, did she leave because she's mad? Did she leave because she actually needs a drink? Did she... You know, like all those things like started...
The second
yeah.
guessing starts sinking in.
Yep.
Yep. Well, sort of offset by the 34.
Right. Good thing.
40,
Nobody even
48.
notices.
That's still an average of 24.
Yeah, nobody notices you occasionally missing and like plucking the wrong strings and like fucking the notes up because
Even Jet's like,
everybody is floored
He just
by
gets-
this young drow girl that is slaying it.
Killing it.
And
ICP up there on the stage.
would you like what kind of a song are you singing? Give me the general feel.
It starts off slow and then gets into the fast pace as the lute is forced to pick up the pace, and it's definitely like a leg stomper or slamming your tankard down.
Yeah.
And then kind of falls off and then finishes slow and then silence.
And so like it's sort of one of those where everyone's sort of like drumming along,
Like-
and then it slows down
like-
at the end, and everyone
like
sort of
it kinda-
stops,
It falls off as like one long note, and then it dies off.
and it's like when they hear that final note die off, it's just uproarious applause. You see a few tankards get thrown in the air. You see people are out of their seats, clapping and cheering. They
So
are.
we'll immediately go over to you two and hug you,
Oh.
and just
Give him a big hug, big smile on my face. Face just flushed, not from wine.
You you hug her, and she's just like shaking.
you did great.
I don't think I've ever
They
sang
loved
that
you.
well in I don't think I've ever sang that well in my life.
It's different in front of a crowd, huh?
You rolled a 34.
Y'all great teaching.
You hear a few shouts from the crowd, more, more! And about the time that you're about to start singing again, Leah returns to the stage. She's like, so, that was impressive.
Thank you. I'm Ryn.
I'm Leland, it's nice to meet you.
I'm like still like catching my breath. I'm like,
This is Leland. This is my friend.
I'm his
Friend.
protege.
We'll have time for introductions after the performance. Let's, it's gonna be hard to follow that up, but, how do you want to close out?
Your guess is as good as mine. Fuck. That's what Jet will literally look over and just, again, still amazed.
Are we going for rowdy, or are we going for emotion?
Fuck, kid, I think it's up to you.
Oh, thank you.
Because you just killed it.
I've got them rowdy. I say let's get a few tears going.
Tears them.
Well, after that, do you want to sing?
Really? You'd let me? I don't want to. This is your stage.
I feel like I would be doing the people a disservice if I didn't let you sing. And you can see, like, she's just, like, the whole time that she's looking at Ryn, she just keeps, like, sizing her up. And, like...
Like, this child!
Where did that come from?
Man. Immeasurable talent.
I will follow your lead. And she pulls, she like goes towards the back of the stage, and there's like a chest. She opens it up, and she pulls a flute of her own out, and she sits on a little bar stool in the back, off to the side from the piano.
Piano?
Yeah, she sits off to the side
Yeah,
from the
well,
piano.
He'll look at her and motion to the piano or lute, and then look kind of between the two to see which one they prefer.
Stupid loot.
Go.
And I'm gonna just launch into one of the more sadder ballads. Salad ballads.
Teaser.
Salad ballads.
I like mine more romantic. Sadder ballads. I don't know what Jet would have taught Ryn. Maybe something about the last war. One of the
Right.
Wife who lost her husband, something like that.
Right.
Just something that kind of pulls on the heartstrings
Yeah.
of everyone who remembers the
Okay.
last war.
Roll a performance check.
Natural 19. 26.
24.
Okay. She did not do well. She's not used to playing an instrument. She's more
Or-
vocals.
more used to playing vocals.
Or being upstaged by a child.
You can definitely tell that she's flustered by how well Ryn sang and just the situation.
Right.
A little flustered by it, but with your lute and Ryn singing, it's barely noticed. You finish, and you can see there are a couple of the older folks in the crowd that probably spent some time in the war.
Did we make Gunther cry?
A single tear.
Roll a
The single manly tear.
roll a Constitution check. Actually, no. Charisma.
Oh no! Is that okay?
Roll and just add your charisma modifier.
That's a big old 0. 9.
Single manly too.
From your distance at the stage, you don't notice it,
Right.
but Vale would notice just a single tear.
He wasn't.
And it gets barely halfway down the face before Gunther's like, I spilled ale on my
What's
face.
that? Get back in there.
I imagine more like he just takes the ale and just
Shocking grasp.
I'm fine!
No, this used to be just rip off the chef's plate.
Clear!
Must regain manliness.
Taser!
But yeah, multiple of the older folks are
Taser!
rather taken with your performance. But the performance comes to an end, and instead of the uproarious cheering and laughter, basically just like standing ovation. Everyone's cheering you on. Leland stands up and in between both of you sort of grabs both of your hands and like walks you to the front of the stage and like gestures for a bow.
Dude.
Who's standing near me? That's not our party. That's not our party.
He's gonna punch someone.
Who's standing near me that's not our party?
You see there's like standing on a stool, like standing on a stool
No.
next to you. You see a gnome.
Perfect. Awesome. All right.
Is standing there.
Throw him out to the
To your
stage.
right, you see like an older human male, shortcut, like beard very similar to yours, facial hair very similar to yours, short, unkempt hair, a scar across the nose and cheek, and you can see he's got a tear running down the face. But yeah, there's a couple.
What's the composure of the gnome next to me?
No.
Not crying, but he's a little somber. Admiring the performance.
but everybody's like, at this point, like erupting and cheering now, right? Basically.
Clapping, yeah. Applause. Standing ovation.
Okay, so everybody's starting to stand up. I pick up the gnome, and I'm just like, I know her. I know her. And I just like kind of pick him up and just like kind of hold it. Do I need to do any check for this?
Oh my gosh, rather than the lights.
Yeah.
No, you don't, because he's a gnome. And what's your strength, 20?
Yes.
Yeah, no, you don't need to check anything. And immediately he's like, ah! Ah! Ah!
And then
And then
You gnome her.
yeah. Oh.
No.
you
I'm not trying to kill him. I'm not using.
you eventually set him down, and he like maybe comes up to your thighs,
Yeah.
and he's just like, "You're a tall one. Don't do that again."
Good, sorry. And then kind of like goes around and just kind of like leaves because he got too excited there.
Yeah. So yeah, you all bow, finish your performance. Leland steps off the stage. You follow behind, and a bunch of people are coming up and just like clapping you on the back, shaking your hand, being like, "That was amazing."
Yeah, greeting fans, you know, that
Mhm.
typical being personable, all that fun stuff. Keeping an eye on Ryn, though, just knowing this is the largest crowd she's ever been in. Also, she said that's the best she's ever sang and everything like that, so, you know, just keep an eye on her.
I'm just going with it, but I'm like basking in it. I'm just like, thank you. Ready in the Jets.
That was impressive.
Are we making our way? Sorry, are we making our way back to the table? Or what are we doing right
She would actually,
you guys need merch now.
she would actually guide you instead of going back to the table. She would guide you downstairs.
now? Okay, I'll follow her.
Hold on. Are there any vases in the room?
Jesus.
No.
Do I see anything that have flowers on them?
Oh.
Anything that has flowers on them.
Yeah, or on it, or in it.
I mean, there's like in the back, like behind the bar, like there's that wall with all the kegs or the barrels where they have the ale and stuff. You can see a couple like potted plants behind the bar.
Can I get a barmaid's attention and have a gold and ask for one of the pretty flowers in one of the pots back there? Just one of the flowers.
And you see her just like sort of look at the gold. I'll try. And just sort of like
Confusion.
doesn't know what to do and sort of like turns around and you see her disappear into the crowd, just walking with this gold piece just like in front of her, just like staring at it. And about 3 or 4 minutes later, she returns and she's got a flower in her hand with a clump of roots and dirt still attached to the bottom.
Perfect. I would at this point. Where's the performing group? Where are they?
You saw them go downstairs.
Okay. I go to find them.
Okay. And so as you all follow Leland downstairs, the staircase is actually, it's like 2 or 3 flights to go downstairs, and the entire time it's like packed stone wall all the way down. And finally you hit the bottom of the staircase and you emerge into a small room. Imagine like a room about this big, wooden walls, wooden floor, and there's a couple tables in here, but there's a door across the way, and Leland opens it, and you emerge out onto a balcony. This balcony is mounted to the bottom of the floor that you were all on where the building was, and you step out, and on this balcony it is just open space below you. But in front of you, where you emerge, you can see this massive wall of hanging ivies and vines and plants that draped over the edge from those garden planters above and are draping down. But underneath this area, in this dark, colder area that's not exposed to any of the sunlight, you can see, going from plant to plant, you see like fireflies. And it's actually a really cool sight because it's not, none of you have seen anything like this before. You've been down here once or twice. This is sort of like this is where the family stays. This is their quarters.
Mm-hmm.
And it's quiet, it's calm, and it's beautiful. And she sort of like gestures you out onto the balcony. Does everyone else follow the group? I know you do.
Well, at what point have I caught up to
You would catch up to them on the stairs, probably.
Okay, so I'm gonna be kind of just walking behind. They get to this ivy with the fireflies, right?
Yeah.
So this is like at the balcony end or whatever.
Yeah, they're on, like if you step up to the railing of the balcony, the ivy and all that's probably 40 feet out.
Oh, so it's like on a. Are you saying like looking over the stairs, or are you saying like you're to the balcony?
The building where the bar is, right, mm-hmm. is on the ground, on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
You went down below that, and you emerged underneath that floor in the tower, right?
Okay.
And you're mounted underneath that. The ivy was hanging off of the far side in front of the tower.
Okay.
So there's like exposed
there's
cliff
a space.
Okay, so are we at the cliff face? Is I guess.
Yeah, you're at the balcony. So if you were to look over the balcony, it is a free fall about 200 feet down.
That's all right. That's where I get Ren's attention, and then Gunther's like, Gunther thought singing pretty, flower pretty. You should have it. And you see me just hand you this flower that has the roots and the dirt.
At the bottom.
The flower actually looks pretty nice. It's just
I kind of grab it
roughly
by
picked.
the base. Thank you, Gunther. It's beautiful.
And you see Leolyn, she's like,
yeah. Jed's got that look of where the fuck? What?
I will definitely keep this. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was impressive.
I kind of just start blushing. Look at the ground. And go, you're impressive.
No, you.
You said there was a story for another time. I believe this qualifies as another time.
Yes. Jet will kind of look around because everyone came down, didn't they?
Yeah, I would have told him.
She doesn't look much like you.
Maybe just
He rescued me,
Did he?
saved me from my village. It was destroyed, and he rescued me. Took me under his wing. I kind of smile at you.
I think you have well outdone what I can teach you.
Still got lots to learn.
Don't we all?
He's
But-
the best friend I have in the world.
Yeah, I found her on the road.
Never really pegged you for a
Yet.
parental type. Never really seemed to.
He's close in a second.
Never really seemed to fit that mold. You've always seemed more like a wild spirit.
Time tames you, I guess.
Time turns us all.
And when life throws you curveball.
But if you taught her to sing like that,
that's
you've been holding out on me. You told me.
She is naturally talented. We've been working on it though.
Every night, Jet makes me practice. I wanted to be a bard like him.
He always has been a little bit of a hard ass, hasn't he?
He's got some rough edges, but scratching behind the ears.
Doesn't really like that.
No. Sometimes.
Well, you all have seen me perform. I'm waiting to hear some of these stories. It's been many years,
Yes.
many months.
Jet will pull out the pipe. Got quite a few of them. If we've got time. And Jet will look around to the group trying to figure out, are people wanting to go to bed? Are people wanting to go explore? Like, he's trying to gauge who's wanting to hang out for a little bit. How much time he's got here.
I'm down for whatever.
Sit with you.
I mean, we've got time before the fight, so.
You
I
good?
just kind of like,
V, do you want to hang out?
We will stay awake. He says with a grin.
Oh yeah, I figured you would then.
Joke.
Frank!
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've learned manners.
Did I tell you about the time that he banished me?
Manners maketh man.
It was quite hilarious. Or so
For
I
you.
learned.
For you. Jet will light
Oh,
his
come on,
pipe.
it was pretty funny after the fact.
Fuck you all.
I feel like one of you are going to have to tell me that story sometime.
Yes. I'm leaving that one out.
It was his
You were the
fault.
one that brought it up.
I know, I was fucking around. He thought it was fun. I'll tell you sometime.
Seems quite funny.
Jet lights the pipe and then
He thought it was hilarious.
he will explain a little bit of his travels. He would actually tell her about the floating rock
Okay.
and our adventures on the floating rock, leaving out Lady Amara at this point.
Okay.
But, you know, talking about these strange illithid creatures, you know, obviously he doesn't know that term. Or actually, no, he does know that term now because of what Zareth told him.
Gotta love a good lore dump from the wizard.
Right. But basically talking about
that's what Nick just took.
that they... So
Why are
wait,
you
when-
booing me? I'm right.
I'm so glad we don't have the taking psychic damage rule.
Yes.
We'd all be dead.
Yes.
But he'll explain basically, that they found a part of, what was it? Metrol, that's right. So found a part of Metrol, big skeleton thing that came across, that they were plane shifting, how time got all wonky, and basically kind of that whole experience outside of, again, the Lady Amaro finding the stranded individual, but talk about fighting the Illithids. I feel like that'd be fun to make in smoke.
And so, you finish that story, and the entire time she's just enthralled, as she always has been. Whenever you tell your stories, just consumed by it, and the story ends. You all find yourselves in some precarious situations.
Yeah, we've decided not to go on any airships anytime in the very near future.
Long hiatus.
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably a wise choice. You never found yourself in this much danger usually.
No. We didn't talk about the lightning round and how we met the rest of them.
Yeah, no, that's...
You guys are rapidly checking off dangerous forms of transportation.
Yeah.
Yep.
Here soon, you're going to be stuck walking everywhere.
We're gonna teleport.
Statistically,
We're gonna find-
it's the safest form of transportation.
Statistically.
We're just gonna go find a wizard that's gonna teleport us everywhere.
We just lost ours.
I know, we gotta find a new one.
Rin will tell that one, the lightning rail of, but she's definitely gonna make like Jets and everyone else more of the heroes of the story.
Sort of embellish a little
yeah,
bit.
exactly. Like increase the number of bandits.
Deception check.
Okay. I think this is the first deception check I've ever rolled. Let's.
First time for every
25.
Fuck. I was about to ask, can I help? But
Bro doesn't even bat an eye. Just like is. Oh yeah, 45 bandits totally.
Gunter, the thunder wave caused 5 bandits to fly out the window.
Yeah.
The whole kid and caboodle. Jet fought a elemental by himself. That bitch.
It's quite heroic. That's
These guys.
impressive. I see you've been teaching her your storytelling as well.
We have.
Sounded wicked, Jet.
Well, I must say, it's a relief to have you back safe, but to meet new friends. It's, we get plenty of travelers, but not many that like to share. Not many that like to make friends. So it's nice to meet new people, hear new tales, experience new perspectives.
I'll tell you, there's plenty more where that came from. Maybe
I
over the
hope
next
so.
couple days we can catch up.
We're in town for a few days. Do you think you could teach me, squeeze in a few singing lessons with me? I'd love to learn from you.
I don't think there's much I can teach.
No, don't sell yourself short.
You might be teaching me some things.
Got lucky. I'd love to know, your vocal control's amazing out there.
It's all in the throat.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Jet will look at her on that one.
Jen tries to teach me, but he just starts purring.
Well played. Well played.
Okay, yeah.
Well, it's been a long day. I spent the majority of my day traveling to and from the bazaar.
I got drunk.
And she just sort of like stops.
Jet will kind of.
And
I can explain now.
I don't want to have this
I can
conversation with
explain
Father.
He was there.
You said I never really looked at the rental type.
Yeah. I didn't expect you to let the child get drunk.
To be fair, your dad did give me the bottle. He did serve the first round, so
Which bottle?
this is a minor illusion.
Oh,
It's really good. Do you have any more?
no, you don't need them all. Oh no.
Nightcap?
No. God damn it, you've been learning from me and Val. Okay.
He should know better than to give the family recipe to a child.
Again. It's on me. But also I can explain.
Probably just always looking for a something to hold over your head.
That'll be a good one. That'll be a really good one, to be honest.
Yeah, he
He does know how shifter aging works, though, right? I've explained it to him before.
yes. Doesn't mean he cares.
Yeah.
Well,
Have I explained that to you guys? Like, literally. I was this at 10, so you're 10, like human 10. So.
you always just said you were just an early bloomer.
No, like, that, I mean, I literally mean, like, I was this height, this fully grown, all that fun stuff. So, it's, we don't live as fun as, you all.
Like
So
how
I-
much less? I mean, you said you like full grown at 10, but I mean, like, what's typical life expectancy?
Average is 60, so.
Shit.
We age really weird compared to standard
Indeed.
human if we're
Figure
ranking.
out how to prolong Jet's life.
Are you saying that out loud?
No, mental note.
Okay.
It's a good question, though.
Again, she's 13, so I forget. It's on me.
Look,
I'm going to bed.
I was going to suggest that you two catch up. I think I should go to bed.
Jet's gonna be like, wait, what? And then he's like,
I mean, she's your old friend. I don't see that
right.
one of you guys should call it quits on account of, you know, me having a bit of a hangover but still killing that performance.
It was amazing.
I think I should go to bed. I think you should catch up with your friend. And I'll pat you on the arm and I'll walk over to, is it Leland? Leland. And I'll do kind of like a curtsy and then throw a big hug around her.
And she just sort of does like the awkward, like one arm, like
It's
good,
like,
good job.
Thank you for letting me perform with you.
Anything for a friend.
And then I.
Says V
There you
V
go.
will
Oh yes,
Yeah, well,
hug and I.
V
Yeah.
will with his newfound knowledge will read the room for the one of the first few times and then just follow.
And look over at you. Going to thank you for the flower. I'm going to press this in my diary.
Goof just looks pleased with himself.
You're not much of a hugger, so I just do like
It's
like
one of my
a
favorite gifts.
Yeah.
hand pat on the arm.
One of my coworkers calls it GIFs.
Oh, God.
How
Pisses
disgusting.
me off,
God.
bro.
Oh.
He just feel like peanut butter.
That's what it is.
And as you all are leaving, she looks at you and she goes, as much as I would love to stay up and have one of our chats, I really must get some sleep. You are welcome to sleep on the balcony as you've done multiple times, or you can sleep in your room. It does not matter. But rain check for tomorrow?
Of course.
I look forward to
So
it.
actually, Jet's thinking about Gunter's fight.
The fight would be the day after.
Okay. So he's like, yes, I can. So, because he pauses for a minute, counting the days, and then. Certainly.
I look forward to it.
I was gonna say, as everybody was kind of, or as they were funneling out, I would have turned and been like, "Thank you so much for the performance. It was incredible, and I'll leave you guys to it." And turn around and start
I
heading
am
back.
to please.
When we make it back, you and me, to the room, and immediately I am composed, and immediately I'm very excited to you. Did you see my performance? Oh my God! Everyone was cheering.
Everyone was very excited.
Oh, that was so thrilling.
It was very pleasant to listen to.
Thank you, V.
You
This
are
is so
welcome.
nice having V actually talk in full sentences.
It is. I don't know how I feel about it. Like, it's one hand, it's comforting, but is it him? Was it real? Was it the docent?
I mean, I still think it's him. You're not communicating with the docent specifically, but the docent is allowing him to communicate with us.
He does talk to me.
Well, that's that, I guess.
Do you feel more you than before?
No. Exact same. I just know how to speak better.
Well, I like it.
Why, thank you. He says proudly.
You're much more natural.
How did you learn to sing like you do?
Of that, I have no idea. That was a really good role. It just came out of me. I don't know. I think it may have been a mixture of maybe the alcohol talking. I don't know.
Would the docent have much knowledge on Dark Elves? So then, that's what I thought.
You would have. It would probably have just a like a blurb on.
Laundry list of different races seen in Eberron.
Yeah, like recorded appearances, but widely known that they are an incredibly reclusive
Sure.
society, and they don't venture out, and they don't accept outsiders, and so it's just one of those like, this is a thing that exists.
So then, you say you don't know. He like puts his hand to his chin as though there were just like stubble, but it's just metal.
Yeah.
So just yeah, and it kind of like it's polished, so it's like kind of smooth, but it's like the sound of wood rubbing together. And he goes, maybe a docent taught you.
Could be.
When you were much younger. I'd like to ponder.
Well, let me know if anything comes up.
Okay.
Did a docent teach you how to sing?
I do not believe so.
Try.
Harmonize with me. I think a boat just came in a dock.
Did I harmonize?
Little high on the register, a little lower on the volume.
I don't know what more I was really expecting.
This just in, all dogs within a mile radius go deaf.
As Jen is oddly pleased on the inside.
We'll work on it. I think there's potential in you.
Thank you.
As you all sort of make your way towards winding down for the evening, we'll go ahead and go to intermission for break.
Sounds like a plan.
Quick question, mechanically. Did that awesome performance from Ryn grant me any type of half proficiency in the performance?
No.
Damn it! I'm still working on it.
It's worth a try, though.
It was. Gotta shoot
Worth
the
a try.
shot. Gotta shoot the shot.
Gotta try, man. That's gonna be more of a that's not like one-off rolls. That's more of good performance on a consistent basis.
Okay.
Getting comfortable with it, not having that moment where after the song is over and you're like, holy shit, I didn't even know I could sing that good.
Right. Where's that come from? It's on the diaphragm.
All right.
34, bitches.
It is 10.
It is all on the die.
It is 10:30. Let's do 10 or 15 minutes and then be
Sounds
back.
good. And we are on BRB.
during the night before going to bed, or can I to the
Please
next
do.
morning?
Just reading the thing, and then gonna go at least for a little bit.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
No,
Just
not
just
that?
what? Just go for a walk.
Is that what you kids call it?
I'm
Sure.
gonna try to read more of Zer's spell scroll.
Okay. I'll allow you to make an intelligence check with disadvantage.
Can I nullify the disadvantage since I would be reading it with her?
It's not. It's not about interpreting it. It's more in the fact that because Ryn doesn't have any formal training in understanding magic, it's more. This check is more about her trying to not only grasp the knowledge but know how to apply it. And so it's. I mean, you can help, but unless you can sit there and dictate how the formulas work and how
No,
she
it would
can
be like I could see the number 3. I could see the number 8.
yeah, it's
15.
not bad. It's you spend some time looking at it.
I
And-
add 1 to that.
You spend some time focusing on. Ow, fuck, that hurt.
You spend some time ow fuck.
Nice. Drunk and owl fuck at the same night.
Damn.
That bird's gonna get it.
Oh no. That escalated real quick.
You said owl fuck, right?
Yeah.
um,
Oh, owl.
you.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You spend some time studying the scroll, and even though you don't understand how the formulas to incant and bind a familiar of a different plane, you don't understand how they work, but after spending probably 2 hours looking at it, you can see, okay, all of these formulas actually deal with the summoning. But then this batch of formulas over here deals with the binding. And then
Isaac?
this one up here dictates the glyphs and the runes that need to be scribed. And it's like you don't know how to apply that knowledge, but you start to see the connections between the formulas.
I know.
It's easy for you to tell that this is not something you're going to be able to achieve alone. This is something you are going to need someone trained in formal magic, in the science of magic, to teach you how to apply the knowledge.
That's what I wanted. Okay. I
Yes.
just want to see what I could grasp by myself, and
Yes.
then go out and where better else to seek out magic than arts
Yeah,
and
so V just watches the interaction of her studying it, and he just makes a note to himself. We'll go over that another day.
as it starts, like, the whole double vision thing. I think I'll touch on this tomorrow. Does your docent have any knowledge of, I don't know, magical places here in Shan?
I'm imagining he closes his eyes and you just hear the faint sound of a Rolodex.
You said, so what year are we in now?
998?
And then behind
And
your wrist.
the docent is about 40 years old?
No, it's about 8 to 10.
Oh, I thought you said it was older than that.
No,
Oh.
I thought I said it was towards the end of the
No,
war.
I'm pretty sure you said it was in the middle.
Because I know you don't know about the Mort. It didn't provide any information
Correct.
on the morning.
That's when the knowledge ended. Maybe it was
Yeah, 'cause it-
X to X.
So
yeah,
it'd
you're
have to
probably
be, it'd have to be only about
about 8
like
to 10
8
years.
or so.
right.
Otherwise, it wouldn't have
so
known the war was going
he's
on.
going
right?
to stop.
No, the war was
and
100 years.
Oh, okay.
You're gonna see kind of his eyes brighten up again, and he's gonna be like, "There was a magic shop about 8.75 years ago that was not too far away."
Do you think you could, you and Jet could come with me tomorrow?
Honestly, I will say before it even pops up of a magic shop, the first thing it's going to recommend is Morgrave University.
Okay.
Morgan.
So we can if you want. Might be kind of pointless. I hear there's a much better place to go.
What's that?
Moorgrave University.
Oh, that sounds lovely. I haven't visited a university since Fairhaven.
There's an image of a very nice park. I can see.
How does he know there's a park?
There's always a park in a university.
No.
Exactly.
Magic. It's actually really weird though because like
Let's go meet out on the quad.
in the
Yo, bro, sick game of
in the
hacky sack
PDF
going
though,
on.
they actually like make a point to detail the park
Yep.
inside of Moorgrave University. Well done, Corey.
Inspiration.
Yes, and.
Pull up your shirt right now. I want to see the docent.
No, seriously. Like they actually make a point to detail the park in the
Battle
middle
map.
of Moorgrave University.
Why is it a battle map?
No reason.
We'll talk about that.
No, this book just provides
There's a
it
troll
provides
in the
battle.
dungeon.
It provides
I thought you should know.
like floor plans
Mhm.
in the form of battle maps that can be used in the event of a battle, but it's more so for detailing. This is
How
where the
large it
library
is.
would be.
Mhm.
This is where the lecture halls are. This is where
This is distance from this to this.
exactly.
I'll be
Oh,
honest.
shit.
I imagine they're a park in the middle of a university anyway.
Yeah. No, it was funny that you said that.
Let's see. You
Well,
go.
satisfied with that information, I tuck the scroll back into my pack and go to bed.
Okay.
I guess did Vale go straight to his room and did Gunther go straight to his room, or do either one notice Jet?
It's a question for.
I was gonna say I would have gone to the bar, had maybe one more drink, and then gone to bed. I would have called it a decently early night, just
I
from
would
the
bet.
events of the last day.
Oh, and I do clean and press Gunter's flower in my diary.
Okay. If there's nothing else anyone wants to do,
Well, so I was gonna say, are you going to sleep? How long were you awake trying to mess with that?
2 hours.
Never mind. We'll go to sleep. Well,
Okay.
V won't go to sleep.
Right.
V will awkwardly stand there and just.
Sentry mode.
Oh my God! Is your sentry mode?
No, sentry mode is just.
T-pose.
T-pose.
Okay. Dab first though.
That for, yeah, it's,
Frank.
Dab mode
Um,
activated.
morning comes. You all rise, find your way down to the common room. Breakfast is served. You see Yelvalor again behind the bar, running the establishment. You do, as you come downstairs, you do catch Leolyn as she is about to step out for the day. More errands to run, more things to do for the business. Seems as though Mom and Dad stay and hold down the fort, and she does any external business during the day. But breakfast is served. The day is yours. If there's anything you wish to do, discuss it amongst yourselves while I eat chicken wings.
I order chicken wings.
But Jet will probably
Weird.
look a little bit tired.
I can smell them. Who will look tired?
Jet probably will.
I wonder why.
What time would you have got? What time would V have noticed you got in?
Excellent question.
How long did you walk for?
I mean, he would go to where he was told to go,
How-
sit for a little bit,
How hard did you walk for?
and then head back.
Okay.
So however long that would have taken.
I mean, you go there and nothing happens. You see the establishment across the street. Quiet. Not dark by any means, but doesn't seem to have any business.
He'd go in and sit for a little bit.
In?
Oh yeah.
Performance ended probably around 11. I must say, though, to get there, you're looking at about a 45-minute walk.
So he'd get in early hours then.
Pretty dead. Only a single barmaid working behind the counter. There's one other patron sitting deep into a tankard at the end of the bar. She serves you if you want drink.
He would get a drink.
Mhm.
Sit for a little bit. Maybe about an hour and then head back.
Okay. Yeah, you head back.
So yeah, it would be probably about 3 hours then for him to get there, sit, and come back.
It's about 3 hours later, and Jet walks in.
He actually probably would head back to
The balcony?
the balcony
Okay.
and sleep out there.
Would I have heard him?
No, we're in a different story at that point.
He went downstairs. You guys are upstairs.
Okay.
So, over breakfast? So, last night was fun.
Oh, yeah. Was. Sorry, tired.
Oh,
Catching up.
what's that?
Is that what you call them nowadays?
Sure. Sure. I'll give you a look like. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Kind of like Riley smiling over my cup of juice. And what's it? Leland?
Leland, yeah.
Leland seems nice.
She is. Amazing performer. Hard worker. Jet would be like, really?
Giver. Very generous.
With your perception, though, you would have caught every little bit of it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you understand the
Implication.
implication.
Yeah, would you
behind
like?
It's about the implication.
Like, really? Like, what the fuck, man? Like, it's kind of the look they get from Jet.
it. But you also gather that that's the.
Airship.
I mean, that's the general implication that most people seem to have about your relationship with her
Right.
at this point.
Jet will be like, okay. Another 10.
Seeing Jet's, brushing off. I'm trying to go to. Do you have any preparations we need to make? I mean, the big day's tomorrow, right?
Gunther should probably contact Patron today sometime. Let him know, make sure.
How will you do that?
Gunther have many different ways. Depends on where we end up today.
Well, Jet, V suggested that we go to a university. Mulgrave, is that right, V?
That is correct.
To help me translate this
She's got her hair done.
scroll that Zareth left me.
What's this?
Oh.
Song?
The song?
Can't hear it.
This is Dark Souls? This is Dark Souls.
Yes.
So I thought maybe if
Sorry,
it's-
I got
if
triggered
it's-
by the badness music.
If it's in the area, maybe we could go there. I also wouldn't mind.
Dark Souls 2 specifically, I think.
I haven't played it yet.
It's the island area.
It's only been out for about 10 years, so I understand.
maybe going to the bazaar at some point. I wouldn't mind
Just wait
looking
to
at
see
some
if
of
it's
their
actually
more,
gonna stick around. It's
some
gonna
more
be a
magical
It's
headless.
Huh?
It's always fun to do. And this is
Fucking
good
guy.
size for sure. Quite a few different things you can find there.
He's never gonna play.
Depending on what you're looking for.
He's never gonna play.
Something specific you're thinking of, or just
in terms of Mulgrave or the shops.
well,
play last
both
night.
really.
Well,
But you
I
said
did too.
Margrove that you're looking for.
right,
Is it-
more of the spell scroll breakdown, so I could actually cast the spell and learn how to cast it.
Let me rephrase.
The
Last
shops.
of Us
I
2
don't
is
know.
really great, but you have to play all of Last of Us 2. I have a 3-hour drunken conversation.
Fairhaven
with Shannon
didn't really
and
have-
like it.
Anything too interesting, so I thought maybe Sean might have a wider selection.
You're gonna hate it until that.
It certainly will.
Of course, you'd be doing all the bartering, of course.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, I'd be willing to live with that.
recall
And I do have one place I'd like to go at some point, but
What is that?
perhaps
That's a great. That's a great story.
Looks good.
the place that I was told to go and meet, that's a little more crime that goes on around there. Not necessarily somewhere I might want to take a child.
Crime Alley. You're gonna take me to Crime Alley?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because Jet would know. I'm gonna send you off with V or you know.
There's no.
I finished it. Watch the movie The Witch. And I told her, hey, I finished it. What do you think?
There's no.
I was with Blaster.
You only feel weird about taking her probably into the lower districts.
Okay, but it's not there.
No, this is still in Middle Dorf.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure.
Separate neighborhood.
I called that.
You're still in the middle city, but you're going from like.
Can we bring the external conversations down a little bit? Because this is getting really loud. So you guys are guaranteed overtaking all the dialogue. Sorry, continue.
You're fine.
So
You guys.
no one that's watching.
You guys are like over here-ish, and like where you're being told to go is like down here. That's why it's such like a far walk, but you're staying in the middle city the entire time.
Gotcha. So, yeah. No, that's happening just
Now I will say it was 45 minutes last night in the middle of the night when you didn't have to wait for lifts.
Zero
You
traffic.
didn't have to wait for you didn't have to deal with traffic.
How many guards harassed me? No, just kidding.
Surprisingly none. Woo. But no, you would say today. During the day, during business hours with the party, you're probably looking at about an hour transit.
I'm not too worried about that.
No.
Oh, maybe.
But no, it's not. By no means is it a seedy underbelly full of thugs and gangsters and murderers loitering in the streets, licking their lips and thinking, look at these prime targets. That's if you go 2 floors down.
Even still, I feel like Jet being a shifter would be a little bit nerve-wracking to some.
Honestly, in this area,
But I mean, if you were going lower and potentially going, this will be an easy target.
not in the lower districts now.
Oh, okay.
Lower districts, you're more likely to run into monstrous races, kobolds, gnolls, ogres, minotaurs.
Way to harmonize.
You're dealing with criminals, yeah, but they're not gonna look at a shifter and see an easy target.
Oh, okay.
They're gonna look at someone that, even if we remove their weapons, still has claws. Someone that can still fuck someone up without a weapon.
Gotcha.
Like they're not idiots.
Gotcha.
Especially if you're walking as a group and they see a warforged, you, and a guy in armor. Criminals are going to be like, okay, shit, they're their own thing. I wonder what services they offer. They might think you're a criminal outfit. Who knows? Maybe you kidnapped a child. Fuck, they don't know.
It's your business.
Should actually happen for being kidnapped.
Hey, it's fine.
So what'd you guys decide on? What'd you do? Where are you going?
So
Who you seeing?
my thought is maybe we could stop somewhere for lunch and then go shopping there too, depending on how long the university takes.
Yes. Well, where's the university?
I was just looking at it. Fuck. It is in Moorgrave University is in upper. Hold on, let me make sure I'm doing the right thing. It is an upper Memphis Plateau. So you have to go from here all the way down and over to the plateau, or here over to Central and down to Memphis.
Sky taxi.
Sky taxi. Yeah.
Still looking. That's pretty equivalent. You went from here, more like here, over and up to Harrods Folly. Going from there over to there and up a district is about the same. So you're looking at about a half-hour flight.
Whee! Shall we?
Who wants to come with?
Yeah, we're all going.
B?
Yeah.
Gunther?
I'm down, fellow.
Want to come to a university?
Gunther, not much for books. What could be fun?
This is the day before the fight, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So V just kind of turns and looks and goes, "You fight tomorrow. Are you going to practice?"
Gunther has been practicing and training all along while you guys be busy. Gunther will contact Patron tonight. Figure that out.
So you will drink then.
I just give him a
he just
confused look.
He just smiles.
Go through no practice like veil practice.
Just snickering. Just.
I mean, he's not wrong.
You just hear it very faint off in the distance.
Can I, oh, I don't have thaumaturgy. I can't like make it. I can't like throw my voice over there.
I do.
I have thaumaturgy, but I don't know what I'd use it for. Oh, I used it once. I made whispers come from a certain place.
Then Ryn would, shovel down the rest of breakfast and be excited to get ready to go.
I'm ready when you are. And he'll wait for the party to be like, cool, we're ready to go. And then, Sky Taxi!
Okay. You pay the 10 gold.
Yep.
You make your way
I will
over
knock it off.
to Upper Memphis, and as you approach. Come on, let me fucking track the window. God damn it! No. That's sort of the view of the university, or at least parts of the university. You see lots of buildings, and this is mostly inside of a tower with lots of like sub towers within it, and you see lots of buildings with domes, ceilings. You see grand colonnades. It's opulent. It is. You thought that the grounds of the college in Fairhaven was nice. This is like to the 10th power. It's just
her eyes are actually she's getting brow lines from just wide-eyed so much since she's been here.
Oh my God.
Every other sight.
But as you sort of swoop over, the Sky Coach lands probably about a 5 minutes walk away from the actual university. And as you land, you hop off, and the majority of the people in this area are wearing elegant robes. A lot of them, you see many different ages. You see young, you see adult, you see elder. You even see a couple elves walk by that look like they could turn to dust at any moment.
Which is saying something for an elf.
Mm-hmm.
But you follow the crowds towards what appears to be the front gates of the university. And as you pass through onto the grounds, there's just this feeling of power, of knowledge. There is that realization sort of sets in for a few of you that there is probably more knowledge and experience in how the world works in this tower than probably anywhere else. This is a nexus of knowledge and experience and research. And there's a moment of, I mean, especially for you, there's a moment of feeling like this is,
Overwhelming.
It's overwhelming, but you're also, it's weird to be so young and to sort of have that realization that you are, all of your experiences have brought you to a little farm girl from the country of Karnath on the opposite side of the continent, and you're now standing in one of the most learned, educated places in the world.
These hallowed halls.
There's just that awe-inspiring. I mean, it's
the pinnacle.
Yeah.
This is the pinnacle.
But
Gotcha.
asking a few questions, sort of getting guided in the right direction. You find yourselves towards a small, wizard's tower off to the side, and as you enter, just like spiral staircase that runs up the side, like along the wall of the tower, and the tower itself is probably about 100 feet across. And there's a small, like, semicircular desk in front of you that, like, 2 or 3 people are sitting at, and then there are just rows and rows and rows of desks and chairs, and almost every single one of them is occupied by people that are all wearing the same purple and silver robes, the same colored robes that you saw the mage rights on the airship wearing, and you can see they're all, some of them are copying script on parchment, others are dealing with like, you can see some of them casting like minor incantations and imbuing power into items, like some of them are actually dealing with enchanting items, all kinds of different research going on. But as you enter, a younger adult male, probably late 20s, early 30s, sitting behind the desk, looks up, short, unkempt hair, but like half spectacles on, just sort of looks up and looks down his nose at you and blinks a couple times. Can I help you?
Good day, sir. I do believe we are looking for, is it a book or are you looking for a person to train?
I think present.
I'm looking for someone that can help us learn about this particular spell scroll my friend has here.
May I?
Of course.
What are you trying to understand? Are you trying to know how to use it? Are you looking for someone to use it for you? Are you...
I want to know how to cast the spell.
Okay. Well, for that, you're going to need to hire a mage, right? I assume you're looking for lessons.
Yes.
Okay. Give me a moment. Services. There it is.
Damn you, Zareth, you gave me homework.
That was the lesson.
This is what wizards
There is no
do.
spell at the end of this.
That's the nothing at the end of the rainbow.
Well, to
The real spell was the friends we made along the way.
do you have any kind of arcane inclination?
Oh yes.
That's slightly surprising. So if we don't have to teach you the basics, we can skip the trainees and the adepts. For something like this, so if I'm gathering, you wish to know how to cast the spell at will without the scroll.
Correct. Yes. I just want to just apply what it's suggesting, but without having to keep referring back to it. I want to be able to keep casting.
So you're looking to get into ritual spell casting. Something like that is going to require an expert mage, right?
I'm a quick learner. Zareth always said so.
This is not going to be a single session kind of situation.
That's fine.
It will probably take maybe 3 or 4 sessions to teach you the fundamentals, but there is only so far that we can. There's only so far that we can take you. Magic is a science, and it takes lifetimes to understand.
Really, I just kind of will what I want into existence, and it just kind of happens.
Yeah, Jet does kind of make a face at that too, like him being a bard, thinking about music is not science to him. So he's just like,
You would. There are a few societies here in the university that you would be right at home in. if you are more of the touched few that are able to will the arcane into form,
That's what I want.
then you probably don't have much experience in the application of arcane formulas into your will.
No, Master Seraph never really got that far with teaching me the more mathematical.
We will pair you with a mage rite. It will be 4-hour lessons, 4 days a week, for 1 week.
Okay.
You will be taught the fundamentals of understanding the formulas, how they apply, how to will those formulas to bend the arcane to what you wish. Once you understand that, it then falls to you to take the scroll and
Eat it.
we had a freshman try that last year. The results were not pleasant. I would highly, highly suggest not eating the scroll.
I gotta hear more of that story.
You know that magic items can't be destroyed.
Did he poop it out? Magic poop?
It had to come out a different way. It
Understood.
wasn't pleasant.
Take your word on it. So
But-
no ingestion. Got it.
Yes. We will teach you the fundamentals of applying and understanding the formulas. But then after the lessons, it will be up to you to take the time to actually, using the knowledge we have granted you,
Apply it.
apply the formulas to yourself. Each person interacts with magic in their own way. Wizards are very precise. They spend years learning and understanding how the arcane works, and then they exploit the weaknesses. There are those like you, though, that just wish and it appears.
Exactly. I turn to go turn. I go watch. And I tap him and he turns invisible.
Wait, can I see that I'm invisible? Well, how does that work?
You don't see
You
yourself.
don't see yourself.
Yep.
It's a real out of body experience for a moment because you're like, wait a second, and you feel yourself lift your hands up. And there's nothing there.
I grab my hammer.
It's invisible.
It's invisible.
I know, but I'm holding my hammer, and I'm just kind of standing here. I'm just like trying to get it to do something, like trying to get it to not be invisible
Nothing's happening.
because I feel weird about it. All right, I start stomping my feet.
You all hear clank, 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 clank.
And I'm just
And
like,
you can see probably about the nearest 15 or 20 students and Magrites sitting at the tables all sort of like stop and look at all of you.
I've kind of got the look like pretty good, right?
If you
Good,
could
so we can
stop,
hear
if
you.
you could stop, shh, please, we're
I'm just, oh,
still a place of.
We can still hear you. Sorry about that.
And he snaps his fingers and casts a spell magic.
I'm done.
Counterspell. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You now have 100 angry
I'm just
Magrites,
kidding.
all drawing
I'm
wands.
just kidding.
100 Magrites casting fireball at the same time.
How many times can you mess with the DM by just going counterspell?
Your level 3 times.
So
Well, a little bit more now because I have 4 bubble spells, I believe.
we charge for
I can do it 4 times.
for an expert Magerite. The daily cost is 100 gold.
So 400.
For the completion of your lessons, yes.
Done.
Okay. We require 75% upfront as a deposit.
I mean-
and
You want to learn this, yeah?
I do, yes. I don't want to be a burden. Sure.
I'm fine with that.
So, as I was saying, we require 75% upfront as a deposit.
Jet will put down all the 400.
By all means. May I have your name?
Ryn, Mandros.
Write it down. The first available lesson we have is in 3 days' time. Please report here just after dawn, and your lessons will begin.
Should I bring anything?
The scroll.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Who's my tutor?
To be determined.
I look forward to meeting to be determined.
And you see him about to, and he just doesn't.
To be.
As her guardian, I'll be able to meet this tutor as well.
Yes. You won't be able to sit in on the lessons unless you pay, but you are welcome to meet the tutor, yes.
Awesome. Well, see you in 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you.
I kind of just do a little skip turn around and
Does Jet get a...
receipt.
Yeah, basically. He wants to make sure that I didn't just drop $400 and...
No, yeah, he writes your receipt.
Cool.
It's too bad we didn't get paid for last night's performance. I think we could have raked in quite a bit of money.
Wait, that performance and you guys didn't get paid?
It was more of a
I'll hit up y'all for a while later.
an opening. I think.
Oh, so that's how she paid you. Got it.
What?
And I'll walk away.
No!
I'm looking back at Vale, Jet.
What?
We got paid.
No! Not yet. I'll talk
Well,
to
no
you.
wonder you dropped 400 gold on that. Getting paid for this.
He's like, what the fuck? No!
Okay.
That's it.
Now, what would you guys like to do?
Looking to go, I believe, to the bazaar and then hopefully lunch at Jet's kind of trying to figure out best time to go and check again.
Okay.
See who he's supposed to meet.
Okay.
'Cause he's, like,
As we're walking out, though, I'm gonna kind of turn. Say, well, we know how Zareth did magic.
Mhm.
You kind of sing things into being. You mind just kind of.
I do some things into being. It's really fun, actually.
Yeah. So, mine just kind of comes naturally. V, how do you do magic?
I always thought he was like a book guy.
Yeah, he pulls out his book and he opens it. How do I do magic?
Jet will look back at Ryn like, wait, what? He just asked his book.
Does the book say or respond?
Do you want me to text you?
Yes. It's bullet time right now. So
Right,
it's
exactly. No,
You see a hummingbird, it's like,
How do you do magic?
yeah.
Do you realize into being as well?
Yeah. You do occasionally do magic.
Gunther will, you be harmed, it be done.
Right, but what is your limit?
Gunther trained young
Oh.
age by
I like that
a
response.
couple mages and
Yeah.
other fighters.
I
So
very
like-
much like that
so like
response.
a Zareth type.
So he looks into his book and he says, he just blatantly says out loud, how do I do magic? And then the page kind of flutters for a second. And just from V's point of view, you guys can't see it, but it's like the ink runs and changes on the paper. And one word appears. Obedience.
Do you say that word out
He
loud?
just says, obedience. Almost like just happy-go-lucky.
To the book.
Yes.
Whoa.
At that, he just snap. Puts it back in his robe.
That's unsettling. I prefer to figure out how. So, Magus taught you.
That's
Yeah, Jack just doesn't know how to respond to that. Nope. So, Magus taught me.
Yes.
So, like, people like Zav taught you. Mages. that
Less
are-
old, less crotchety.
Yeah.
Not as much into
And-
zombies.
Not saying anything about that.
Yeah, I figured as much.
And Vale just has 5 times school.
Actually, I will say something. So, as he says obedience and he says it happy-go-lucky, but there's just a slight glint, like a glow of the rune on his on his head, and kind of flash up from under his cloak, and you just hear slight whispers around him, and you just hear the ending like.
Don't like that. We're just gonna ignore that. Okay.
Wait, hold on. Like, I have a really high perception.
Oh yeah,
So,
you hear
very-
what did I hear? I
You would
couldn't
have
even
heard
hear you saying anything.
Several voices.
like a cacophony of
Yeah.
whispers,
Yeah.
but they're very
Saying
faint,
obedience.
just on
Just said
the edge of
obedience.
your perception, just saying obedience.
Obedience over and over and over again.
Yeah, Jet's literally just like, I don't like that. Bye. We're gonna table that conversation. He's walking
Yeah,
towards
we-
the sky taxi.
We might need to have a conversation about
That's
that
why
at some
he
point.
just snap. He just happily puts it back in his robe.
And as you're putting it back, it's cold.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it should.
Vale, I need a drink first before that one.
That looks
Only one?
Morgan, yeah,
Maybe
it
a
looks
couple,
so cool.
Love the hair.
Yeah,
It looks so cool
does
up
look
in a
cool,
home
yeah.
like that.
Where did you go?
Just my friend's house.
Oh,
She
okay,
does
cool.
hair.
Okay.
The head looks like a package of sweet tarts.
Do you
Yeah,
want
like-
Do you want the bucket as well, or just the notebook?
The bucket.
Obedience. Oh god.
Yeah, that's a word for it.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Jet's not hiding the fact he's full on just unsettled at the moment, just like, I don't know. Okay.
That is not cool.
Yeah,
I'm out.
I don't know. I'm walking away now. And it's just it's like, okay. So we're headed, I think, to the bazaar.
Okay. What are you guys trying to find in the bazaar?
A place that sells magic items.
Yes.
Did I get a text? No. Who? Huh?
It was me.
Well, I thought maybe multiple people got text. I don't know.
No. You don't really get text anymore.
Okay. The bazaar is massive. You eventually meander your way through, and after asking a couple questions, you're pretty.
I'd say I'm pretty well versed in it.
You're very well versed in the bazaar. But you eventually, yes,
This is in Dura, right?
it is. This is Middle Dura.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah, I mean you know you've been
Okay.
here before. You've wandered through, but it's not. I mean,
okay.
there's like I said, there's small farmers markets in every neighborhood, so it's not like you have to come here if you need food for your apartment.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's like you can go down the street and get the food you need. This is where you're looking for that super exotic spice that only grew in Sire, and you're really trying to make that meal that your grandma made for you when you were growing up, and you need to find that specific spice. The bazaar is where you would go.
So you go to the bazaar for the bazaar stuff.
Yes.
You got
Am I good on the camera? I want to make sure my drinks not in front of it.
Yeah.
Okay,
good.
cool. So something specific you're looking for, then?
Yes and no. Kind of want something to. Especially if I'm going to be, studying something that.
That's why you would be very well versed in the bazaar and the locations within.
I don't know, something that can enhance my abilities.
The only real magic shop inside of the bazaar is going to be the Mage Rights Miscellany,
Okay.
and they predominantly deal in spell components.
Okay.
They might have some stock of magic items, but they're going to be lower end. They're going to be
Would they work?
what?
Would they work, even being lower end?
Oh yeah, I mean it's
Okay.
it's inside the bazaar, and it's a large store. I mean, this is the kind of place where a mage or a wizard would go to get any of their components.
Okay.
This is probably a place that, if they don't have esoteric components in stock, they can probably get them.
Okay.
Two-day Amazon Prime shipping.
Jet was taking
You
that.
know, I think their Prime shipping payment lapsed, and so for like the next month, it's going to be like standard delivery.
Wonderful. A geographical
So
lottery.
nice.
3 days from everywhere.
But
Jet would take everyone there then.
okay, and it's a large shop. Like the biggest stores usually in marketplaces are like the general stores that sell everything that you would need, adventuring wise, and supplies and general goods. These stores, this Mage Right shop is like twice the size of the general stores you're used to seeing. It is rows and rows and rows of shelves with buckets on them, and each bucket is full of various magical components, and you see all sorts of shit. Things that you didn't even expect to be magic components. Hair off of cat's left hind leg, and you're like,
Oh boy.
you're like, what fucking,
Yeah.
what
Get some towels.
Whip tail.
Sorry, that's on. Or well, that's also on your book.
Bucket chain.
Thank you.
You want to buy new books?
Oh, and the camera's just cut out.
Seriously?
Well, this USB port is very. If you tap it,
Did you get it all?
it cuts out.
Why don't you take the books out? You give them here. I'll use my shirt too.
Oh no, the books are fine.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, it landed on the backside.
Paper towels? I don't know where paper towels are.
Oh shit, paper towels are out. Are we out?
So we're down the line.
No, yeah, the roll's empty.
Actually hungry.
Yep, everything's like cut out.
Oh my god. Did you spill it on your laptop?
No, it was on the USB hub that everything is plugged into. But the USB plug is also, or the USB hub is also one of those where like, it seems like
Hello.
slight tap and then boom, it cuts out.
Yeah.
Anyone need a drink?
No,
good.
I take it this didn't work, Nick.
Good.
What?
Good.
This doesn't work.
No, so your brain was opposite my brain, so I bought a new one.
Gotcha. I didn't know if you were gonna try it or if you looked up and saw it wasn't gonna work or not.
I looked it up and it said we do not recommend specifically
Yeah.
mixing those two brands. And I was like, nah, never mind.
Yeah,
I'll just not even worry about it.
Is it alright?
See, this is one thing. I just be like, fuck that.
Hmm?
So this is the only thing I can say fuck that.
Good luck
I'm
finding
looking
it.
at no, but I'm looking at a processor, motherboard, RAM, and case. I'm already over $1,000.
Depends on the processor you get.
But I mean, that's an i7.
Yeah. $399?
Yeah.
That's what it's fine.
No, I get that, but I'm like, it just makes me really question whether or not I need a gaming PC.
You have
Okay,
one already.
everything's
man.
back up and running.
Yeah, but my
You don't
phone-
really spend
I'm not
quite
buying
that
one
much on a
right now.
processor.
Yeah. Huh?
You don't even spend quite that much on a processor.
No, but I could drop it $50 and get an i5 that's like.
Or you could
Two-thirds of
probably drop it
performance.
100 and get a 10 series i7.
Yeah. To keep i7, just go generations back.
That's what's fucking me on this though is I just happened to go one generation back because the 8th gen was out when I bought my PC.
Is this your Everett looker, right?
7th gen's not compatible with Windows 11.
It's not my Abram, it's the Exploring one.
so
It's
No,
I gotta
I know
say,
that's
I've
it's
fucked
the
myself in
Keep
the
Paper one, I'm
sense
not worried
that
about it.
7th generation was coming out, and I bought 4th generation. Now my 4th generation came out right before the 7th. It was just an upgraded form, and I was able to overclock it, yada yada yada. But currently, so like we play. Tyler and I have been playing Stellaris, which, by the way, we're gonna have a discussion after this fucking
Bang.
stuff. But we used to encounter these errors. They could have improved the game. Not saying they haven't.
It was my Orangina.
They couldn't. They could have improved the game. I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure they improved it and everything.
The Dick update did that.
Yeah, but after a certain amount of time playing that game, we would get errors, and it was based on
No,
different process.
that's what I said.
The Dick update?
The Dick
Yeah.
update.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I heard it right.
No,
They
it's
name
literally-
all of their updates, their big patch updates, are named after famous sci-fi writers. And so they did Philip K. Dick for the 3.0 update. So
And
it
it's
was
funny
the Dick
because it literally
update.
says versions Dick point, 3 point, whatever.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. I love it.
But
The Dick
later on in the games, there's so much processing, mathematical processing going on because you're gaining minerals, credits, alloy, like just a bunch of different stuff.
You have 500-600 populations, 700 ships.
Every single one is doing something. It's basically like an overclocking program because all it's doing is just doing mathematical calculations.
It's just constantly.
And so, depending on the speed of your CPU, will actually hinder your connection to other people. So if my CPU was slower than his, so we would get out of sync. And so what would end up happening is the second it gets out of sync, he starts seeing populations do one thing, and I see them do something completely different.
And then the game, it's
It literally
it's almost like
splits.
that, like the show Loki, where the timeline splits
It does.
because we start seeing different things, and it gets like 4 or 5 days out, and then the game freezes, and it's like, hey, synchronization error. We can't get you back together because there's been too much of a divergence.
We didn't know what that meant the first time. I'll never forget. I was just like, holy shit, these people are attacking me. And he's like, what do you mean? I already killed them. What are you talking about? And I was like, they're right here. You haven't attacked them at all. And he's like, what do you mean? Like, I was like, I'm dying to them.
Yeah.
That'd be so fucking.
But,
weird to figure that out.
It was,
We could never get past like mid game, like 2350
updated
ish.
my PC.
He updated his PC. We have a game right now. We're at 2430
Oh, okay.
in terms of years, so we're in like in game, and
We
it's
literally just ended. The crisis event has occurred. The unbidden have broken through the portal from another dimension.
it's
Oh my
about to
god.
get wild. Are we up and running?
Yeah.
What does E mean? It's a yes
That
or
one
no.
is, this one isn't. If I get this one running, that one stops.
That's weird.
And now that I've unplugged this one, that one stopped working.
So
So
you need me to.
No, like you shouldn't have to do anything with that one.
Okay. Well, I made sure the cables were fully plugged in.
you
But
enter the shop. You browse the shelves for a little bit,
yep.
and you can see at the
Basically,
back
we still have audio and we still have you.
there's a large counter, and behind it you see 2 or 3 humanoids. 2 of them human, one of them tiefling. All in the purple and silver mage right robes, and one of the humans sort of like leans forward and is like, anything I can help you with?
Yes, I do believe we're looking for something that can enhance magical capabilities. You're looking for one, the staff. From what I've seen Zareth use, I don't know what you prefer.
I'm not really sure what form it comes in. Just my magic kind of comes internally. I was looking for something that can amplify it.
Like, at will, like, she can just kind of make things happen.
They make them cheaper than anyone else production.
Are you looking for something that will? Do you wish to make your magic easier to cast or more potent? What direction are you trying to go? You're saying you wish to enhance your magical abilities. Are you looking to enhance your ability to cast? Are you looking to cast more? Are you looking to cast more powerfully? Are you looking for new things to cast?
Probably more powerful.
Well, the city maintains a very tight hold on items that allow magic to be more powerful. Seeing as how we don't fully understand what happens with the amplification of magic and the effects that it can have, the city is very particular on who they allow these items to be sold to. Typically, you must be someone of an established guild with a writ from the city declaring your purpose for needing magical amplification.
Jet, kind of hearing this, would he know of his own contacts that could be able to procure magic items?
What items are you looking for?
Bloodwell Vial. Bloodwell Vial, +1.
That's for sorcerers, the +1 item, right?
Mm-hmm.
So basically like a +1 wand, but it's sorcerer version.
What's it do?
Adds +1 to your spell attack and save DC. Jet would be looking for a similar one. It's just a fucking drum, though.
I know. I see that secondary. I see that little in addition.
In addition to, it's dope as fuck.
Whatever.
What does that mean?
There's a little subtext.
There's a little bit of subtext that makes it very, very good for him. Anytime he uses his hit dice,
like on a short rest, for example,
he gets back his sorcery points.
Oh, shit.
Which allow him to twin and use meta magic and things like that, where he can expel sorcerer points to get a spell slot back.
Nice.
Yeah, makes it very potent.
Do you not have arcane recovery?
That's a
No,
wizard.
it's a
thing.
wizard.
From what you're gathering, they probably, if they have the item that she seeks, they're not gonna sell it to her.
So Jet,
Only way that without going through the proper channels and getting the certifications and the writs and all the things you need from the city to be allowed to purchase the item, which you would then need the money to purchase the item.
Right, which Jet doesn't want to do.
The other option is probably the more underbelly side.
Would Jet have contacts to do that?
Maybe.
Oh. Understood.
You say you just will it. You're a sorcerer.
Correct.
And?
I suppose that would be the correct term, from what I understand of
really-
magic.
It's
Hold that for.
it's interesting. We don't see many sorcerers that are tapped in to their latent energies this young. You must be what? 12? 13? Okay, it's close. We typically don't see it until like early adulthood.
Right.
It's interesting. When did you first notice it?
Right, we are currently working with the university to explore how she came across these things. So,
It kind of manifested a few months ago, really.
Really? That's...
Jet's inciting these guys.
Yeah,
This
go
guy
ahead.
Yeah, I
trying to
was gonna
figure
say
out
at that point, like the pointed questions, I would be as well.
non-natural 20.
Okay.
Unless either of you are gonna stop her, she'd probably,
Right, which is
go with the saying, well, my,
well, it's where Jet's gonna start to move to, depending on what he tells me
where
from
I came
insight.
from, it was attacked and destroyed. My father died, all my friends were killed, and after that, I kind of started to realize that I could do minor things, illusions, nothing too big, and
Trauma is sometimes a very lack of a better term, good impetus for the development of the ability to harness these energies.
21.
From both of you, these questions are not coming from a place of malice.
Okay.
This
Just
is
kind of trying to
no.
gauge
You are
what
you are
need.
literally watching a magic user, like
Break down and analyze.
he is breaking down and analyzing something that to him is an incredibly unique situation, and he is excited to be understanding like why does this young child already possess magical powers that some 25-year-old sorcerers can't harness? What makes this happen? And he's just, you can tell he's just excited to be discussing magic, and to be discussing magic in the sense of he's a mage, right? This is what he does.
Right.
He is using his knowledge and his experience, and he is analyzing it, and he's all about it.
She's quite unique, and that's part of the reason, again, we're working with the college and trying to figure out what else she's...
Well, if you're working with the college and you're seeking to amplify your powers, I mean, you talk to them. They might be able to get you the writs and the certifications you need. The university works with us all the time. I studied at the university.
Then it certainly sounds like a way that we can go about helping you.
Maybe after my training's complete, they'll be more open to
Right.
talking about it.
We just recently signed up.
Of course.
Her to be able to...
We just enrolled.
Yes. So, thank you for the information, sir.
Of course. Anytime you want to come back and chat, please come by. We'd love to learn more.
Right.
What's your name?
Me, Tobias.
Rynny.
Nice to meet you.
Shall we?
Let's go. Nice to meet you, Tobias.
And already sort of like turning around, and as you're all exiting, you and Bale, you both pick up, and you can hear he's already turned around, and he's talking to the two other mage rights, and you just hear him be like, "She's 13. 13! My roommate was 28 before he was able to access his powers. It's marvelous."
Makes Jed a little bit uncomfortable. But, continuing on. Because again, malice is what he was looking for, and it's like, I don't think this guy's trying to harm anything.
Nope.
However, he knows something, and that does...
He's just geeking out.
Yeah.
Right.
This is very much like the car guys, and the your friend shows up in a new car, and all the guys are like, "Bro,
Is that Supra?
yeah. Has that got a turbo on it, bro?" Yeah. So you step back out into the bazaar.
Where did you want to go, Jen?
Shall we grab lunch? And Jet kind of looks at the outside, forgetting the fact that he can't position the sun.
Yep. There's just trickling sunlight coming down through the web of bridges and towers above.
He's just like,
You can
The lower layers are an eternal night.
honestly, with your perception, you can look up through the web of streets and roads and around the towers, and you can
gauge
get,
roughly.
based on the shadows, you get an idea that it's probably early afternoon.
You guys hungry?
I have a random question.
Hmm?
In the lowest levels where there's almost no light or anything, are there like vampires and shit?
Maybe.
Well, I mean, just in general, it seems like that's where Monsters of the Nights would be, but no one would live.
The
down
lower
there,
districts
right?
and the cogs never see sunlight. It is eternal night.
Gotcha.
It is-
There are
again,
DD vampires.
very,
So.
Huh?
There are player race vampires and also actual
That's
vampires.
true. That's
so.
fair.
the
I was
big,
gonna
the
say
big
we might
inspiration,
see-
like the big inspiration that I
Just
think
section
of,
called-
or the big imagery that I think
Also
of,
Dark
is
Souls.
Altered Carbon.
Yeah, no, I
Very
got
much
it.
that, the lower district is that part of the city that exists below the clouds.
I was just thinking it's one of those things where imagine there being an eternal night, like as a vampire or something. That's where you would want to always
Well,
be.
same with like kobolds. Kobolds technically have sunlight sensitivity. The only reason it doesn't bother Joe's character in the other game is because there's not direct sunlight.
Oh, that's fair.
So yeah, I mean, there's other races that it's
Oh, yeah, I
beneficial
specifically
to.
went through and made
Same
sure
with
that,
Drow.
Like,
You know, they're an Underdark race that have sunlight sensitivity, but it's
Although,
nice.
half Drow.
Because I was gonna say half doesn't bother, but full ones it does. So Makes sense they would live
Just a
down
random question about Sharn.
So, you all make your way to Underlook.
Underlick.
Mm.
Because you moved down into the bazaar, you're looking at about a 30-minute walk. If you want, you can take a sky coach. We'll cut your time down to about 5 or 10 minutes. Or there's hippogriffs, griffins, soar sleds, which you've seen a few people on soar sleds riding around. They're like floating discs, like scions. Basically just hop on it and...
It's like a tensor moving disc for people.
Pretty much.
Are there
hoverboards?
What do you call them?
Lines.
The lean forward. Where you lean forward.
Segways.
They're basically segways.
But you can rent.
Well, they
you
basically
can rent
segways.
animals.
But, yeah.
People movers.
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
But if you want to walk, it's only a 30-minute walk.
Is there any little tiny blue cars? Oh wait, no.
I feel like you already dropped enough gold on me. I don't want to waste any more. Let's just walk. It's I want to see the sights.
Pleasant day. So yeah, we'll walk.
As you're walking.
Ruh-roh. Encounter.
No.
Roll to 20.
Roll a D1.
What are you coming with at us this time, Joe?
It's those raptors. They're back.
See the perfect helmet. Ah!
The Raptor Wrangler.
You didn't pay tribute.
The Raptor Wrangler. I imagine him. He's got one of those hats on with a side flap.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oi!
Uh,
You didn't
so-
pay your tariff.
As you're walking, you make your way through a couple different lifts to get like down a level to cross a bridge, and then you get over and you have to go up 2 floors to keep going across another bridge. And there's a lot of that interconnecting travel. And as you're going, you hit one bridge, and you can see a large group of people off to one side that's not an angry mob, but a frustrated mob of people that appear to be protesting. And you can see the City Watch is not shutting it down or corralling it, but you can see there is a larger presence of City Watch in the area, just sort of keeping an eye on the situation. But the majority of what you see is a group of different races, all standing there, seeming to be protesting Warforged.
We totally don't have one of those with us.
And
The yellow hood goes up, but it's after all the battles we've been in, it's tattered. It's got
I
cuts
know.
in it. You can clearly see.
I
the
kind of
roads
looked at
through
you
it.
because I'm looking more at the Curse House Cannith in the Warforged.
but you hear, shouts of "No more war! Why should there be war forged? Weapons of war! What can they?"
Warforged are people too. No.
It's
You just
There's
see
just-
Jet walking through with a single pickup sign.
Now his picket sign would be, "Fuck you."
Wow, that's pretty legit.
What?
Destroy them before they destroy us.
Oh yeah.
That sounds like. Oh wait,
No
no, I'm
more
not gonna say that
picketing.
on stream.
But yes.
but yeah, you see, it's probably a group in total of maybe 20, 30 people that seem to be gathered.
Seems like they follow Vittler, if you know what I mean.
And
Jet will shift so that he's on the outside next to you.
Okay. No,
do,
that's
you have,
fine.
do you have any way
So
to
do we? Obviously, we all see them, right?
disguise our party member?
So
Too
V's
close, I
just
think.
looking and watching and seeing this, and is more curious than afraid or worried or anything. Just he knows what he is, obviously, because of the dosa and everything, but doesn't understand
Like why anybody would be
why
mad at you
exactly.
in particular?
Like what did I do?
Yeah.
So, but it's just curiosity, like
Yeah, Jet's just kind of keeping on the outside that if someone comes up, he can basically
Yeah, same here. We kind of like.
keep them away, but then also keeping you from being able to be like, oh.
I would say keep him in the middle, keep her in the middle, and
Yeah,
kind of
he's-
form around.
Yep.
But I'm also kind of keeping an eye on Gunther over here.
And there's enough people sort of gathered that are throwing, not counter protesting, but basically saying, they're people too. They, they defended us. They protected us. They, they served in the armies and took the place of our family and friends and countrymen. They deserve to
Continue. Yeah.
They deserve to continue
Fucking
their
live
existence.
rats.
They deserve to, and so they're too preoccupied with the people that are engaging them that with you sort of shifting in the way and the party sort of flanking around V, you pulling your hood up and sort of like shrugging your shoulders a little bit and hunkering down, you guys make it by without being noticed.
We'll kind of keep an eye on Gunther as well, just considering that there's a sign that talks about House Cannith, too, just kind of.
Yeah, but he's not wearing. You don't have any House Cannon stuff on you, right? The only thing you had on you was. What was the town?
More so him
See.
reacting to the
right,
House
him not
Cannith
getting
signage.
upset.
That makes more sense.
Yeah,
He doesn't bear any Cannith iconography. He has the symbol of sire,
That's what I'm thinking.
and then
Thank
he
you.
has the insignia of his patron.
Yeah.
But his patron's insignia is
His
separate. Exactly,
From-
it's his
yeah.
own. It's separate from the Gorgon that represents House Cannith.
Right. But Jet's just kind of gauging. Is Gunther just going to be like, fuck you guys? Or is
I'm
he
more
just
just
gonna
worried
let
about
it
him using
It's
suggestion.
actually
of
like
a
you
crowd.
guys, as this is happening, you sort of look over and you see Gunther is just sort of like, he's not stopped walking, but he's like sort of slowed down, and you see him like he's listening,
Without talking, you hear.
and then he comes back.
You hear in your mind, why? Why do they not like Warforged?
People don't like things they don't understand.
Alright, so I kind of like about face and turn in the direction and just kind of so we kind of like nod, and then I turn over to Jet and like Gunther must split off for a couple hours.
Suggestion's about to get real messy.
You be alright?
Gunther will be fine. Must see patron. He being him.
Oh, okay.
Fair enough. Don't fuck with these guys, alright?
Gunther not mess with riffraff. Not worth my time.
Good.
Just want to make sure.
Yes.
They're not with you, Tommy, right?
3 hours later, Gunther walks in. There's teeth all over the mall.
He's just covered in
Yeah,
blood.
literally.
You hear out on the street a little town crier. Mass murder in the streets. Protesters slaughtered where they stand.
Worth my time.
Could be anyone.
Prestidigitation. Fuck.
No, I like that. Could be anyone.
Because he's a changeling. Yeah.
Oh, that's actually great. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Alright, you're free to go.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna turn and then I just look for like the nearest,
Lift.
like one of the
Sky.
things all the way to
Sky
the
taxis?
Yeah,
Sky Coach.
yeah.
Sky
I'm
coach.
like, Gunther will be in contact soon. We'll
Good
see
luck.
you later evening tonight.
Good luck.
So
Meet us back at Lamas of Spirits.
should be fine. Gunther will let you know if something else changes otherwise.
I might see you again.
Gunther would like maybe have another flower, and then just proceeds to like you could tell that like I'm being summoned. I have no time. I must go.
And so you just walk over to the edge of the bridge, hail a Sky Coach.
Yeah.
Okay. You get on, you tell him where to go, and immediately you all see the Sky Coach pitch up and almost like a rocket, just like
Yep.
up towards the upper districts.
Yeah, I'm a bit more badass.
And I would say honestly, with your passive, the keywords you would catch are Sanids and Platinum Heights.
Be more badass.
So, wait, hold on,
than,
I'm catching that from
Anakin
where?
Skywalker.
Him
the-
telling the
Just
Sky Coach
said
where to go.
you just jump
Okay.
off the platform and land in.
Oh yeah, and just that would be awesome.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he's
Where-
saying if you just turn to the edge and be like, Gunther will be back, and
And
then
then
just
just-
fall off.
Oh yeah.
But like, do like the Anakin Skywalker and
Where he
Revenge of the Sith, where he just
Yep.
drops into the.
The seat.
Speeder.
Sorry,
Yep.
what 2 words am I hearing?
Sanids. SANNIDS.
SANNIDS. And.
You still
Platinum
need to
Heights.
figure out where that's at.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, no.
Sorry, must go.
Eat
So
self.
it works out well. Shannon's got to go.
You're like a patron sounds like a real hard ass.
What?
He does like it hard in his ass.
What do you think the patient's going to do?
Well then, I'll save this for you for next time.
Yes, I didn't need it, thankfully.
So you all carry on.
I would.
This time, yeah.
I was gonna do it. No. And you make your way into
We do.
the district of Underlook. And to get there, as you navigate these bridges and everything, you start to see a couple of the larger, like, core towers of Dura. And you can see where a few of them have, like, their core bases have steadily grown and expanded, and a few of them have merged almost just to support each other as they continue to just soar up into the sky. And to get to Underlook, you actually have to pass where 2 of these towers have sort of like merged together. And as you enter into the district of Underlook, this is, even though it is in the middle city, this is a district locked in eternal night. Even when you look up above, all it is above is just a large, like almost domed structure of metal and stone that supports the growth and the weight of these massive towers that soar above
I was
it.
gonna say if we see torches that almost look like stars.
But what really stands out to you all is as you step in and it is eternal night and darkness in here, you look up and there's no sky. You can't, not even if you like lean and try to look around some of the different bridges and stuff above that, you cannot see the sky. Yet, it's raining.
I look at my hand. Is it water?
Appears to be.
Smell? Like water?
I mean, yeah, but it doesn't smell good.
Like smog or acid rain type of thing?
Yeah. It's polluted.
Detect poison.
Polluted.
Just
Dirty water.
Yeah.
Runoff.
Shit?
Runoff
Okay.
from
I was gonna say like
above.
toilets?
I mean, maybe not in this area, but
Is this what trickle down economics looks like?
pretty accurate, yeah.
all right, Reagan.
My mind immediately went to like dirty water from Phasmophobia.
So, you progress farther in, and you
Take
make
all
your
the
way to
pictures.
the area where you're being guided to. Different than last night, though, as you're approaching, you can see off to one side of that like central square where you were at. Off to one side, you can see like a small little stage being built. Not big by any means, but a tiny little stage being built. You see like 3 or 4 Warforged carrying lumber to and from and hammering it all into place and just assembling this stage. It looks pretty much done at this point. They're just finishing up like the stairs on the sides. And you can see a few other people in the area that have like some fabric and cloth that they seem to be starting to like hang up around the edges of the stage. Seems a little interesting. But no, you see the tavern across from you. It is nondescript. It does not seem to have a name. No signage or anything like that. Wouldn't even really know it was a tavern, except for the torches on the outsides of the doors. Both of the torch holders are tankards. There's like tankards mounted onto the wall, and the torches are just stuck in the tankards. That's really the only clue that maybe this place serves drink.
Oh god, but if the water was bad.
So you all enter. It is rather quiet because it's mid-afternoon. You see an older human male, bald head, beer, big beer belly, pot belly, standing behind the bar. sort of barking orders at a few bar hands that run around. One of them is like a younger girl. The other is a younger, like halfling boy. And yeah, you all step in, and there's only 2 other patrons, both of which are sitting at the bar, sharing a meal. But that's really it. You all walk in, and the guy behind the bar goes, "Oi, you here for lunch?"
We are. What's special today? Jet's gonna walk in and...
Whatever we can find in the back. Have a seat.
Jet's immediately scanning, so, trying to see if anyone looks familiar to him, which I imagine you would pick up. He's a little anxious.
Yeah.
And seems to be looking for something.
Given the gruff exterior and interior of this place, what are we doing here? This seems a little, compared to Volantos' spirits, a bit of a downgrade.
He seems distracted, like watching, again looking, a little more anxious.
Shrug. Why are we here? Seems like there could be better places for lunch. Are these places that could identify what they're going to serve us?
I would prefer that. I was looking for something, but maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe you and Vale and V can find a place. Jet's still looking around, trying again to identify, and looking a little more like, okay, fuck, maybe I shouldn't have brought everyone here. Maybe it should just be me. All that kind of stuff. Analyzing.
And all of a sudden you have a dagger to your throat and someone behind you.
And you all stop as you're in the middle of this conversation, and almost without warning, you see another arm appear from behind Jet's back, and it's got a dagger in a hand, and you see it immediately to Jet's neck, but you can't see who's holding it.
I will
Hold on, and I just
draw.
whisper in your ear. I just immediately say, oh god, what was I gonna say? Sorry. God damn it.
Say something cool.
No, I was just wanting to say, Jesus Christ, I'm gonna fuck this up. Something to the effect of just you've started letting your guard down.
Again, you caught me with my pants down, huh?
That's how I would always figure to find
slow,
you.
old man.
And then immediately.
Oh, you always find me, sure.
And then I drop the dagger, you'll see it just disappear, and then I'll walk around and just give Jet a big hug.
Jet will hug him as well, figuring out who it is very quickly with the feeling.
I was gonna say,
play.
as that would have happened, I would have quick drawn, and then seeing as how you seem
Jet's
to be
just
kind of
kinda
cool with
smart.
everything, I'm just like, okay, and
You
then
stop
put
letting
it
your
back
guard
in.
down.
All I have to say is, fuck you, and I didn't expect it to be you. How are you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
V just moves his hand away
Ah.
from the front of Ryn.
Give
Because
me,
it was like,
give me a little bit of a...
Mom in the front seat of the car.
Together,
exactly.
I would say you
Just to make up
probably
for it.
notice that
And I'll slide you a drink.
the claws are a little bit like they're out.
Oh yeah, you can start to see the shift, the claws, everything, and then once you realize it's like, okay.
And I'll also pat you on the shoulder and be like, relax, you're safe here.
I don't know if safe's the right time. I just held a knife to my throat. But again, I'm being rude again, aren't I?
At this point, you would hear the bartender go, "Boy, stop cavorting with the patrons.
Sorry, sir.
Keep working."
Yes, sir. And I'll go back to...
Can I go tell your boss to go fuck himself? You can. Go fuck yourself. I'm taking him out for a minute.
He's not getting paid for this time.
I'll pay him for his time. Let's go.
I'm gonna just be like,
V's gonna go,
okay.
with my money.
And I'll just kind of... and I'll just kind of follow.
Jet will step outside.
Okay. Before we do introductions, you describe your appearance.
Yes. So, honestly, the easiest way on I'll just pass this mini. I specifically designed that mini around.
Yeah.
How tall is your character?
Oh,
Did he jump up to hug Jet? Because again, Jet's
Oh,
like
yeah.
6'3".
Oh yeah.
Yeah, how'd you get a blade to his throat? That's my
Oh,
question.
Here's
no.
my thumb. He's in a chair.
Airing my arms out.
Oh, okay.
Looks like you do.
No, I'm airing my arms
Just
out.
imagine like you're stealthily like pushing a
I got
stool
flight
while you're
palm.
next to shit behind Jet. And
I didn't actually put in a height. It's just listed
the
as small.
daggers are cool, like the psychic blade touch.
I feel like I actually would have jumped up, just grabbed around his neck, and then like held the knife and been like,
Like
yeah.
a weird psychic Chucky.
That's what
You're-
Bilbo Baggins
this is a
is.
halfling, right?
Yep.
Yes. I'm a little Bilbo Baggins. I'm actually looking at size right now.
Giggity.
Those
I believe halflings still qualify as medium.
Oh, on here it says
They're small.
Oh, they do?
Mhm.
Oh, shit.
They're actually small.
Dwarves
Yeah, I
are
was gonna
me-
say it says
dwarves
on
are
here,
like the very cut off.
on here average height is 3 feet.
Yeah, he's half Jet size.
You
So
know, the colors come out so nice.
You a short little fella.
Yeah.
So
I'll have to get
continue.
there and play around with that later.
Can you describe it, son? What you wearing?
But basically, what I've envisioned is just kind of I don't even know how to really describe it, but like just like a, you know, not anything too fancy shirt, a vest, and then just like a purplish cloak, not like a wizard cloak, but just a cloak tied around my neck and with a hood on it.
I would say honestly, probably because you're working, you don't have the cloak on.
That's
you
fine.
probably replace the cloak with like an apron.
Okay.
So you're just in, commoner's clothes, but
with a busboy, like
they're
apron.
well kept. And yeah.
Oh, and then one other thing that you would probably notice, because I'm not really doing anything to hide it, I wouldn't imagine I would be, is on my wrist, I do have a dragon mark of House Galanda.
Back to introductions.
You and I need to catch up, and it seems like I need to at least introduce everybody. Yes.
Who are these?
Kevin, this is Ren, Vale,
Mhm.
and V, and we have another that is currently not with us. But everyone, this is Kevin, one of my good friends. I would say. Good friends at the very least.
Kevin,
Maybe little brother.
At your service.
I'm really waiting for it to be like 10 sessions from now, and everyone just calls you Kevin.
Yeah, I was like, so Kevin.
Gavin?
This is how Jet's gonna get me back
I think it's
for
Gavin.
Jeff.
Yep.
Kevin.
Kevin.
You have a lot of friends, Jet.
Yeah, I'm not used to you traveling with so many.
It's a new thing for me. I'll put it that way. Traveling with more people than just myself. But roads are dangerous, my friend.
This is true.
So the more the merrier, I say.
Things tend to be better in groups, I guess, with most activities.
For sure. Fuck, what have you been up
Trust
to?
the people you're with. I agree with that.
Interesting for sure, but what have you been up to?
Same old. Working here to try and get some gold and, doing things that are, asked of me.
Go on.
Why are you working here? This place kind of sucks.
You get good information when working in places like this.
I mean, we're just at a much better spot. I think you would really do better in tips. It seems like a higher clientele.
Can you sing too?
They saw Violin last night, and Ren actually put on an amazing performance as well. So,
Yeah, just teaching me how to be a bard.
I'm teaching you how to be a bard in 2 seconds, by the way.
Yeah.
That is
Speed run.
right now. Yep. Boom. Done.
Speed
Oh,
run any percent.
Speed run.
I should have sent you that earlier, Joe.
Okay.
That's my bad.
Sing, dance,
Just-
Just,
sorry,
that's
boom,
just a
fire.
little bit of flavor
I mean,
for
it's
you,
pretty easy.
Okay.
for the area.
Anyone can do it.
I'm sorry. So what was asked of me?
What?
Oh no, he was
Someone
just
asked me a
saying
question.
that
Oh.
she's being taught how to be a bard.
Yeah, I basically was saying Jet's teaching me how to be a bard.
Nice. And Jet mentioned Leolin, which you would recognize the name.
You just mentioned that?
Yes.
That they had been there.
Okay.
And that Ren had actually performed, and that's part of the reason why V was asking, do you sing too?
I do not sing, but I do play a little bit of music.
You do? What do you play?
And then I'm assuming at least even working, I would still have some form of. I'm assuming a bag on me that I would basically never let out of my sight, but it's just a little kalimba that I would pull out. Should have brought it tonight because I actually have one. But it's a little black kalimba, about yay big. It's got about 2 octaves on it.
I don't know what a kalimba is.
Little thumb piano.
Yeah, little thumb piano.
Oh, okay.
I play this on my spare time. Doesn't seem to be much of that, but
Have you been working on it? Have you been getting better?
a bit. Not as good as say you are, but
Jet's like actually analyzing, like, really? Have you been working on it, or are you just playing? Just
I have been.
okay. We joined us tonight though over at the Line of Spirits.
Absolutely. Anytime you're in town, I want to see you.
Of course. And you'll have to tell me what you've been up to. It's been a while.
At this point, like, considering you're out front of the establishment, I'd say probably 15 or 20 minutes have passed while you'll catch up and make your introductions and have small talk. But that little stage off to the side is now fully constructed, decorated, and you see, like, there's actually not a large crowd, but there's a decent crowd that's sort of starting to mill about in the square. And you can see a little, like, podium has been set up. Yeah, you can start to see a crowd gathering.
What is this, by the way? What are they putting up? What's going on?
That's a good question.
Yeah, what do you know being in the area?
It takes a moment, but you sort of just survey the area and just sort of pick up on like what's going on and piecing together what you've heard over the past couple days. There was elections were held recently for mayors for the different districts. So you have each district. So Upper Dura, Middle Dura, Lower Dura. Like Middle Dura has a city council that is elected, and there are 17 districts in the city, and all 17 of those city councilors get together, and they get together with the Lord Mayor, and they are the government of the city. They are the city government, right? Inside the districts, so Middle Dura has Underlook and the Bazaar and Harrods Folly. Each of those neighborhoods elects a mayor to sort of run their local government, their local administration. And those were just held recently. And based off of what's going on, you figure this is probably a speech of some kind by maybe the new mayor.
Okay. Who knows? Probably, or it's just another politician trying to decide our futures.
Good times. I don't miss that. Shit.
Not at all.
Don't miss hearing it. Don't miss learning about it. Don't really give a fuck what they do here.
All this politics is boring. It's not fun.
But
Not as good as the theater.
of course, have to come to the theater.
I hate the theater.
I hate the theater.
Both of you?
I just realized something.
Ren, you've not been to a good theater.
I don't like your friends very much.
Sorry, no, we didn't say that out loud.
There's
Yeah, it's
still
like
Was that an actual thing?
there's still
it's
that
a critical role thing.
that little bit of rain, just constant, and it's starting to like. Now that you've been outside for a while, it's just like starting to lightly dampen your clothes, and you do notice that it does not smell good.
God, I hate the smell of this part of the city. Which, Chet, with, of course,
Sensitive
super
nose.
sensitive, yeah.
It's gonna crinkle mine.
You get more used to it.
Prestidigitation around my face specifically, just so that I can smell
Roses.
lilac, yeah.
Yeah.
Just. Oh, that's
I
nice.
find the look of it at least too somewhat pretty if you look into it. It has
It's
a beauty
like-
to it.
It turns dark if you hold out your hand.
Yeah.
God, we need to get you out of the city. A little bit more than you are now.
No, I never have left Sean. Oh, very few times, I should say.
Jet didn't know that he's left Sharn, right?
I can't remember. I'm gonna stop right there because I was gonna say I don't remember if we said I had or had not.
You
I was like, shit. I don't remember what
you
we agreed
have
on.
probably once or twice, but Jet would not have known.
Okay, so then I'm sticking with that. I've never gotten out of the city.
Well, I guess you would have told Jet that then.
I would have told Jet. God
Jeff.
damn it.
Oh, it slips on the new character too.
No.
God
damn it.
Jet.
Jeff continues.
I would have said.
You're
no,
sitting here.
no, I've never
You're sitting
been
here
to
and
the
like,
city.
how the fuck did Zareth beat me here?
Zareth dog, you
I
did
received
me.
a letter. But this man was paying me to call you by the wrong name.
You left me this pole with a feather attached to it.
Damn it! Thought I gave that to Ren.
You gave that to you directly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Jet does
I
have
said-
it.
I said
It's
this
in the
brought
bag
us-
of holding. I
I said this
forgot.
brought us a lot of fun.
I'm headcanon that last night when Jet was asleep on the balcony by himself, he pulled it out and was.
Did like a quick like over the shoulder.
Yeah, make sure
Make
no
sure
one was
nobody's
looking.
around.
Batted it a couple times.
Mhm.
So how do you two know each other?
Oh, that's kind of a interesting story, depending on how you want to, what you would like to share. I mean, with new people, but
Let's just say Jet has taken care of me for a while now. What has it been, 4 years?
Jet just picks up people on his eventually.
Like sizing you up.
You're an adult man. You're an adult man.
I wouldn't throw them out of the nest literally in Sharn. Pretty far.
Valid.
True.
Oh, be like Marisha.
Fly.
Be like the goldfish.
Oh God.
You throw him off the edge and you're like, fly! And as he falls, you're like, you never taught me.
As you will.
Here's a featherfall token.
Yeah, just like, oh
Yeah,
God,
but
I forgot to give him this.
So it's not like this,
Oh,
not
no.
like this.
It's just out of reach the entire time.
You'll get it.
Right as you catch it and you're just about to break it, ground. You hit the ground so hard, it hits your body and cracks. And the
Actually-
spell's cast.
I actually have.
You bounce and just float.
Oh Jesus.
Your body's all
the bad-
mangled and
the bad-
broken, and it just bounces and floats
Bad
back
physics
down.
games.
I actually have multiple of these tokens from where they didn't actually get to crack it before they hit the ground. You know.
I really need to work on time.
Damn it.
Token first, then child.
Or do child token, then throw. God. Keep getting that wrong.
God, I knew it was one or the other.
I think I'm forgetting something. Oh.
You'll be fine. Rub some dirt in it.
Don't forget to roll.
Tuck and roll.
Tuck and roll.
So, you do seem to, I don't know, have a knack for saving people.
I suppose so. Although, hell, you've grown up a good bit.
Yeah.
You actually told him.
I am.
Literally told him. Like, not joking. Like, you actually are. Jet is gonna look him up and down.
It has been a while since you've seen me.
Probably an inch and a half, yeah? Would you say?
Probably.
Looking good. But,
One's over here just like, fuck is this?
More fucking roads.
Motherfucker Rover Jones?
How long are you in town?
Well, I think we're here about at least a week, wouldn't you say? Ren's studying at the college here.
Nice.
So, at least a week. We've also got a friend that's doing a pit fight if you want to join us for that. That'll be fun to watch.
I'd love to watch that. You think he'll win?
I'm sorry?
You think he'll win?
I think so. He's got a good shot.
Be fun to watch.
If not, there's always a little bit of a couple things up my sleeve.
Always trying to get the upper hand.
That is how this game is played. If you haven't figured it out,
It's true.
and you'd get he's talking more. Yeah. But outside of that, I really didn't want to go here for lunch. I was trying to figure out where the fuck you.
Keeping an eye on
You've been following us.
you. Maybe.
Food City.
Maybe.
You didn't think there was a better time
I had
than
to be
making us
at
come
work.
all the way here?
I had to be at work at a certain point.
So, any chance you can fuck off for the rest of the day? Run around with us?
Sure.
Cool.
At this point, the crowd has sort of gathered closer to the stage, and you know, there's that general like low roar that comes from a crowd of people,
Right.
from the mix of conversation. And as you all are having small talk, you hear it sort of die down.
How big is this crowd getting and how close are they?
I'd say the crowd probably numbers in the neighborhood of like 75, maybe 100.
Okay.
And the crowd's probably 30 yards away, like not across the square, but sort of like if you all are standing facing the establishment, it'd be sort of like back to your right.
Okay. A little bit away, but we can still hear if someone were talking on a, you know.
Well, you hear them all sort of die down,
Right.
And you sort of like turn and look, and you can see a figure stepping up onto the stage towards the podium.
Anyone Jet recognizes?
Make a
We're still in the poopy place, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
make an
Close.
intelligence check.
So I mean, I guess Jed knows everyone, so I guess it's a fair question.
You say
Actually,
that.
I'll let you do history if you want.
Either way, it's pretty damn high.
Oh.
Well, it's clear the other way, though.
Yeah, plus 4 is 23.
Okay. It takes you a second to sort of like focus in, but
I feel like it
you
seems-
you recognize Alder Ames. He is a half orc, middle aged, strong jawline, no facial hair, short, like slightly unkempt brown hair, very like Sylvester Stallone, Mel Gibson vibes. You know, very strong face, big
Anti-Semitic
broad
asshole.
chest and shoulders.
But hot daughter.
He's wearing simple, well-made clothing, like a white cotton worker's shirt, gray pants that have reinforced knees, like leather reinforced knees, brown leather boots, a large leather belt, long black overcoat that's accented with like aged leather straps and trim on it. Actually, sorry, I wish I had a picture for him.
It's gonna be a guy with a very long black coat with Sylvester Stallone's face cut out and just.
That.
I get very.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mel Gibson's
No, you're
face
good. I
is
got you. I
going
got
by
you.
that guy.
That's a half one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Half orc deep.
And the name Alder, Alder. Last name Ames, Aimes. You know him from he in the city itself. He's a fairly successful merchant.
Okay.
He specializes in cargo transit. His background, which you would probably know, served in the Brelish military during the war. Was not a frontliner, was not a fighter, but he was involved with support logistics, supply lines, material transport, making sure that there was, you know, it would help protect caravans and materials like armor, weapons, food, supplies, all of that was going to the front lines.
Right.
That was his job. But after the war, he used his experience from the war and his knowledge of trade routes and hidden passages and things like that to develop a rather successful business being a middleman and facilitating the quick and efficient organization and transport of cargo around the continent. And because of that, he became quite well known. it's been a while, so some of your information's a little dated, but last you remember, he's relatively well liked by most people. Some people bear him a little ill will because of his part monstrous heritage. People are a little weird about orcs and half-orcs.
He's not.
Why is that there? But no, you see him sort of step up to the stage, and you can see him as he steps up to the small podium. The stage is flanked by like 2 City Watch, and you can see sort of standing off to his his back left of the stage. You can see like a younger half-orc female, probably early 20s, commoner's clothing, but again, well made, well taken care of. She wears like crude glasses, crude spectacles. Hair's in a rough ponytail, and she has a small notebook and like writing utensil clasped in her hands that are folded in front of her. And as he steps up onto the stage, you see 2 more half-orcs wearing uniforms of his company, his transport company, carrying a rather sizable crate up onto the stage. Doesn't bear any markings or anything. It's just a crate. But he stands there and he sort of gets up to the podium, and you hear a couple people like clap, and it's that weird like awkward clap. Clapping. Yeah. And then he just sort of like motions for everyone to quiet down, and he begins speaking. And he says, "My friends and neighbors, I'm honored to have been elected as your mayor and your representative to the city council. You all have gifted me a great responsibility. A responsibility to you and to our home. And I promise that I will serve this district and all of you with honor, integrity, honesty, and the same drive that I have promised my customers in years past. I will deliver on these promises and all the promises I made in the past weeks and months before I was elected. I will do what I can to lower your tax burden, lower the rampant crime spreading throughout this city, and fix our failing infrastructure. But one of the first things I aim to fix is this plague spreading through our domain. I will do what I can and exploit what resources I have access to figure out the root source of this persistent illness that is affecting your friends and your families. I have already begun speaking with House Jurassico, even before I was elected. And there are already plans in place for their healers to begin making rounds throughout the district. They will be administering healing magic and potions, tonics, and ointments to those that need them. Now, unfortunately, the house still operates a business, so these services won't be free. But I have negotiated with them, and I have secured us a lower rate, much cheaper than anywhere else you will find in the city. This is the first step towards fixing what ails our fine district and bringing us back into the light. As a token of goodwill, House Jurassico has gifted me, through a representative of theirs, a crate, and he sort of gestures to the crate behind him, a crate of their healing potions and ailment tonics. Those who are present now and wish to take one may, free of charge, as my gift to you all. Take them home, give them to your sick family, and let them be healed. And in the coming days, you will see the healers on the streets. And tell them Mayor Alder sent you. And they will help. And they will fix us. Thank you all for your time, and thank you for the responsibility you have bestowed upon me. If you wish to speak with me, my assistant here will take your name and schedule you a time to come visit my office. I wish you all the best of days, and remember, with me at the lead, Underlook aims higher.
While that was going on, I would have been insight checking, like, if I feel like this is honest and truthful, or if there's something a little skeevy going on.
He's a politician.
Which, I mean, he is. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I also have a question too, and that's done.
Okay.
It's a
So
21.
something I want to add on as well.
I mean, he seems forthright, but he's a politician.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got that.
Practiced.
He's
Can
a
I-
politician. He's an entrepreneur.
Can I make my way towards the front to get one of these potions and healing salves that they're passing out?
Mhm.
I would ask
Cabin.
Cabin. What plague is he talking about?
It's just, the sickness that's been going around. Typical fever, soreness, cough, that kind of thing. Same thing that's been going on for a long time now.
It's terrible.
Has Jet known about that? Or is this new?
It's
I don't think
Since
it would be.
it's this is new to you.
Yeah.
This
Okay.
This is started after your last visit.
Okay. The other piece is with a 23 history in smuggling in his background. Is he a connection?
Yeah, I mean, he runs a cargo transit business.
Right.
Poor baby.
Smuggling sort of in his nature.
Right.
It's
Not someone maybe Jet knows, however, he knows someone who knows someone who knows how to get things in, and he is a way in.
Yeah, the best way to put it is, with your knowledge of influential people in the city, does he deal in smuggling? Yes. Is that the bulk of his business?
Right.
No, because he is trying to.
He's trying to do everything above board, but still has the
When
necessary underground.
times were rough and he needed that quick influx of cash, yeah, he might have taken a couple illicit jobs, but for the most part, he does try to stay above board.
Right. Just trying to gauge exactly, okay, is this someone that is useful to the community, helpful to the community, or are they really just another corrupt politician, trying to feed bullshit to people, and, knowing whether or not they're smuggling things in that maybe shouldn't be in,
Yeah.
or trying to smuggle things in that could help people when there's too many restrictions, say health potions or whatever.
Yeah.
Because everything has to run through Durasco. Okay, are you smuggling in health potions? Are you smuggling in drugs? What are you smuggling in?
Yeah.
So, he's just trying to gauge.
The other thing I was going to say is, this is during him talking, and even before when you start seeing the crowd gathering. I didn't want to interrupt at any point, but I wanted to tell you something you would definitely pick up on, because especially since you know Kevin, the more crowd that seems to form, the more anxious he starts getting. He doesn't like crowds,
Right.
So you start seeing that he's very anxious about that.
Which, Jed, I think knowing that would just kind of grab your shoulder a little bit and kind of keep you grounded, like, you're here, bud.
So I would have gone forward, grabbed one of the
Assuming you'd let him
potions.
do that.
Oh yeah.
Are they just like handing it out, or is it like a? Okay, yeah.
I mean, basically, he sort of like steps off stage and walks, as he walks, some of the people have sort of walked forward and like shaking his hand, and he's like, "Oh yeah, nice to meet you. Thanks. Yeah, thank you. I look forward to serving you. Okay, bye.
Yeah.
And finally breaks away from the crowd and steps over, it's not a sky coach, but it's more like one of those little source sleds.
Okay.
But there's like 2 or 3 of them in the area, and he jumps on one, and the other 2 half orcs that carry the crate jump on the other 2, and they sort of like start moving out of the area.
Okay.
But the assistant stays behind, and as he was getting off, those 2 half orcs sort of crack the crate open, and she just sort of stands there with the 2 city watch guards, and they just distribute. Basically, anyone that comes up, they're passing them out.
Go with me to go.
I walk up and grab one.
Okay.
And then
You want me to come?
as I'm walking away,
Sure.
I rolled a 19 sleight of hand check and I will, as I'm walking back to our group, I will pull out a yew leaf and cast Detect Poison and Disease on the potion that I was handed.
Nothing.
Which I mean, technically it'd be any poisonous creatures and or diseases within 30 feet of me. But I will go ahead and mark that as a use.
Anyone afflicted?
You get there is.
Who's got the rot?
It's not like it's not like someone just lights up like a Christmas tree, like, oh my god, they got the plague.
Yeah.
But there is just a disease in the area. You get a faint sense of poison from just the collected water around you. Not like the water is made of poison, but it's more along the lines of
poisonous to
There's
consume.
issues, with the
yeah,
water.
if you were to just reach down and consume water out of the gutter, you're probably going to have some bubble guts.
Yeah. You go and get some reds.
So,
Oh no.
but yeah, there's just you cast it, and there's just that general nothing from the potion itself,
Yeah.
but there's just that general pulse of illness.
I was saying, then Kevin and Jet walk up to grab one as well.
Okay.
What was it?
Just basic healing potion.
Yeah, Jet would allow Kevin to get one, but at the moment, feeling particularly beneficial to the party, not necessarily beneficial to the city itself, and having some concerns about the people that have less means. Jet would not necessarily take one, especially knowing that Vale already has one for the party, and that he's bought health potions before, and if he wants it, he'll go buy it.
As soon as I get it, and we started to walk away, I just kind of, while holding it, just look up to her, and I'm like, for Dalvin, just in case.
Sure, he'll appreciate that. How's he doing?
Yeah, seems to be doing fine.
Getting up in his years.
He is. But
Still
he's
aging.
Still Dalvin.
Refuses to
Let anyone else work for him. He wants to do everything himself.
Sounds exactly like him. Fuck, I haven't seen him in a little bit.
he'd be happy to see.
I feel like I'm gonna get a lecture from him if I go over there.
It's Dalvin, you will. I haven't been home in a while.
I do need to go see him though.
Can you spell Dolben?
Dallben.
I'm glad you're there, because I was like, I don't have a goddamn clue.
Are they telling me to go see him? And Jet's going to say it quietly to you. You would probably still pick up on it just because your passive's so goddamn high, but you would ask, are they telling me to go see him?
Are they, or am I?
They, as in the Vale.
I don't have any notice of that. I'm just
Would
wondering.
Jet get the sense, though, that...
I think he wants to see you, just because I get the sense of like he just misses you. Because I feel like
he is telling you from a personal, hey, this person that you were friends with, that I am friends with, probably wants to see you. You're not getting the sense that the Vale is pressuring him to make you go.
Yeah.
Okay, well that makes me feel better. I'll go see him then.
That's because he rolled a really high deception. No.
I'm kidding. 31.
Damn it!
No, I'm just kidding. I did roll a 31 on that stealth check though to sneak up on him.
I was gonna say no.
I'd roll a natural 20.
Yeah, I was gonna say Jet's looking, but yeah, he wouldn't have.
Well, no, but while you were looking around the tavern, I was just like, I texted Tyler, I was like, so I just rolled a 31. He was like, yeah, just
like, yeah.
Nobody saw
He's like, I rolled a stealth of 31 on Jet, and I was like, LMAO, wrecked.
Yeah.
Sneak attack, sneak attack, sneak attack.
Judo chop.
Dead.
So, what else would you guys like to do?
No. You're coming back with us then?
Of course.
Good. Well, I don't have anything else planned today. Does anyone have anything they want to get done? Gunther's obviously off for his fight, getting ready, and probably getting...
Fight today.
Tomorrow.
Probably getting in a little bit of trouble with his patron. We are a little bit late, aren't we?
I know he was supposed to be here.
Yeah, we're 2 days, right?
He was supposed to report to his patron 2 days early.
Yep.
And he didn't do so.
Yeah, I'm sure he's fine.
He's been fired.
I'm sure he's fine.
Sure, that
I
one.
wonder if this reminds him of the time he traveled to Icewind Dale.
That's not canon. That's not canon. It's not canon. It's not canon.
You have to say it a lot.
It's not canon.
Should we head back to the Line of Spirits then, or is there more you want to see, right?
I don't know. Sounds lovely. Besides, I was hoping to catch a few lessons from your friend before the day was up.
She may be out for a little bit, but hopefully back a little better.
Well, else we could always hang out,
It's true.
relax a little bit.
It's true. Anything on your agenda today? Or just
Not anymore. Just move
working
on
it?
work.
Perfect. Let's go.
Just looking to have an easy Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah, Jet's gonna start heading back then.
Usually Sunday morning.
Also, you'll notice in almost a clingy way, Cabin is just like right next to you, like on your side, like
Similar to how
Don't
V
leave
is
again.
to Rin.
So wait, now we have Cabin and Ren, and then V. Everyone's
all live in
sticking
the
to
same
me.
5-foot square.
I don't have personal faith anymore.
Puts the robe over everyone.
And as he does it, you just hear the whispers.
Oh,
And that's the end of the campaign. All right, guys, great job.
Obedience.
So we'll go ahead and wrap up there. We'll start the next session with you all arriving at the Line of Spirits. Oh, you did have something you wanted to do.
If we arrive, but if there's
5
other things,
weeks.
No, I would like to hit what you're wanting to do. So basically, you all go back to the inn, and it's a chill Wednesday afternoon. There's still business because this is truly the city that never sleeps. There is always shifts of people working. When you're in, especially like a district like Underlook, there is no day, there is no night, there is no difference. There are people working all the time. It's like a warehouse. There's always a shift of people working, regardless of what time it is. So even at 3 or 4 in the afternoon, there are still people that are coming into the bar that are just getting off their shift, right? There are people that are just waking up and coming in looking to get food, getting ready to go to work. So it's not bustling and busy like it was the night before, but there's still a good 15 or 20 people in the establishment. Yelvalor's behind the bar. The afternoon is yours to relax. You can sit down and drink if you want. I know V was looking to just sit with Ren for a little while and just relax.
so like we walk in, do you guys, I guess, go get food, chill, whatever?
Yeah, I'll just hang out.
Jet, I think actually would be interested in actually sitting with the piano and playing a little bit of music just for.
Just jam
It's-
session.
Basically, it's been a while since you've been around a place big enough that would have a piano, so being able to go back.
Is there
and
anything you can't play?
play all the things, including your mother? Boom! No, just kidding.
Boop, boop, boop.
Again, just that very far off disembodied.
Damn. You got it.
You met my mother. She's
So-
a nice lady.
In
I mentioned my mom,
Ren's
she is a
head
nice
specifically, V just goes, I
No.
need your assistance.
I recently.
You see that fire over there? I try to
I put the
reply
fire over
mentally again.
Okay.
Like,
Huh?
do you hear anything?
No,
I forget.
I'm not reading. I was told it's rude to read the minds, and I've learned that it is technically rude.
So you say that, and then you kind of see me like a.
You see the shriveled eyebrow and like the. You see the little vein pop out in the forehead, like
so hard.
I'd be like, do you have to fart?
I toot a little bit. Okay.
I heard it.
Wait,
Shift your ears, man.
you
No, I'm just
probably smelled it before you heard it.
Oh, prestidigitation.
Fuck that, break my concentration.
Lavender.
there's like 3 guys sitting at a table nearby as you walk by and do this, and they're just like
No, it's not
in the
that.
middle of eating their after shift meal, and they're just like.
What do you need help with?
You read a lot. You read well.
Thank you. Yes. My dad taught me.
I want you to help me read. And he pulls out the book.
Okay, kind of eye it suspiciously since it just told you obedience like less than an hour ago. But what passage from the book?
You haven't felt much from your friend, but at the insinuation of helping him read the book, you just feel the interest. You just feel it's almost like a cat just like perks its ear up.
Right.
There's very much that like that twinge, and you're like,
it's something stirring. I feel stirred.
It's like something's like, what was that?
Well then, doubled with that, I kind of like shuffle over, and so I can peer around and see inside the book that you're.
V stops and shakes his head, and then just turns and starts walking back to the room.
I kind of clock where everyone is, and shrug my shoulders and follow.
So, I take it we go back to the room and everything, and V's gonna go to his normal corner, because the way I've always imagined every time you guys sleep, V always has a corner that he just stands in or sits in, kind of depending on whatever the day may feel like. But so he goes over to his corner and then he sits down on his legs or on like crisscross applesauce. That's where I say it now, and just kind of looks at you like waiting.
Walk over and kind of stand beside you. I feel like we're actually probably about at a height at this point.
That makes sense. And so he pulls out the book, and instead of having you read over his shoulder, he sets it on the ground, and then he just opens it for you to just have a very clean look at. But he opens it to, it's just blank on 2 pages.
I don't see anything. I'm gonna just kind of like lean towards it and touch one of the pages.
I'm assuming nothing happens, so I have questions I'm going to ask, but I'm assuming nothing happens.
Nothing happens. It's just a book.
So
It feels
kind
old.
He kind of imitates how you always read, like the time you're reading the Infernal book, or the way you are with the scroll and everything. He kind of mimics your hunch and kind of leans over and like almost like, am I doing it right?
I don't hunch like that. Okay, it's not as awkward looking.
Kind of rotates his neck a
No,
little.
I don't do that. No, don't.
I totally do.
That's well, reading is it requires words, V, and there aren't any words here, and I'll kind of finger through a few pages, and it's all blank, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
There aren't any. This book,
Your book's
doesn't so much as have words.
Broken.
I haven't really seen how his book works, though, right? You seem to have some kind of link with it that normal people don't have with their books. Like you talk to it.
So he looks down at the book and says,
"So perhaps try speaking to it."
Why? He repeats what we said before. Why can I do magic?
Why can I do magic?
Yeah, same as before, where I said obedience. Testing to see if it's going to respond.
Roll a.
First time we got my dice out.
Let's see what your warlock. So roll just a straight charisma check.
Just straight with like modifier?
Yeah.
I believe it's only a +3. Excuse me. That was delightful though. What is that?
They can't read it.
Non-natural 20.
Okay.
Dirty 20. Thank you.
And so you're sitting there, and he asks, what was it? How do I do magic?
Yeah.
How do I do magic? And
Sounds better.
at first, nothing seems to happen. But then you start to notice that, like, the corners of the book where it's bound with, like, a little bit of metal, you can see, like, a little bit of frost build on the metal. And then you just faintly make out those whispers. Again, you feel the hair on the back of your neck stand up. And you can hear that. And then looking at the page, you can see almost welling up from within the book, you see ink emerge. But to you, it's incoherent. To you, it says obedience.
Gotcha. So then he looks at you to gain a reaction, to see, like, questioning.
You would see her just brows raised. But I heard the word.
Yeah, you hear the whispers.
Right. See.
And at first you thought they were coming from around you, but as you sort of focus on it, they're coming from V. His mouth's not moving. He's not speaking, but they're just sort of amorphously coming from him.
Yeah, that's not normal, V. That's not how books should work.
Am I obedient?
Roll another charisma check.
That one is a 9.
No response. I'd like you to make a wisdom check.
It's a check.
Next question.
Who am I obedient to?
Ooh.
Oh no!
I will re-roll that with a sorcery point.
Roll charisma check.
Charisma check.
Wisdom save for you.
Only a 10.
Well, it's... Unless I have something special to re-roll, but I don't think I
I rolled 12.
If it doesn't answer, I'm going to do one more thing.
It's not words, but it's an idea that is sort of pressed onto your mind from your friend, and it just conveys the essence of an idea, and that idea is deep magic, old magic. The book doesn't react, but only you hear the voice emanating from within, and you just hear me.
Like that.
We. Us.
I'm going to. I still have access to the book. I'm going to try to. Looking at V, looking at the book, put my hand on one of the blank pages, and I'm just going to try and push magic into it and try to interface with it.
As she does that, by the way, when I hear the word us, V voices it out loud too.
Okay. So you hear him ask, "Who am I obedient to?" And you start reaching for the book, and you hear him say, "Us."
Who's us? My hand's still kind of paused over the book.
V looks up and looks back down. What is our name?
Make a charisma check.
Natural 20.
Oh.
Ooh.
So 23. That's like fate, man.
I have to think for a second.
What was the question?
What is our
What is
name?
our name?
What was our name?
And you're putting energy into the book?
That's gonna be weird.
Huh?
That's gonna be weird.
Sounds hot. A little bit of magic flowing through me. You know what I mean?
Sometimes you gotta
feel magic pulsing through you.
Giggity.
So the damn you're like,
If you hurt Ren, just know Jet's gonna come kill you.
he doesn't know what's gonna happen.
The
I
book
know.
is going to absorb red.
Just so you know. Just so you know, Jet's gonna
What is this,
kill
like,
you.
the page
All you
ma-
hear is just a little.
What is this, like the Page Master?
Yes.
Right.
Actually, no, hold on.
That is probably my all-time favorite film from my childhood.
Oh, I do
Right,
own it.
right next to My Little Toaster.
Yeah, I agree.
Brave Little Toaster
Brave
is
Little
really
Toaster.
good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Toaster, yeah.
Brave Little Toaster
Why
is
is
damn
the
good.
first one on Disney Plus, but the like 6 sequels are?
Yeah, I don't know. Because the first one is easily the best.
Wait, of which one?
Brave Little
Brave Little
Toaster.
There were multiple?
Yeah,
Brave
there's
Little Toaster,
Brave Little Toaster goes to Mars, Brave Little Toaster.
Apparently, that's a very popular series.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I just remember the first one.
The first one was so good. Brave Little Toaster Goes to Mars was meh, and then like it just got worse after that.
Brave Little Toaster to the rescue. Brave Little Toaster goes to China. I don't know if that's a real one or not. Oh,
It is.
that's in development.
Oh, in development?
What?
Brave Little Toaster Goes to China?
Alright.
Yeah, it's got to pass the Chinese censors.
Good luck.
Yeah, I know, right?
The Brave Little Toaster loves communism.
So good,
Brave Little Toaster shares with everyone.
Including the state.
Little did you know it is the state. Ha!
Oh God, Phil Hartman.
Bill Hartman.
Bill S. Preston, Theodore Logan.
Spock, The Rock, Doc Ock, and Hulk Hogan.
I heard they all came out of nowhere.
Lightning fast. Kick
Oh,
Chuck
yeah.
Norris and his cowboy ass.
Hey Nick, Jet learned a new song.
Okay.
The Bloodies Battle.
There once was made from Stoneberry Hollow, by the way.
With the entire world looking on in total awe.
Oh my God, you've played the South Park game, haven't you?
Yeah, I was like, hold on, I know that song.
What was it?
Yep.
Oh yeah, dude, no, that's the greatest thing.
Oh
ever.
yeah, no, I learned that song.
What's it actually called again?
There once was made from Stoneberry Hollow.
Maybe Stoneberry Hollow.
Don't worry, when Jet gets pissed off at somebody. She said at home. The maiden from Stoneberry was also your mom.
Nice.
That's the best part of the game.
Yep.
It's the best part of that game.
The Song of Bluffness.
Dude, both those games are really good, but Stick of Truth, man, is just
Stick of Truth is far
I
better.
still have
that
it.
game is just.
I still haven't played it.
It's so good.
It's in my favorite list. I have a favorite list. All the stuff in my favorite list are games I need to play.
I played both
It's
of
so
them.
good.
And
Do you own
it's
it?
great.
Yeah. I don't Stick of Truth. I don't own
Fractured Bubble.
Fractured Butthole.
It's so good.
What was it supposed to be called originally?
The Butthole of Truth. Butthole of Power.
The Butthole of Time.
Butthole of Time. They told him you can't say butthole on a cover, and he said, "I'm gonna find a way."
I mean,
He apparently spent 16 hours
Fractured
in his
butthole,
office just
I
like
mean-
typing in like.
It's 2.
Different variations of butthole.
Yeah.
Yep.
When are you pumping the energy into the book? As he's asking the last question, after he's asking the last question, before?
I think we timed it
You'll get some
so that
sticky
he
pages.
asked the question as my hand was like hovering, but I had not
Cast it.
yet put any. Yeah.
Okay. He asks the question, and you're reaching your hand out, about to pump this energy into it, and it's like as you reach forward, your hand enters about the 6 or 8 inches around the book, and it is like the coldest winters you can remember with your father, going out into the forest and falling and burying your hand in like frozen ice and snow. It is freezing cold, and it just exudes this energy. And you watch as the pages all begin to flip, and it's like a Rolodex. And it opens until the book is split halfway in the middle, and both pages are just pitch black. You begin to hear in your mind, "We are the impossible. the unthinkable, the unspeakable, the feasters from afar. Some know us as those without a name. We are the dwellers in the depths, the kings in yellow. We are Hastur, and you are ours. And you see emerging from the page the yellow symbol, the symbol that he has shown you a few times with the curved lines on it.
Yeah.
And you see that, and where there was interest at first from your friend, you feel a almost debilitating fear.
Never quite felt that from.
It is like that symbol popped up, and that presence and that energy coming from the book, and it was like whatever that entity is, it immediately engaged your fight or flight, and every single molecule in your body is telling you flight.
Pull my head back and take a couple steps back and probably stumble.
And it's at this point, like, you sort of look, and V is every single rune on his body is glowing brightly. He himself is a lamp in this room.
Yellow.
Yeah, you're right.
He just looks up and just goes, I am obedient.
What is that?
To Hastur.
And it is, again, that intense fear from within that is just like, that, no bueno.
Probably out of instinct, I cast protection from good and evil on myself.
I would honestly say that you don't even have to cast it. It is cast for you.
Oh, that's cool.
So I go to reach out, but someone already beat me to the punch there.
Mm-hmm. You go to cast it, and it's nullified because it's already present.
Am I still feeling a lot of energy coming from the book?
Mm-hmm.
Fee, shut it. Shut it, please.
But I can learn more.
I don't know if you should.
But it is all knowing.
Is that a good thing?
Make a charisma check. Charisma save. Nah, charisma saving throw.
Natural 1.
Ooh.
You reach too far in.
What, son?
Delve too deep.
Technically, it's a 4. How's that? From a natural 20 to a natural 1.
There's numbers in between. You should just know that.
I don't know. Sometimes I don't think my dice know that.
You watch as from the book, made out of the same shadows that V seems to conjure when he uses his shadow blade and his spells, you see a hooked claw just emerge from the book, and it's small at first, and then it morphs into like almost like a skeletal hand, and it reaches and it forms, and right about the time it forms and you realize something bad's about to happen, it lunges out and it goes through your chest and grabs onto the central core of your heartwood, and it is very much that
Yeah.
and you catch and you feel yourself paralyzed and almost overwhelming your sense of consciousness and your existence. You feel an incomprehensible weight being applied to you, and all you hear is obey.
Wait.
And it just begins to it is almost crushing you with its presence. And
Can I? The book's open, right? It's I'm just gonna try and just channel whatever power I have, like kind of manifesting a 3rd level spell slot, say, and I'm gonna try to reach out and shut the book.
make a wisdom saving throw, because you are finding it difficult to even approach.
For clarification, is she already frightened? Because then it would be at disadvantage if I recall.
Yeah.
But if she is not frightened, then
I'm not applying the frightened condition.
okay. I just want to make sure mechanical wise.
I'm going to try and use the favored by the gods to boost that. Uh, 15.
You take a step forward towards the book, and as you do, you almost feel yourself pulled back, and you take 3 steps back. And you now find yourself backed up against the wall in the room. And you watch as this hand is inside of V's chest, and you watch as it slowly begins pulling V towards the book.
So the way I imagine this is as it's pulling, V's just frozen, so it's like the ragdoll of his body's like...
Yeah. You begin catching whispers of obey, obey, obey.
I'm just gonna. We'll just try and cast Bless on V and tell you to fight it.
Okay. Make another charisma saving throw. And you get
D4.
D4.
That's another natural one.
Oh my god! Shit, man.
You get a new batch of dice.
Esther's really here!
I see that.
Sorry.
And we're all downstairs.
I need you to roll a...
Death save.
You joke.
He was a cool character, right?
Good concept.
I
Yeah,
need,
cool character,
I
yeah,
need
that's cool.
you to roll a... What would you roll?
Me?
I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Me?
Do not use that same die.
It's super interesting right now, so I'm okay with using it. Wisdom is a +1. It's a 3.
God damn. Oh, you're just getting fucked.
Yeah, but I'm really liking this roll.
Right.
Dalgrin's coming back.
You owe me
Hey
my
guys, I'm here!
You owe me my 50 gold, bitch. Where's that?
The book stops pulling you, and you're about a foot away from it. And at this point, V is almost suspended in the air above this book. And another hand comes out, and this time it makes its way, and this hand just engulfs your face. And you're hearing the whispers, and they're almost like shouts at this point. and that voice on the inside is telling you, "Fucking run, bro." You hear the voice in your head. You will obey. You will obey now.
And so V will just feeling everything, the weight of all of it.
And it releases and throws you across the room.
Yeah.
Slams into the wall. You take 4 points damage.
Nice.
I'll
log that.
And you land on the other side. And as you look at V, as he's sort of sitting against the wall and sort of like, even though Warforged don't blink, sort of like
stunned,
coming back to himself. His Gora is now that same symbol of Hastur.
Because originally it was the House Decant.
It is now the symbol of Hastur. And you can see where that hand sort of gripped the face. You can see there's like a couple little dents in the head where that hand gripped.
V's gonna look up. Is the hand still there? Like, what's happening with the book?
The book is upside down on the ground, splayed open, but you can't see anything.
So V's gonna look up at Ryn and just say, "I will obey."
And kill Fred.
No, it told me to protect Ryn.
Oh, I missed it. Misunderstood.
What does it want you to do?
I must find myself and put it back together. And I must protect you.
At this point, I'm against the far side of the wall, so the door.
Well, I was gonna say, I imagine he heard that slam.
Yeah.
He's shifted, boom, he's up there.
Okay.
He's quick, moving.
You're basically halfway through yelling his name and he's in the room.
Ready to fight, like full on, shifted, blades drawn, everything. What's going on?
Evil book.
He's looking at the book, which is faced upside down, right? And just confusion, just staring at this book. He's gonna go and reach for it.
You touch it and it's cold to the touch.
Flip it over.
You flip it over and the pages that it opens to when you flip it are not blank. And they are not blank. And you can see scrawling across it.
Does it make any sense to me, or does it just look
It does.
gibberish? So it makes sense? What does it say?
If 11 moons watch over the hatching of the lost blood, the seals in the deep will soon be broken.
You got that, Nick?
If 11 moons watch over the hatching of the
lost blood,
the
seals in the deep will soon be broken.
If 11 moons
watch over
the
hatching of the lost blood.
Seals in the deep will soon be broken.
Which it being cold, is it
the lost
like
blood.
frostbite cold? Like it starts to
Doesn't
damage
hurt,
you,
but it's
or okay?
it's like
touching frozen metal.
It's like you've been outside shoveling your driveway for 30 minutes and your fingers are starting to get a little numb.
Okay.
Doesn't hurt, but it's cold.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like frostbite, like actually taking damage type.
If 11 moons watch over the hatchling of the lost blood, the
seals in the deep will soon be broken.
Hatching or hatchling?
Hatching.
Okay.
Like an egg.
Yes,
hatching.
yes. That's what I thought.
And it's not in like fine print. It is like scrawled in there.
This is like Phasmophobia. Die
Yes.
in the books.
Yes.
What color is it? Is it ink or is it actually a different color? Like yellow, red.
It's black.
Okay.
but upon closer inspection, there are hints of red and yellow to it.
What happened?
And it's at this point when you look at him, you notice that his Gora is changed.
I tried to.
Which, I will say, in your time and your knowledge and your connections, you have never, ever heard of a Warforged Gora changing. That is not something that happens.
Jet's gonna kind of pull you down a little bit and look closer at it, trying to.
He's just like limp, basically.
Right. Yeah, that's why Jet's kind of gonna. It's gonna be pretty forceful. Like
And
an
you
immediate,
notice
like,
you can
pull.
you start to see like the dents, and it takes a second. You see a couple of them, and then you piece together that there's one by the jaw. And there's like 4 spread out
So it looks like a
across
hand.
the head, and it looks like the palm literally went
Yeah, right over
right
top
over the
and
Gora
kind of started
and
to
sort
crush.
of crushed.
I will obey.
Obey. Obedience. Obey what?
And then you hear Ryn whisper, Astor.
I've never heard that name right.
You are not.
It's the name of the book. I think that's the name of whatever just came out of the book.
Something came out of the book.
Black hand. A hook that went into V's chest.
A black hand. And Jet's trying to piece together, okay, this was a hand that pulled or grabbed in some way. Came out of the book. Then get rid of the fucking book.
I will obey. And he reaches over for the book.
Jet's
You
gonna
currently
kinda-
got him, so up to you on whether you let him do it.
Nah, Jet would try to keep you from the book, which if you fight him for it, I mean...
You need.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's at this point, it's almost, I would say almost panicked. The fact that you're holding it away from him at this point.
Jet's gonna toss it.
And I will,
You
try to
will.
hold.
You at this point, you will stop at nothing.
so,
Jet's thinking, evil book. Keep him from the book, he'll be okay. We'll be okay. So,
So you toss the book like behind you towards me.
yeah, just kind of trying to get it further away from him.
Opposite end of the room.
So yeah, I guess depending on where you are. Because Jet came in the door,
Right.
and then is throwing it away.
If
from
he's
the door.
throwing it towards you, there's that moment where it's in the air where you're like, I'm gonna catch it, and then you get that fear from the inside, and
Well, I
you're
was
like,
gonna say,
no,
she's
I'm
supposed to-
not.
No.
And then that fear morphs almost into greed.
She's close to the door, though, right?
I
So
thought that's
be-
the direction you threw it.
so you're looking,
Yeah,
we're,
he-
we're the far side.
Sorry, he threw it further into the room.
Well,
yeah,
they're
yeah,
copy.
yeah.
Copy.
you're looking
He's throwing it.
directly at V, yes?
We
Yeah,
are-
he's arm up.
V cast fear.
Wisdom save, right?
Yes.
At this point, I would probably be entering the room after
Half a point.
seeing
So
him
you
sprint
break
into the
through
room.
that.
Which, I guess, yeah, you'd notice Jet actually kind of a darker kind of, like, the shifter really starting to,
Fight
the
back.
animal, yeah, instinct of, I'm gonna
Fight.
fucking fight if we're gonna do
Roll
this.
roll a charisma check.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh no. It's a 13. Right? I'm sorry, that's a 21.
Okay.
Thought that was a 10, that's an 18.
You hear the voice, and it says, "The book," and Hastur refunds the spell.
So then he's gonna do it again.
Jet will counterspell this time, knowing that, okay, he's attacking me. Done. We're done.
And I'll counterspell
Which-
that. 'Cause
Oh
I-
yeah, you do have
I
counterspell,
do
don't you?
have counterspell, yes.
Okay.
So
Counterspells, counterspells.
well, it's at
gear.
this point, V is going to grab by the nape and the nape of your like shirt and just get in your face to face, and just push all of his psychic energy to fear you, which is a cone. So if you're behind him, technically it hits you too.
Natural 20 again! Look at that!
Damn.
Jet is full on, like, shifter, like, we're done. Game over. Nat 20!
Nobody ain't afraid of you,
You're
bitch!
like me!
Yeah, Jet's literally just going to growl, like literally.
I saw that 20. I was just like,
Yeah, literally just start to growl and get full on, like as much as he can. Just enough.
And he'll hold up his hand, and Eldritch Blast starts charging. The book, I will obey.
The fucking book needs to be destroyed. It sounds like at this point.
And
It's every time he says obey, the Gora flashes. And there's a presence behind the words. Not the. There's a presence behind the words.
I'm holding the Eldritch Blast, and in every effort to get you to let go of me, he delves deep into your mind with his special detect thoughts. But he's not alone at the moment. So I don't know if that's going to do something, but he's going to push his way as far as possible into your mind. I think that's also a wisdom saving throw, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. That's a natural one.
So, everything. He just as deep and as far as possible into your
penetrate.
mind, memory, subconscious, everything.
Is it a spell? Because
I
immediately
think
after
we
that,
made it a spell. It's not like a spell, like a.
immediately once he
ability.
starts to push further, Jet will counter it with his reaction to push him back out. Once he digs in a little bit and Jet realizes what's going on, it's a reaction to be like, fuck you, get out of my head.
So you're gonna use counter spell?
As my reaction once he realizes what's going on.
Okay.
Because he failed to save, so I initially...
The level rounded up is how many times I can use it. We're level 7, so I can use it 3 times. Just fair warning.
Right.
Okay.
Trust me, I can counterspell 3 times.
Oh.
I can counterspell 4.
Damn it.
Yeah. So Jet, realizing it again...
And what's the... Remind me how counterspell works?
It's a...
It
See,
goes-
because these thing isn't technically a spell, is what I'm hearing it.
Well,
I was going to say, is it a
It's,
spell or is it a feature?
here, that's the thing. It's more of a feature.
Then Jet's going to flash out and go right for his head. Just basically claw right across his face is the idea of, if you're going to dig into my mind, I'm going to smack the hell out of you.
Well, you're digging into it with the claw.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna have you make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. That's a...
First time it's not a natural 1 or 20. God damn.
What's your spell DC?
14.
It's a 15. So he would get through it on that if you're using a wisdom save to either stop it or...
Mommy and Dad are fighting.
I'm going to say that because
initially he started to pick up on things.
I'm going to say that you're able to sort of resist him going deeper, but it's challenging to push him out. You sort of like stop the advance, but there is something that's different.
Okay.
About the presence. There is, like, you've had V sort of touch on your mind before. You've felt that presence, and like it's sort of weird to explain, but you felt that like V there's a feeling,
right?
And you know what his consciousness feels like. There is it's like his consciousness, and then there is a shadow the size of a mountain behind it.
Okay.
And it's like you stop the advance, but you feel it's still there.
Okay.
And there is something pushing him. And there's a moment where there is a connection between you and V without the other influence. If there's anything you want to pass along in that moment, from from you to him, or from you to him.
Okay.
If there's anything you want to pass off in that moment, it's basically the moment where you stop the advance, and before that presence can do anything else to press on, you have a moment where you two are connected without the presence.
He would see the image of one standing in front of the mirror, eyes blue and everything, with the single digit, the same as a V. He would see it right there, and then you'd see the eyes flash yellow, and then he would smash the mirror. He would basically see that memory. Yeah. And the experience as well outside the pond of the actual being. It's as though he were standing in my shoes.
Yeah. And you feel all of the same emotion, and
you'd see the 5 yellow eyes, the whole thing.
Okay. I think at that moment you would definitely feel a mix of fear and wanting to control, but losing control.
Yep.
It is an intense fear.
Right. Well, I mean, from Jet though, as well, that mix of fear, wanting to protect Ren, wanting to protect you, realizing something's bad going on with that book, and he doesn't get it. So a confusion, but also very animalistic. Like, I either fight now or I fucking run.
I don't know how
like,
he
there's
could've
no
moved.
in between.
No,
It's I do this or I do
I don't
that.
know where he's at. He's
And
probably,
it's at the moment you can feel that fight. I'm going to defend what I have, and I'm not going to lose it.
And like feeling that, just the only thing you hear is V's voice that just says, "I will obey."
I would say while all of this had been going on, because seeing him sprint upstairs, I would have ran upstairs as well, and after watching a bit of that exchange, I would have grabbed Rin and pulled her out of the room.
Okay.
That's
And if
smart.
yeah,
With the book.
if you hear or if he hears I will obey, I think the response would be obey what?
And the image again would flash of the being in the lake, and it just has to.
And you, as like you hear V's voice, and again, like a lot of this interaction is happening in the mind,
Right.
and you, like, you can, like in your mind's eye, you can see V's face, and he speaks, and he says Hastur, and there's just that mountain of a shadow behind, and you see the 5 yellow eyes that you saw from the vision in the lake. You see those at the top, and as he says Hastur, you hear that being say Hastur, and you watch as the shadow begins to fall over V, and you see those eyes rushing towards you.
I think at that moment, whose initiative technically is it, or are we on initiative?
We are not on initiative.
Because I think at that point Jet knows this is beyond me, and that flight's gonna kick in, and he's going to back off.
Okay.
Immediately let go.
Yep.
He's moving backwards, which is technically towards the book. However,
But V at this point is scrambling, trying to scrape and crawl by, like basically like a child, just doing whatever he can to get out of
Right.
the way, and like
which Jet has released.
man
at this
dogs
point.
basically all the way over to the book and just collapses on it and just lays on it repeatedly.
And it's like as you sort of started to back up, and you still have that feeling of that presence trying to like wash over you.
Right.
And it's almost like as soon as he comes in contact with the book, it's just like that shadow just, and the presence is gone.
Right.
And there is that moment where everyone sort of stops and there's silence in the room, and you see V clutching the book, and there is a indescribably vast emptiness in the room. It feels like the room you are in is the size of Sharn, barren and empty, and there is nothing but you two and that book in that room. And it is an indescribable sense of emptiness and solitude, and it is crushing.
V just lays there whispering,
And then you take a moment and you sort of like bring yourself back, and you're back inside the room. Everything's normal. And that's where we'll end.
Well, I was gonna say Jet can say one thing because I rolled a 17 on my my wisdom save to try to just maintain. Jet will turn to V, literally walk over, still shifted, look down at him. I swear to God, any of these fucking gods, you harm Ren, or that thing harms Ren, I will destroy you. I will hunt you to the ends of the earth, and when I die, I will be reincarnated as another shifter because that's how we work, my friend. I will come back.
And we will. I will obey. I will protect, and I will obey.
You protect her, but again, do not take that threat lightly.
He just lays there clutching the book.
Jet will, turn and walk out, slam the door behind him.
I thought something cool would happen if you came with me.
Something cool did happen.
Well,
I was this close to texting him and being like, okay, V seems a little bit slightly off. I'm going to follow them up the stairs, but kind of keep a distance, but listen outside the door. Like, I'm like, I have my phone in my hand. I opened up Discord. I went to Corn Taco and I was just like,
we're just going to let this play out.
I'm just going to, no, I'm just going to let it play out. I'm probably just thinking weird things.
I was gonna say that's why Jet's just gonna go play
What's the
piano.
worst that could happen?
I've seen that movie.
They say every single time beforehand.
Hey, man, the nat 20s.
Yeah, what the fuck?
The nat 20s.
Still love that. It was.
That's how you're like, use a different die. No way, man. That was awesome.
Well, I mean, for fucking the fear too. It's like, no, he's
your natural
full on.
20s to interact with
Yeah.
it. You went full connection.
I was not prepared for that.
That's cool.
D&D.
You did a good job. Yeah.
I had to audible that one real quick. I had to dig into
Well,
notes
holy
that
shit,
weren't supposed to happen
that's
for a
you too,
while.
Right?
I could have
That's still-
explained you did too.
I
It's
was
like,
really
what
hoping
the
at least I
fuck?
get a name. That's why when I rolled the nat 20, I was like, yeah.
Character progression.
Yes.
What does it mean?
The king in yellow, man.
And when you rolled the, I set the DC because Hester was very involved at that moment.
By the way, how do you spell that?
HASTUR.
T-U-R. I put
Yep.
O-O.
I set the DC real low on that, and I was like, he's just got to beat like a 12. And you rolled a 13, and I was like, fuck yeah. And I was like, Hester says again, and refunds the spell. And it was like that moment where you get your ass down, boy. It was that moment where like you feel that energy
Push back.
just push through, and it is like damn near going Super Saiyan.
No, that was cool. I like the iconography of the vast emptiness.
Yeah.
By the way, all I got on the Hastor speech was, we are the unspeakable. Some know us as those without a name. We are the kings in yellow, and we are Hastor. The yellow symbol then appears. But,
Pretty much.
I was
we
going to
are
say, was there anything important there
We
that
are
I did
the
miss?
unknowable. We are the impossible. The unthinkable. The feasters from afar. We are those without a name. The dwellers in the depths. The kings in
Hold
yellow.
on. We are the unknowable. We
Well,
are the
It's
unthinkable.
a good thing you rolled that natural
We
20,
are the-
so you and Hester could have that moment before I did any
Yeah.
interaction with the
Mhm.
book.
This is
true.
I was worried
more
about
for, like...
I
Oh, yeah, actually,
Are we
if
still
you,
streaming?
if you do that. Yeah, we are. So I will go ahead and stop the recording and stop the stream.
Bye, everyone.
See you in 5 weeks.
And sorry for
Oh.
a 6.5 hour session.
We are the